Chapter 594. Alas, Lu Lihong sighed, Wu Minghal's outer court disciples are numerous, and all of them want to enter the inner court. Therefore, the threshold for the outer court test naturally has to be higher, otherwise, there would be no point in selecting experts. Zhang Xiaohua mischievously laughed. Then, if one hunts 2,000 white deer or antelope, wouldn't one also qualify for the outer court test? Ha ha ha, everyone laughed. Lu Lihong said, although that is the case, whether or not there are 2,000 white deer or antelope in the entire Yulon Grand Canyon is another matter. Hee, even if you hunted 2,000 antelope, other people hunted ferocious beasts, how can you take out 2,000 antelope? Even if you were given the qualification to participate in the test, do you still have the face to participate? It's just a discussion, hee. Zhang Xiaohua embarrassedly said. Then, he continued to ask, if you obtain 2,000 points, you will be eligible to participate in the outer court test and select the disciples who are eligible to participate in the inner court test. I just heard senior brother Lu say that if you are lucky, you can directly qualify for the inner court test. What does this mean? This time, Lu Lihong no longer hesitated and said, as junior brother Ren said, to obtain the outer court test qualification, you still have to compete in order to obtain the inner court test qualification. However, if you can obtain 5,000 points in the trial, you can directly qualify for the inner court test, and you don't have to compete with other outer court disciples for the qualification. 5,000? Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Good, 10 tigers, you guys are really ruthless. Hee, junior brother Ren hasn't been to the Yulon Grand Canyon, so he doesn't know that the tigers there are very fierce, definitely comparable to a martial arts master. Moreover, they are also very cruel. As long as they see people, they will certainly attack and bite them to pieces, eating them alive. But, if we don't disturb their peace, they may not. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to finish, Lu Lihong interrupted him and said, but if they are not hunted, we can't qualify for the inner court test. Moreover, they are living in the Yulon Grand Canyon, eating a lot of other animals, such as deer and antelope. If we hunt the tigers, we can control their numbers and let them eat less weak animals. This. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Beside him, Wu Zhouxiu softly asked, Junior brother Lu, I heard that in addition to the 5,000 points, there are several ways to directly qualify for the inner court test. Is this true? This is true. Lu Lihong nodded and said, as I said, in addition to the usual fierce beasts, there are many other rare fierce beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon. These fierce beasts are even more ferocious than tigers and lions. If an ordinary outer court disciple were to encounter them, their life would be in danger. For example, giant python, giant ape, etc. If you can hunt these fierce beasts, as long as you can kill one, you can advance to the inner court test. In addition, in the Yulon Grand Canyon, there are many heavenly treasures, all of which are hidden in difficult to find places. These places are abnormally dangerous, or guarded by extremely powerful fierce beasts. If you can pick these things, you can hand them over to the inner court for inspection. If you like them, you can directly advance to the inner court test. Is there anything else? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but ask. These are not enough? Lu Lihong curiously said, no matter which of these two, it is incomparably difficult. Even the inner court disciples don't dare to try. Of course, according to the other senior brothers in the hall, there seems to be other ways, but their words were vague, so I didn't dare to ask. Perhaps when I obtain the qualifications for the Yulon Grand Canyon, I will naturally know. Good. Chen Fengxiao on the side slapped the table, raised his wine cup and said, then let us first toast to junior brother Lu, wishing that junior brother Lu can successfully obtain the qualifications for the Yulon Grand Canyon. Everyone laughed and said, as it should be. Lu Lihong also raised his cup, let us borrow everyone's auspicious words. Come, cheers. Zhang Xiaohua got the answer she wanted, so she was happy in her heart, and raised her cup to pass off the fish eyes as pearls. This banquet was very lively, and it didn't disperse until the sky was about to turn dark. Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu wanted to keep Lu Lihong for the night, but Lu Lihong didn't dare to delay. He only said that he had to rush back to the White Mountain Peak first, and his heart would feel safe. Yang Yao also had to report back to the pill-spreading hall. Thus, everyone didn't force them to stay, and watched the two lead their horses down the mountain. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua actually accompanied them to finish the banquet, Chen Fengxiao patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said, "Little brother, don't you feel that your senior brother Lu's martial arts are strong, and that he's easy to get along with?" Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, "Senior brother Lu is indeed my role model, but now that I'm a disciple of the Wuming Hall, I still feel that head Chen is the one who's easy to get along with." Ha ha ha, Chen Fengxiao laughed, and pointed at Wu Zhouxiu. "Brother Wu and I were like your senior brother Lu, wanting to rush into the outer sect with endless faith, but the situation was stronger than us. Look at him, he's limitless in the outer sect, but what about us? Little brother, work hard on your cultivation. You lost to senior brother Lu today, but it doesn't mean anything. You're young, and your internal strength isn't outstanding, and your various conditions are much worse than Lu Lihong's. Of course, you've just come to the incense cult, so your foundation is much better than Lu Lihong's, but..." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Why did he suddenly stop encouraging? She couldn't help but ask, "But what?" Wu Zhouxiu sighed, "That's your chance." Then he looked at Chen Fengxiao, and said, "Back then, Head Chen also went to the Yulon Grand Canyon, but unfortunately, he only picked some ordinary herbs, not even the old ones. Well, even the iron bone grass that Bai Huan gave you can't compare to it." Chen Fengxiao said with a lonely smile, "Lu Lihong's Yulon Grand Canyon is a few hundred years old ginseng. It's fine if you said you picked the old ginseng, but it just so happened that the inner sect elder was seriously injured and urgently needed 100 years old ginseng, and the older the better. There are many 100 years old ginseng in the incense cult, but there aren't many that are hundreds of years old. If you can save the life of the inner sect elder, the reward must be rich. A complete internal strength cultivation method, just thinking about it makes me envious." Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. Does the incense cult not have the normal internal strength cultivation method of the Jianghu? Well, there is, but it's all in the inner sect. Ordinary disciples like us can only practice the basic cultivation method of the incense cult. But what about my reckless bull force? Didn't I learn it from the outside? If I teach it to you, won't I be able to succeed? Little brother, you don't know that the medicine apprentices who enter the incense cult are all young. People like you are very rare, so there are very few people in the pill expanding hall who know the external cultivation method. Oh, there are a lot of disciples in the weapon refining hall who practice other internal strength. However, there is a rule in the incense cult, that is, other than the disciples who have practiced the external martial arts, other disciples can't practice the martial arts of the incense cult. If they are found, they will be punished according to the cult rules. So it's like that. Zhang Xiaohua was a little confused, but she could only nod. So, little brother, if your whatever force is really so good, then you must practice it to the highest level. Look, you have already entered the sect and reached the highest level. You will definitely be able to fight against Lu Lihong. At that time, you will also have the qualifications to enter the outer sect. Oh, right, it's best if you have the confidence to go. This is an opportunity that every ordinary disciple only has once. Of course, if little brother is lucky, you will be able to guess the best spiritual grass in the orchid evening refinement 10 years later. You will probably be able to soar to the sky. Wu Zhouxiu encouraged with a slightly sour taste in his mouth. Soar to the sky? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. What's the use of soaring to the sky if your foundation is not stable? Even if you enter the Wuming Hall like senior brother Lu, you still have to worry about the orchid evening refinement quota. It's better to be free and unfettered on Tianmu Peak. Ah. Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu were both surprised. Becoming an outer sect disciple was the goal of every knowledgeable, ambitious and idealistic disciple of the incense cult. The two of them had been encouraging Zhang Xiaohua for half a day because they wanted him to have this mindset so that he would have a clear goal in his future cultivation. This guy, on the other hand, wanted to be free and unfettered. It was really a rotten wood that could not be carved. Therefore, Wu Zhouxiu said earnestly, "Little brother, you have to have a long-term plan. You can't be like us and spend the rest of your life on Tianmu Peak, right? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. If I really become an outer sect disciple, what benefits will I get? The treatment will be better, you will have more martial arts to practice, and you will also have the opportunity to become an inner sect disciple. Oh. Then what about after I become an inner sect disciple? The treatment will be better too? There will be more martial arts to practice. And then? You will be able to go wherever you want. You will be able to lie on lingering fragrance peak and bask in the warm sunshine. Huh, Wu Dalong, can't I bask in the warm sunshine on our Tianmu Peak right now? This? Wu Zhouxiu did not know how to answer. Chen Fengxiao chuckled. Wu Dalong, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. He just lost to Lu Lihong today and is feeling uncomfortable. He is just here to find some feeling. Have you forgotten? He is the prospective son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley. Valley Master Nie's charming daughter is still waiting for him to return to the bridal chamber. This kid's motivation to improve is even more than Lu Lihong's back then. Of course. Wu Zhouxiu slapped his forehead and smiled. I was fooled by this kid. Alright, Headmaster Chen, let's drink a few more cups. I still want to drink more. That's what I was thinking. Let's go. Hey, little brother, are you still bringing a teacup to join in the fun with us? Ever since Zhang Xiaohua won a few gambling fights, defeated Zhou Shuming in Qinggong, and received Lu Lihong's affirmation today, even Wu Zhouxiu had changed the way he addressed her. This, little brother, was no longer just a term that Chen Fengxiao used. Chapter 595. Hearing Wu Zhouxiu's greeting, Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, You too can go now. I still need to go back and practice martial arts. I also need to find a place to water this stomach full of tea. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, the two didn't keep him and went back to the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the back of the back and said to himself, how can a sparrow or swallow know the ambition of a swan? Then, he didn't hesitate and used his Qinggong to go to the top of Tianmu Peak. Inside the alchemy room at the top of Tianmu Peak, the medicinal liquid inside the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was still spinning as usual. The faint red lines were also constantly moving around without any abnormalities. Zhang Xiaohua relaxed and sent a few spells into the furnace. He sat cross-legged in front of the furnace and meditated to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Night gradually came and the night gradually deepened. While Zhang Xiaohua was practicing the Worry-Free Heart Sutra, endless starlight still passed through the furnace and joined the spinning of the pill. Far away, in an exquisite little house on Biyao Peak, Vice Hall Master Su of the Pill Tower Hall was sitting at the top and leisurely sipping tea. To his left, a person was sitting there respectfully. This person was Lu Lihong, who had just returned from Tianmu Peak. Looking at his current expression, he was humble and cautious as if he was facing his elders. It was far from the arrogance and warmth of Tianmu Peak. Seeing Lu Lihong's performance, Vice Hall Master Su was very satisfied. After a while, he kindly said, Martial Nephew Lu, no need to be so polite. You are now a disciple of the Wuming Hall and I am only a Vice Hall Master of the Pill Tower Hall. No matter how long my hand is, I can't control you. Lu Lihong didn't dare to be negligent and respectfully said, Vice Hall Master Su has given me a new life. Every time I see you, I will see my elders according to how I see them. How can I not be respectful? There's no need. You're being too courteous. Back then, I only helped you because I saw how hard-working you were in your cultivation and how talented you were. Furthermore, your luck was pretty good as well. That's why I decided to help you. That's all. Lu Lihong licked his lips and was still humble. I dare not forget Vice Hall Master Su's kindness. After a while, he probed, Vice Hall Master Su, I have already done what you asked me to do. Vice Hall Master was slightly surprised. Martial Nephew is very diligent. You have done it so quickly? That's right. I will definitely put your matters first. Good, then, tell me about Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts. Vice Hall Master Su asked. After thinking for a while, Lu Lihong cautiously said, this child's martial arts are very high, but he is still young and has only cultivated internal strength for a short time, so his internal strength is relatively weak. Although his moves are somewhat exquisite, it is a pity that they are rather monotonous. It is just a set of fist techniques. Yes, his lightness skill is quite good. He may have received guidance from some experts in Rejuvenation Valley, but he is still a bit inferior to me. Similar to what you said, he should be at the same level as Chen Fengxiao and the others. After he finished speaking, he took out the jade bottle from his bosom and respectfully handed it to Vice Hall Master Su. He said, I've already used this jade rejuvenation pill. Please take it back, Vice Hall Master Su. As soon as you said you wanted to exchange the medicinal herbs with him, this kid immediately took the bait. Yes, Vice Hall Master Su has a divine foresight. At first, he was hiding somewhere and didn't want to see me. When he heard that I could exchange the medicinal herbs with him, it was as if he had seen his own father. It's nothing. Which one of the medicine boys from Rejuvenation Valley didn't treat the medicinal herbs as treasures when they first came? This kid worked himself to death and finally won a few gambling fights with great difficulty, but they were all exchanged for medicinal herbs. It was purely drawing water with a sieve. Now that he has just come to his senses, how could he refuse the bait you sent over? Right, you returned to White Mountain Peak again. Will Yang Yao have any suspicions? No, I originally wanted to rack my brains to think of a reason, but Wu Zhouxiu actually wanted me to stay behind to see him off. After drinking this wine, I naturally have a reason. Wu Zhouxiu, he knows how to conduct himself. Vice Hall Master Su nodded slightly, very satisfied. Seeing that Vice Hall Master Su only spoke and did not accept the pill, Lu Lihong said again, since this bait has been used up, then please take it back. Vice Hall Master Su snorted, what reason do I have to take back what I have given out? Take this pill as a reward for your work this time. Lu Lihong was surprised and somewhat in disbelief. He said with a trembling voice, Vice Hall Master Su, isn't this too valuable? This matter was just a small matter. How can you treat me like this? It's fine. You have always done things properly. I am also happy. Although this pill is valuable, I have no use for it. You can keep it. Perhaps it will be of some help in the future. Lu Lihong thought about it for a moment, then gritted his teeth and accepted it. Actually, he had wanted to use this opportunity to help Vice Hall Master Su in order to ask for something else. However, Vice Hall Master Su had given him this pill, which meant that he understood what he had helped him with in the past. Thus, he couldn't bring himself to ask for anything. Then I won't be polite. As he spoke, Lu Lihong put away the jade bottle. His face was filled with joy and worry. Seeing Lu Lihong's wonderful expression, Vice Hall Master Su also revealed a look of confidence. However, Lu Lihong was only thinking about his own matters and did not dare to face it directly, so he did not notice. The two of them sat in silence for a while. Lu Lihong raised his head and was about to get up and leave. Vice Hall Master Su said softly, Martial Nephew Lu, since you have already tested Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts, then you must have full confidence in dealing with this brat, right? Lu Lihong was stunned and said, there should be no problem. If it was a gambling fight, even Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu would be able to defeat Ren Xiaoyao. That's good. Vice Hall Master Su nodded, causing Lu Lihong to be confused. The gambling fight on Tianmu Peak was not a matter of 1 or 2 years. Why was he specifically mentioning a little medicine boy who had just entered Tianmu Peak? Following that, there was another wave of speechlessness. The house was silent for a while. Thus, Lu Lihong got up and said, it is already late. Vice Hall Master Su, please rest early. I will take my leave first. Vice Hall Master Su smiled, Martial Nephew Lu, don't be anxious. I see that Martial Nephew Lu is frowning. Is there something difficult? didn't you just treat me as your father? Why don't you tell me? This old man may not be able to help you, but I can be your reference. I am frowning. Lu Lihong was surprised and secretly wondered, I was so respectful just now. How could he see that I am worried? But this is also a good opportunity to talk about it. Maybe. After thinking about it, Lu Lihong cupped his hands and said, Vice Hall Master Su really has the demeanor of a father. You can even see this. Alas, it is really annoying to talk about it. Then, he told Vice Hall Master Su about how he wanted to enter the Grand Canyon for the trial. Then, he said, there are many experts in the Wuming Hall. This little one is not that outstanding. Moreover, they have been cultivating in the Wuming Hall since young. This kind of opportunity will not fall on this little one. But if I don't enter the Grand Canyon for the trial, I may never have the opportunity to participate in the outer disciple test, let alone the inner disciple test. Vice Hall Master Su nodded slightly. Oh, so it is like this. You are right. It is really difficult for you to get the qualification for the outer disciple test. If you can go to the Yulon Grand Canyon for the trial, you may have a chance. Hee, I forgot that place is your blessed land. Last time was a great opportunity. Who knows, this time might be the same. Lu Lihong looked at Vice Hall Master Su with some desire and said, yes, this little one's internal strength has not improved. 5 years later, it is even harder to say, so, Vice Hall Master Su nodded again and said, I am familiar with your Vice Hall Master Peng. He seems to be able to talk to you. Then, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. Vice Hall Master Su's words were very soft, but in Lu Lihong's ears, it was like the sound of nature. He hurriedly stood up and asked in disbelief, then, you are willing to, however, he couldn't bring himself to say the rest of his words. Indeed, this was a huge favor. Although he had been praised highly at Tianmu Peak, he was clear about his own position in the outer sect. The person in front of him was also clear about this. This favor was something that he could never repay no matter what. Therefore, he didn't dare to continue probing. Vice Hall Master Su's expression didn't change. He only raised his eyes and quietly looked at Lu Lihong. After a long while, he put down the teacup and calmly said, this old man can help you open your mouth. However, this old man hopes that you will listen to this old man in the future. Lu Lihong was overjoyed when he heard this. He walked forward and said, Vice Hall Master Su has given me a new life. In this world, my parents gave birth to me and Vice Hall Master Su created me. In the future, I will follow Vice Hall Master Su's lead. If you want me to go east, I will go east. I don't care about north, south, or west at all. Even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, I will do it. Vice Hall Master Su smiled and said, good. Since Martial Nephew Lu says so, this old man agrees. Martial Nephew Lu, please sit down first. I will definitely help you with this matter. However, this old man has something that I want you to do. Lu Lihong nodded and said, as long as Vice Hall Master Su wants me to do something, I will not refuse. Don't agree so quickly. This matter is not complicated. Come closer. Closer? Lu Lihong was stunned. However, he still walked forward and Vice Hall Master Su whispered in his ear for a while. Lu Lihong was pleasantly surprised at first. Then, he frowned and finally turned pale with fright. In the end, he muttered, Vice Hall Master Su, this is not appropriate. Although, but this is too. Chapter 596. Seeing Lu Lihong's reaction, Vice Hall Master Su was not surprised and whispered, what's wrong? This is just the first thing and you're already making excuses. Then, what you said just now, can this old man treat it as a fart? Lu Lihong's face turned green and red as he said awkwardly, but, the rules of the incense order, bullshit rules. According to the rules, why would an outer disciple like you stay in my White Mountain Peak and obediently be a disciple of the Grass Division? But the reality is, aren't you still carefree in the outer sect and working hard to enter the inner sect? This. Lu Lihong's face turned pale as he sat back in his chair in a daze. Seeing this, Vice Hall Master Su struck while the iron was hot and said, "Everyone thinks that you're a person with good fortune. Of course, this is true. Others enter the Yulon Grand Canyon to pick herbs that are decades old. You, on the other hand, pick ginseng that is hundreds of years old. Everyone says that you're a genius. And this old man doesn't deny that you're really a genius. Just by relying on the inner sex cultivation method, you were able to cultivate to a very high level. Unfortunately, how could the threshold of an inner sect disciple be so easy to cross? If it was easy, then there's no need to talk about others. Even Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu were not much worse than you. How could they fail? I don't need to say these words anymore." Lu Lihong's face was now ashen. In this short period of time, the expression on his face changed very quickly. It could be seen that deep in his heart, there were a lot of emotions. Vice Hall Master Su squinted his eyes and said, "As long as there are people, there will be Jianghu. Although the incense order is a paradise, it is not a pure land. Don't forget, you yourself are an example. If I hadn't warned Vice Hall Master Peng in advance to be merciful, how could you have passed the outer sex test so easily? Hee, I know you were not convinced at that time, and you also spent a lot of effort to pass the assessment. But later on, when you entered the outer sect, did you realize that the martial arts of those senior brothers who assessed you back then was much higher than yours?" Lu Lihong's face was slightly bloodshot. He said in a hoarse voice, "I know." At that time, Vice Hall Master Peng had already explained it to me. Those senior brothers didn't say anything. Heh, that's true. Our fragrant order has strict rules. Occasionally doing such a thing would make people tremble with fear. Of course, it's also because you've worked hard and your martial arts are really good. That's why others can't see through you. All these years, those senior brothers who tested you didn't cause you any trouble, did they? No, everything seems to be real. If Vice Hall Master Peng had not pointed it out, I wouldn't have known that it was Vice Hall Master Su's grace. Then, Vice Hall Master Su said, "Do you know why I chose you back then?" "I don't know. I've always wanted to ask." "Let's not talk about the others. Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu are both good at martial arts. They are stronger than me. Why didn't you choose them?" "It's very simple. Because you took out the 100-year-old ginseng and received the internal strength cultivation method from the inner sect. If you took the internal strength cultivation method from the inner sect and passed the test of the outer sect and became an outer sect disciple, even if others felt that your martial arts were a little weak or doubted the process of the test, wouldn't they have to consider the influence of the inner sect? Besides, even if the people in the inner sect knew about it, wouldn't your 100-year-old ginseng be enough to protect you?" "You." Lu Lihong was a little angry. He struggled and said, "But, if you didn't intervene, I could still enter the outer sect after a few more years of practice, heh." Vice Hall Master Su chuckled and said, "Well, let me ask you first. You've practiced in the Wuming Hall for so many years. Why do you still feel that you can't pass the test of the outer sect? The Wuming Hall only takes care of its own disciples since childhood. They don't care about me, a disciple who joined halfway. They treat me unfairly. How can I be better than them? Of course, there is unfairness. But can you deny that the Wuming Hall didn't give you any guidance when you practiced your internal strength and other martial arts?" This. Lu Lihong was a little tongue-tied. After thinking for a while, he said frankly, "They didn't. If I had any questions, Senior Brother Chuan Gong would tell me everything he knew." Vice Hall Master Su clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Although I can't give you all the fairness, in terms of martial arts, you are not worse than other disciples in the Wuming Hall." This. Lu Lihong really didn't expect that Vice Hall Master Su would take care of him when he practiced in the Wuming Hall. Could it be true? Vice Hall Master Su ignored Lu Lihong and continued, "Since you have practiced in the Wuming Hall for so many years, your martial arts cultivation is just a so-so. What if you didn't join the outer sect and just stayed in the pill expanding hall? Are you sure you can pass the outer sect test and enter the Wuming Hall? This. Lu Lihong was speechless again. It was true. After all, the outer sect test was complicated. Not only did the Wuming Hall test the disciples' martial arts, but there were also some strange places to test their temperament and aptitude. If he hadn't been warned by some outer sect disciples in advance, he wouldn't be sure that he could pass the test even now. Therefore, Lu Lihong had to say in a low voice, "If so, I have to thank Vice Hall Master Su for giving me a fair environment to practice martial arts." Well, good. Vice Hall Master Su was very satisfied and said with a smile, "In fact, I chose you because you have these very coincidental conditions. What I value more is your character of being grateful. Do you still remember the conflict between you and Chen Fengxiao?" "I remember. I just couldn't stand Chen Fengxiao teaching the disciples of the Rejuvenation Valley a lesson. That's why I had a conflict with him." "Well, that's right. The other disciples of the Rejuvenation Valley avoided Chen Fengxiao. Only you stood up. Although you didn't fight, it's enough to show that you are grateful to the Rejuvenation Valley. You are a rare good boy." "I don't dare. I was young and frivolous. If Vice Hall Master Su didn't happen to pass by, I would have been beaten up by Chen Fengxiao." "Ha ha ha, isn't this fate between you and me? If I didn't know you, how could I be an outer sect disciple today?" "Alas, nephew, you don't have to sigh. Think about it. With Chen Fengxiao's fiery temper and ungrateful character, how could I let him enter the outer sect? Maybe after he enters the outer sect today, he will forget about me tomorrow. Maybe he will even make mistakes for me. Although I'm not afraid of this, it's still troublesome. Actually, senior brother Chen is also a hot-blooded man." Vice Hall Master Su waved his hand. "What hot-blooded man? It's all nonsense. What I want is a disciple who is loyal to me, not someone like him. There are plenty of people like him in the Pill Tower Hall. As for Wu Zhouxiu, with his image, he can only stay on Tianmu Peak and face off against Chen Fengxiao. If he is sent to Wuming Hall, I will lose face for no reason." Lu Lihong was dumbfounded. He didn't know if he should be thankful for his good looks or blame his good looks. Although Wu Zhouxiu wasn't tall, his looks were average. Looking at him standing on Tianmu Peak, his leadership skills weren't bad either. But all of this was nothing in the eyes of Vice Hall Master Su. Just because his image wasn't good, his future was ruined. How sad. I've already answered your question. I think you know the pros and cons. My request just now isn't too complicated. Have you thought about it?" Hearing Vice Hall Master Su's questioning, Lu Lihong still hesitated. "Vice Hall Master Su, if you have any orders, I won't dare to slack off. But we will spread the rules of the incense sect." Before Lu Lihong finished, Vice Hall Master Su waved his hand. "Rules? After talking for so long, you're still thinking about that broken rule. This old man can guarantee that there's absolutely no problem with this matter. Why don't you think about it? Even if you complete this matter, who would know that it was you who did it? Are you the head disciple of Wuming Hall or an inner sect disciple? Don't forget that you are now under my care. In the future, I don't need to use any tricks. I only need to make it clear to Vice Hall Master Pang so that he will no longer treat you differently. I don't need to tell you about your situation. I believe you know it yourself." After he finished speaking, he took out a jade bottle from his bosom and placed it on the table, saying, "This is a jade rejuvenation pill. Consider it your reward for helping me for the first time. In the future, whenever this old man has something to trouble you with, I will give you an appropriate reward according to the difficulty of the matter. This jade rejuvenation pill is just a new pill that this old man can take out. I believe that nephew already has an idea of how many pills there are in the inner sect. This old man has all of these pills. If you help this old man in the future, I will not treat you unfairly." Hearing Deputy Hall Chief Su's words, Lu Lihong looked at the jade bottle on the table with greedy eyes. He closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Then, he secretly gritted his teeth. What this old man wants to do is not too difficult. He even wants to give me a jade elixir as a reward. He must be testing me. But if I take this as an example, I will definitely be rewarded handsomely if I work for him in the future. Forget it, forget it. A man's ambition is limited by his poverty. I still have to live under his roof. After thinking about it, he lowered his head and said, Vice Hall Master Su is so generous and has treated me so well. How can I not agree? Good, good. That's good. As he said that, he waved his hand and the jade bottle floated to Lu Lihong. Seeing this, Lu Lihong's eyes revealed a look of admiration. This kind of pure internal strength was not something that he could compete with. Lu Lihong took the jade bottle and said, I don't deserve it. Vice Hall Master Su, this matter hasn't been settled yet. I don't deserve this pill. Vice Hall Master Su waved his hand in a magnanimous manner and said, It's fine. I'm not worried about you. Just take it. I believe you can handle it well. All right, thank you for your trust, Vice Hall Master Su. I can only accept it, but, Vice Hall Master Su smiled and said, You don't have to worry about anything else. I will take care of it. Once you do it, I will naturally know. Lu Lihong nodded and smiled apologetically. I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. All right, go ahead. Go and prepare for the trial. Lu Lihong was overjoyed. Chapter 597. A blazing sun hung high in the southeast. Above the sea of clouds, a small sword was shuttling back and forth in the air. It was as if the small sword had a mind of its own. Just as the small sword was shuttling through the air, two light red rings suddenly descended from the sky and swiftly wrapped around the small sword. In an instant, the small sword seemed to have lost its vitality and fell rapidly. But just as it fell 3 feet, the two rings suddenly trembled and flew up into the sky, landing directly into a cave on a nearby mountain peak. Then, a tall young man dressed in a green robe walked out, holding the jade ring and small sword that had just entered the cave. Standing at the entrance of the cave, he looked down at the jade ring in his hand and then looked up at the pure white sea of clouds. His eyes were full of expectation. This person was Zhang Xiaohua, who was practicing alchemy on Tianmu Peak. Zhang Xiaohua had already memorized the flying sword manual from the jade water sword, but she had never had the time to practice it. Now that she had some free time to refine the bone coagulation pill, she used her divine sense to instruct the small sword to practice above the sea of clouds. At the end of the practice, Zhang Xiaohua had an idea and took out the refined dragon binding ring, wanting to test its power. As expected, although the small sword was very nimble, wherever Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense reached, the dragon binding ring also followed. The small sword actually had no place to dodge. Of course, this was because Zhang Xiaohua was operating the two things herself, so it was inevitable that she was experimenting. But even so, it was still quite powerful. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was looking at the sea of clouds, thinking about the imperial wind technique that she had been practicing for 10 days. In these 10 days, Zhang Xiaohua practiced in the pill room when she had the time while refining pills. Now, she had just started practicing. According to the jade slip, once she practiced the imperial wind technique, she would be able to fly in the air and ride the wind. But with her current cultivation, she really didn't dare to jump out of this cave and step into the sea of clouds. If I can step on these continuous white clouds and ride the wind, I'm afraid my cultivation would be like that of an immortal. Zhang Xiaohua sighed with emotion. Moreover, after the imperial wind technique, there's the flight technique. How much people yearn for it. I suddenly thought of something. The 19 fragrant peaks are so far apart that it's difficult to even communicate with each other. Could it be that during the Immortal Tao, the various peaks relied on flying techniques to move around? In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to see a scene of light shooting in all directions. OMG, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "What are you talking about? How can I believe in the ranger biography? Even if I can master the flight technique, the journey from here to Shixin Peak is more than 10 days. How can my true chi be enough? Sigh, I wonder if I'll be able to see second brother's figure on Shixin Peak." At this time, Zhang Xiaohua wished she could grow a pair of wings and fly to Shixin Peak. Calm down, calm down. Haste makes waste. As long as I'm in fragrant religion, I'll get the news of second brother sooner or later. Zhang Xiaohua comforted herself slowly. She knew that even if she could enter Wuming Hall and become an outer disciple, she would not have the opportunity to enter Shixin Peak. On the contrary, she would fall into the eyes of some people, which would cause a certain difficulty in her actions. I, Xiaoxia, will never do things that make a fool of myself. Zhang Xiaohua said to herself. Io, it's getting late. Let's see the elixir in the furnace. This is the first batch of elixir refined with the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. It must be successful. At least it'll be the best. Zhang Xiaohua went into the elixir room. Inside the elixir room, there was a faint medicinal fragrance. The earth fire under the elixir furnace was burning fiercely. The true samadhi fire in the elixir furnace was getting brighter and brighter. It surrounded the elixir liquid and burned it. The elixir liquid that was rotating very fast earlier gradually stopped and only rotated faintly. Zhang Xiaohua went to the elixir room and penetrated her divine sense into the elixir furnace. Seeing the elixir liquid, she was relieved. The 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was indeed a good thing. Just by looking at the rotation of the elixir liquid and the formation outside the elixir liquid, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the bone-solidifying elixir only took 10 days to be refined. It was 3 days less than refining the pulse-nourishing elixir. In the process of refining the elixir, the changes of the elixir liquid were even more different than before. The elixir of the bone-solidifying elixir was mixed together at the beginning like the pulse-nourishing elixir. The elixir of the 5 elements was mixed together and the elixir of the 5 elements was gradually formed into a mature elixir. However, from the second day onwards, the elixir of the 5 elements gradually became distinct and formed the shape of 2 small fish. Their heads and tails were connected and mixed together. The rotation of the elixir liquid was like 2 fish chasing each other. What made Zhang Xiaohua the most dumbfounded was that at the point where the 2 fish touched, there was actually a faint starlight. The starlight faintly showed signs of flowing, surrounding the 2 fish and constantly rotating. However, the starlight was so subtle that Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could not see it clearly. However, for the 2 different elixirs, Zhang Xiaohua had a little idea in her heart. Within the heavenly way, Zhang Xiaohua knew that other than the Tao of the 5 elements, there was also the Tao of life and death, which was the Tao of Yin and Yang in Qi Huang. When these 2 different elixirs were first formed, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense had also observed some clues. On one side of the elixir was the fragrant soul wood, refined in the Qin furnace, as well as the elixir from the Qian furnace, Zhen furnace, and vibration furnace. On the other side, the elixir was the iron bone grass, refined in the exchange furnace, as well as the elixir from the Kuan furnace, Sun furnace, and Li furnace. In other words, the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace's 8 trigrams could also be divided into 2, yin and yang. As the process of forming the elixir progressed, a small dot gradually appeared in the 2 fish-shaped elixirs, just like a fish's eye. The elixir in this small dot was the essence of the other elixir. These small dots of elixir were also wrapped in starlight. This made Zhang Xiaohua ponder deeply. Yin and yang were opposites, mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. A solitary yang would not give birth, and a solitary yin would not grow. Only with yang in yin and yin in yang could it be the Tao of all things. And this elixir also went from medicinal herbs to elixir, from elixir to elixir, from elixir to elixir, from elixir to elixir, from elixir to elixir. It was precisely within the harmony of yin and yang, from nothing to something. This realization was akin to a bolt of lightning in Zhang Xiaohua's Tao heart, illuminating the heavenly Tao in Zhang Xiaohua's Tao heart. At that time, Zhang Xiaohua immediately sat down on the ground, no longer caring about the precious bone condensation pill in the cauldron in front of her, and directly comprehended this rare enlightenment. Before entering secluded meditation, Zhang Xiaohua habitually held the vitality stone in her hand. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation was still shallow. Although she was comprehending the heavenly Tao, it only took her 3 days to awaken from her secluded meditation. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation had taken a huge step forward, from the peak of the 6th layer of qi refining to the 7th layer of qi refining. However, a lot of the vitality in the vitality stone had been absorbed. Of the 18 layers of the Carefree Heart Sutra, the first 6 layers were for the initial stage of qi refining. As long as one could step into the threshold of qi refining and absorb enough vitality of heaven and earth, their cultivation would improve. From the 7th layer onwards, the role of one's temperament was highlighted. Progress at this time could not be made up by pure vitality of heaven and earth. Only when one's comprehension of the Heart Sutra made a breakthrough could one enter the next layer of cultivation. Zhang Xiaohua had already reached the peak of the 6th layer of qi refining when she was concocting pills in Rejuvenation Valley. However, the transition from the 6th layer to the 7th layer of qi refining was the transition from the initial stage of qi refining to the middle stage of qi refining. It was also the transition from quantitative cultivation to comprehension of the Heart Sutra. It was the most difficult transition. When the Tao of immortality was flourishing, who knew how many heavenly prodigies had broken through the threshold of qi refining, but they were stumped by this transition in comprehension, and their cultivation stagnated at the initial stage of qi refining for the rest of their lives. This could be considered the second great challenge of the Tao of immortality. Now that Zhang Xiaohua had obtained the 8 trigrams violet gold furnace, she had witnessed a new method of concocting pills. She had introduced the theory of the 8 trigrams into the 5 elements, and when she was gestating the pill, she had combined the yin and yang of the Tao of heaven, gaining a deep understanding of how yin and yang nurtured all living things. This understanding directly pushed her understanding of the Tao of heaven to a new level. Furthermore, she held a vitality stone in her hand, so her meridians very naturally drew a vast amount of vitality from the primal stones into her body. According to the Carefree Heart Sutra, her cultivation directly rose from the initial stage of qi refining to the middle stage of qi refining. This improvement seemed accidental, but it was actually inevitable. Zhang Xiaohua comprehended the Tao of heaven every day, absorbing the vitality from the vitality stones every night, and cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra. She was accumulating every day, and with the accumulation of time, it was only a matter of time before she went from quantitative to qualitative. The gestating process of the 8 trigrams violet gold furnace was merely a catalyst. Of course, after emerging from closed-door cultivation, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the time to check her cultivation. Instead, she hurriedly sent her spiritual sense into the furnace to check the medicinal liquid. Fortunately, apart from the tiny bit of medicinal liquid that had expanded countless times, almost half the size of the fish outside, there weren't many other changes. Only then did she check her cultivation and discover that she had actually advanced to the middle stage of qi refining. This made Zhang Xiaohua overjoyed. She immediately circulated her true qi through her brand new meridians a few more times. Only after she was completely familiar with it did she stop. In the next few days, it was the crucial moment for gestating the pill. Other than practicing the levitation technique and comprehending the Tao of heaven, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to distract herself with other matters. She even temporarily stopped practicing talismans and formations, afraid that she would enter closed-door cultivation again and miss the best opportunity to form the pill. As a matter of fact, after practicing her sword technique and testing the dragon binding hoop for a bit, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly returned to the furnace. At this moment, of the 2 fish-shaped medicinal liquids, the other type of medicinal liquid was almost as much as the previous type of medicinal liquid, each taking up half. Simply speaking, the composition of the 2 clumps of medicinal liquid was basically the same. There was only a slight difference. And this trace of medicinal liquid was all gathered at the edge of the 2 clumps of medicinal liquid, wrapped together by faint starlight. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's expression turned solemn. He took a deep breath and circulated his true qi to his fingers. Both of his hands formed a series of hand seals and sent the final spell of the pill nurturing technique into the medicinal liquid. As the spell was sent in, the faint red true samadhi fire drilled into the medicinal liquid and burned toward the edges of the medicinal liquid. Chapter 598. Now it was the end of the gestation period. A layer of array outside the medicinal liquid had gradually formed. Under the observation of Zhang Xiaohua's divine thought, the wisp of samadhi true fire burned along the boundary of the two medicinal liquids. The medicinal liquid boiled for a while, like water poured into hot oil. Zhang Xiaohua knew that this was the last moment of gestation. She didn't dare to be careless. She launched another technique. She only felt that a lot of the true qi in her body was drawn out at once. As the technique was launched, it slowly pushed the medicinal liquid that had been still. The starlight on the edge gradually spread between the two medicinal liquids with the burning of the samadhi true fire. The medicinal liquid gradually rotated. Zhang Xiaohua's divine thought also slowly couldn't see the movement inside. After a while, the entire medicinal liquid expanded and contracted. It even shook a little. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Immediately, the rotation that Zhang Xiaohua pushed with the technique also stopped. The entire medicinal liquid was quietly suspended in the center of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. The samadhi true fire, that was still vivid just now, also disappeared without a trace at this time. Zhang Xiaohua also stood there quietly. She swept her divine thought again. At this time, the medicinal liquid was completely invisible. The gestation period had been completed. However, at the end of gestation, Zhang Xiaohua's true qi in her body was consumed a lot. Thinking of the true qi used in the beginning to quench the liquid, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to rush to pull the pill. Instead, she sat cross-legged and took out the vitality stone to replenish the true qi in her body. Now that Zhang Xiaohua was already at the intermediate stage of the qi refining realm, the speed of absorbing the true qi in the vitality stone had greatly increased. In just a moment, it was finished replenishing. Putting away the vitality stone, Zhang Xiaohua slightly recalled the technique to pull the pill. The corner of her eyes slightly shrank. She launched the technique. Following the launch of the technique, some true qi was drawn out. The entire medicinal liquid swelled and a thumb-sized green medicinal pill appeared in the air beside it. It was exactly as described in the pill formula. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. She continued to launch the technique. Although the true qi in her body was consumed relatively quickly, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to replenish her true qi when she saw more and more bone-solidifying pills. Anyway, each time she refined pills, she could only pull out 9 pills. It wasn't enough to exhaust the true qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body. However, things were beyond Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. When she launched the technique for the 10th time into the medicinal liquid and waited for the bone-solidifying pill byproduct, she shockingly discovered that the 10th bone-solidifying pill was also pulled out. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel puzzled. However, since she could pull out more medicinal pills, Zhang Xiaohua was naturally overjoyed. Estimating the true qi in her body, Zhang Xiaohua continued to pull out 18 bone-solidifying pills in a row. Looking at the endless medicinal liquid left, Zhang Xiaohua understood something in her heart. Without hesitation, she launched the last technique. Sure enough, there was a series of crisp sounds. The last medicinal liquid was pulled out into a medicinal pill that was a lot smaller than the bone-solidifying pill. It was a little yellow. Upon closer inspection, it was 70% similar to the small bone-solidifying pill that Zhang Xiaohua saw previously. Zhang Xiaohua nodded her head slightly and took out a few jade bottles. Her hand formed a technique and pointed her finger. The opening of the Kun furnace opened, and with a wave of her hand, the 18 bone-solidifying pills flew into the few jade bottles. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua cast a seal on the jade bottles and carefully kept them in her purse. Only then did she look at the 7 or 8 small bone solidifying pills at the bottom of the furnace. Previously, Zhang Xiaohua didn't examine the small bone solidifying pill in detail. At this time, when she took out one to examine it carefully, she couldn't help but frown slightly. This small bone solidifying pill was extremely similar to the previous one. It was just that the color was slightly darker and the medicinal smell was much lighter. It was far from the previous medicinal fragrance that assailed her nostrils. When she looked at it, it was the same as the crimson flame pill that Zhang Xiaohua refined previously. There was a faint starlight. What's going on? Could it be that there's a mistake in my refining method? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and carefully thought about the refining process from beginning to end. She still had no clue. AI, forget it. When I refined the basic medicinal pills, there were no such problems. Why would there be a mistake when I refined the low-level medicinal pills? However, the color, smell, and other aspects of this medicinal pill should have been refined successfully. There shouldn't be any problems in the entire process. Oh, the Meridian Nourishing Pill only produced 9 medicinal pills last time. This time, it actually produced 18. It should be because of the amount of medicinal herbs. Even if it's a basic medicinal pill, if the medicinal herbs in the pill formula are complete and the quantity is sufficient, it should be able to produce more than 9 medicinal pills. Thinking about it, it was very reasonable. When Zhang Xiaohua was refining pills in the Rejuvenation Valley, she used very few medicinal herbs each time. It was far less generous than this time, where she put the whole medicinal herb into the pill furnace at once. Moreover, in the pill formula of the bone solidifying pill, there were more than 10 main ingredients. It was normal for her to be able to refine 18 medicinal pills. If there were only 9 pills, then Zhang Xiaohua had skimped on the job. Zhang Xiaohua took out a jade bottle and put the remaining small bone solidifying pill into the jade bottle. Suddenly, she thought of another question. In the Rejuvenation Valley, the byproduct of the Meridian Nourishing Pill was called Crimson Flame Pill. Why didn't the byproduct of the bone solidifying pill have other names? Why was it directly called Small Bone Solidifying Pill? Then, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Who cares what it's called? It's just a mark. I wonder if my small bone solidifying pill is better than the small bone solidifying pill of the incense cult?" Unfortunately, there was no one to verify this question for her. After putting away the bone solidifying pills, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the empty pill furnace and thought for a moment. Then, she cast a few incantations into the furnace. The earth fire under the pill furnace became a little smaller, but it still slowly heated the pill furnace. Then, Zhang Xiaohua checked the true qi in her body. She couldn't help but be shocked. She had just advanced to the middle stage of the aura refining realm, so the amount of true qi in her body was a lot more than before. However, this simple pill pulling process consumed more than half of the true qi in her body. If she was still in the early stage of the aura refining realm, she reckoned she wouldn't even be able to pull out all the true qi in her body. Alas, the middle stage of the aura refining realm isn't enough. This is only a low-level medicinal pill. What if it's a mid-level or high-level medicinal pill? Even the amount of true qi needed to refine the medicine wouldn't be enough. The path of cultivation seems to have just begun. Zhang Xiaohua sighed inwardly and took out another primordial stone. This small primordial stone seemed to have been used too frequently. After replenishing her true qi, Zhang Xiaohua simply didn't keep the primordial stone. Instead, she took it with her hands. With a twist of her body, she escaped to the outside of the cave. When she started refining the bone solidifying pills, Zhang Xiaohua spent nearly half a day putting the medicinal herbs into the pill furnace to refine the liquid. Pulling out the pills took even more time. At this time, it was already late at night. However, at this time, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. It was the best time to kill, it was the best time to practice the imperial wind technique. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense. Seeing that there was no one around, she immediately made an incantation with her hands and transferred her true qi to her legs. Then, her body flew up a little crookedly, faintly carrying the imperial wind technique. She directly flew into the darkness in the distance. During this period of refining pills, Zhang Xiaohua went to work in the medicinal fields early in the morning. The rest of the time, she stayed in the pill room to familiarize herself with the imperial wind technique. When night fell, when Bai Huan and Zhou Shuming both went back, she came out of the pill room and practiced the levitation technique on Tianmu Peak. The west side of Tianmu Peak belonged to the pill department of the pill expansion hall. At night, there were usually people watching over the pill furnaces that were refining pills. The east side belonged to the pill department of the pill expansion hall. It was all medicinal fields and forests. At night, there were no traces of people. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua could practice on the east side. Now that she had practiced for more than 10 days, Zhang Xiaohua could already reach the threshold of imperial wind technique. Her figure floating in the night sky indeed had a hint of immortality. However, although she was already in the middle stage of qi refining, her true qi was not enough to refine pills, let alone imperial wind technique. What was even more hateful was that the qi of heaven and earth was so thin that it was not enough for her to absorb, let alone support this imperial wind technique that looked like an immortal. Zhang Xiaohua could only hold on to the qi in her hands and try to absorb it into her body with all her might. At the same time, she performed the adorable yet hateful imperial wind technique. Like a gust of wind, she left a faint shadow on the east side of Tianmu Peak. Flying to a low-lying area, Zhang Xiaohua was a little tired. Just as she was about to stop, her divine sense suddenly discovered two figures beside the forest in the distance. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. She immediately descended from the sky. Before she landed, she made an incantation with her hands and directly burrowed into the ground. She did not want to be seen through. When she poked her head out again, she was already at the roots of a tree 10 feet away. The two people beside the forest did not seem to notice anything unusual and were only whispering to each other. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua did not care and was about to escape. However, just as she was about to turn around, she suddenly realized that it was already too late. The disciples of the grass division were not this diligent. There must be something fishy going on. She did not know what they were up to. However, in her divine sense, the two people's faces were unfamiliar, as if she had never seen them before. Could it be, since she was curious, Zhang Xiaohua quietly went to the place where the two people were talking. She found an inconspicuous stone and poked her head out to eavesdrop on their conversation. One of them said, "Senior Hu, this is the territory of the grass division. It's better to be careful and not be discovered." Senior Hu smiled and said, "Junior Qian, don't worry. The people of the grass division have already returned. Who else would be in this wilderness? Caution is the parent of safety. We can't not be on guard. If someone sees our grass division's territory, it will be hard to explain. No wonder Lord Spring Equinox often praises you and says that you are a promising talent. He even told us to learn from you. Lord Spring Equinox is too kind. This one is just a little more careful. Alright, let's not talk too much." This time, more than 10 outsiders came to the pill opening hall. Did you notice anyone from the sect? Senior Hu, the people who came this time were quite scattered. Our Tianmu Peak is famous for being difficult to mix in. Who would come here? There are only a few apprentices who refine pills. This one has already seen them. None of them are our brothers. Chapter 599. What about the disciples from the other peaks? I've also taken the opportunity to go to the other peaks. The situation was the same. The new disciples turned a blind eye to the secret hand signals of the sect. I don't think they're among them. That's strange. The sect sends people here every 10 years. Why didn't they send anyone this year? The two were silent for a while. Senior brother Hu continued, "Oh right, recently there was a medicine boy from Rejuvenation Valley in our Tianmu Peak's grass division. His martial arts are very strong. Could it be? I've already thought of this. After the bet, I tried to show him the hand signals. He didn't feel it at all, so it shouldn't be him. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Based on his tone, this junior brother Qian should be from the pill department. When did someone from the pill department give her a hand signal? Why didn't she have any impression of it? Looking at his arrogant appearance, he might not be from the sect. How could he reveal his strong martial arts and be so close to Chen Fengshao as soon as he arrived at Tianmu Peak? But junior brother Qian, there aren't any suitable candidates for the pill department's medicine boy. I think you should go take a look at the medicine boys from the grass division. Maybe the sect changed their direction this year and started from Rejuvenation Valley. Senior brother Hu is right. I think so too. If we start from the pill department every year, it's inevitable that we'll be exposed. It's inevitable that we'll try other methods. But we're disciples of the pill department and can only guard Tianmu Peak. If we go to the other peaks to find the grass division disciples, there won't be many opportunities. It's only because Tianmu Peak is a bit chaotic that Lord Spring Equinox let us stay here. If it were the other peaks, it might be inconvenient to move around. Lord Spring Equinox is wise. Oh right, senior brother Hu, did any of our brothers enter the other halls this year? This. Lord Spring Equinox didn't say, so I don't know. But we're all spies in the fragrant cult. Most of our contacts are one way. Lord Spring Equinox might not let us know. The sect has been scheming for many years. Although the fragrant cult is content to stay in a remote corner, didn't we also sneak in? It's just that there's something strange about the way in and out of the incense-spreading cult. All information cannot be leaked out. Our people can only enter but not leave. That's right. It's extremely difficult to be an outer disciple, let alone pass the test and roam the Jianghu. Not only do you have to be strong in martial arts, but you also have to have a clean background. Disciples from outside are not allowed to go out. Therefore, we outer disciples are powerless even if we want to. Isn't that so? If not for that, Lord Spring Equinox would have been able to send a message. Why should we worry about it? Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. If you have time, you should go to the medicine boys of the grass division and find some time to interact with them. See if there are any of our people among them. Alright, please inform Lord Spring Equinox that I will definitely accomplish it. After saying that, the two of them looked left and right carefully. One went up, the other went down, heading straight to the west side of Tianmu Peak. After waiting for everyone to leave, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It seems that these two must have been sent by the incense-spreading cult's enemies. Moreover, they must have been hiding in the incense-spreading cult for a long time. Every 10 years, someone would enter. Could it be that Li Chang? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought of Valley Lord Nie's warning before they set off from Rejuvenation Valley. But how could he be sure that Li Chang was sent by someone else? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. In fact, he had forgotten that when it came to unknown origins, his own origins were even more unknown than Li Chang's. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua said to himself, in any case, this incense-spreading cult is a big turtle shell. Once you enter, don't even think about leaving. Wait for me to find second brother's news and find a chance to capture Li Chang. Or that junior brother Qian. I'll know once I ask. Why bother hurting my brain? If he doesn't say anything, I'll just use my bewitching finger. What else can I not know? Saying this, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense and carefully looked. Then, he floated up and rode the wind to the top of Tianmu Peak. Speaking of the imperial wind technique, it was several times faster than Zhang Xiaohua's levitation technique. It didn't take long for him to reach the top of the mountain. The entire mountain was quiet. Even Bai Huan's little hut had long extinguished its lights. Zhang Xiaohua first walked to the medicine field and found the seeds that he watered with spring water rich in vitality every day. The seeds were the same as before. There were no signs of germination. However, the seeds seemed to be absorbing vitality. These few seeds had much stronger vitality fluctuations than the others. Then, Zhang Xiaohua returned to the cave and set up the restriction. He returned to the pill room. In the pill room, the earth fire was still burning, warming the pill furnace on top. Zhang Xiaohua took out the futon and sat cross-legged in front of the pill furnace. Holding the vitality stones in his hand, he did his routine homework every night. In the next month or so, Zhang Xiaohua, in addition to working in the fields, spent most of his time in the alchemy room, refining them a meridian-nourishing pill, bone-condensing pill, and so on again, harvesting a lot of pills. Moreover, according to the pill formula in the jade slip, he used a small alchemy furnace to refine some basic, detoxification pills. Although refining these pills consumed a lot of medicinal herbs, compared to the medicinal herbs Zhang Xiaohua won in the last gambling fight, the amount was still very little. In addition to refining pills, Zhang Xiaohua still spent a lot of time comprehending the way of heaven. This was a skill that could not be seen in a short time. After Zhang Xiaohua advanced to the middle stage of the qi refining realm, the rabbit talisman in her mud pill palace improved again. She gradually comprehended them one by one. Now, she had nearly 200 rabbit talismans. In addition to these, the spirit traction technique seemed to have changed and began to slowly improve again. What made Zhang Xiaohua most gratified was the imperial wind technique. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have a unique talent for the levitation technique and the imperial wind technique. Since she touched the threshold of the imperial wind technique, she could not stop. She practiced the imperial wind technique that she did not even dare to think about before to a proficient level. She only lacked abundant qi of heaven and earth. Otherwise, she could really fly with the wind like the way of immortals. Among them, there was also a gambling battle on Tianmu Peak. However, Zhang Xiaohua still used his previous level of martial arts. Under Chen Fengxiao's arrangement, he won 2 victories and won a few bottles of insignificant pills. Now, his limelight on Tianmu Peak was faintly showing signs of surpassing the 6 great arhats. If it were not for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua only worked on Tianmu Peak and never appeared in front of the disciples of the pill-expanding hall, Chen Fengxiao had already instructed not to disturb him, Zhang Xiaohua would have attracted the attention of all the disciples wherever he went. It seemed that everything was going according to the normal trajectory and also according to Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Even Zhou Shuming's surveillance was gradually reduced. Wu Zhouxiu should also be slowly relieved. On this day, the sun was shining brightly. Far away in the exquisite little courtyard of Lingxiang Peak, by the lotus pond, Peacock was talking to Chen Chen about something. There was a strange expression on Peacock's face. She stared at the surface of the lotus pond and seemed to be lost in thought. Chen Chen looked at her from the side and endured. Finally, he opened his mouth and said, "Senior sister, say something. You've been in closed-door training for dozens of days. It's rare to see you come out. When I came to see you, you made a clay Buddha statue and didn't say a word." When Peacock heard this, she laughed out loud and said, "Junior sister even knows about clay Buddha statues. You've gained a lot from this trip." "Well, I thought you wouldn't say anything." Chen Chen curled his lips and said, "Actually, it's nothing. I didn't go out and wanted to go out. But when I went out, I saw a bunch of boring people. There was really no meaning in going out. Sigh, why didn't I encounter something as interesting as Ren Xiaoyao?" Hearing these 3 words, Peacock's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She said uneasily, if you're willing, I'll let you go to Carefree City next time. Maybe you'll meet him." "Hee, that guy has been sent to the pill hall. Where would there be a second Ren Xiaoyao?" "Right, I don't know how that kid is doing in Biyao Peak." This? Peacock's heart skipped a beat. To tell the truth, she had always felt that she did not have any feelings for this ordinary young man that she had only met a few times. However, the words of Abbess Jing Fan last time, and her firm affirmation, and the face that appeared in her mind from time to time when she was in closed-door training, she had begun to doubt her own feelings. Could this be fate bestowed by the heavens? So that you can't forget him? She did not dare to answer Chen Chen's words. She frowned slightly and said, "Who knows, he's just a medicine boy. If he were to be placed in Biyao Peak, it would be like a drop of water falling into a lotus pond. It's impossible to see him." When she said this, she felt a burst of annoyance for no reason. She casually flicked her finger and changed the topic, saying, "Right, didn't you want to go to the Yulon Grand Canyon? Master has already agreed, why don't you hurry up and prepare?" I remember that the disciples who were patrolling the mountain last time had already found the restriction loosening. Maybe the time to enter the valley will be brought forward. Huh, Chen Chen laughed out loud, holding Peacock's arm and said, "Thank you for your concern, senior sister. However, Master has already told me that this year's Yulon Dusk refinement will be brought forward by a lot. I estimate that we will be able to enter in a few days. I have already come to find senior sister and wanted to ask for some experience. Unfortunately, senior sister has been in closed-door training." "Oh, so that's the case. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "I will tell you roughly now." Without waiting for Peacock to speak, Chen Chen said, "No need, senior sister. I have already asked the other senior sisters and have a rough idea in my heart." "Oh, that's good. Although there are a lot of dangers in the Yulon Grand Canyon, those are for the outer disciples and other ordinary disciples. We inner disciples basically don't have to worry about it. As long as we pay a little attention, I have nothing to say to you. The last time I entered the valley, except for a leopard, I did not encounter anything. Right, you have a carefree personality, there are some things that you should consider carefully." Chapter 600. I know, senior. Chen Chen held Peacock's arm and smiled, "I'm not going alone this time, I can't be careless. When we enter the valley, the inner disciples will be together. Once we're in the valley, we'll have to separate. Don't be careless." "Hee, I know. But this time, I have a tail." What do you mean?" Peacock was confused. "Hey, do you still remember Master Jingyi's female disciple?" "I know." "What do you mean, she's going to follow you into the valley?" "Are you kidding me, she's only been in the inner sect for a few years? Although she's cultivated with Master Jingyi, but how is she qualified for this valley orchid dusk?" "That's right, senior sister is right. I don't know how she reported it to Martial Uncle's sect leader, but he actually agreed. The worst thing is, Martial Uncle's sect leader said that I have a bad temper and was afraid that something would happen to me inside, so he asked me to take care of her. He even said that my martial arts cultivation is high and I can protect her. Don't you think it's funny?" "Is that so?" Peacock said, "Since Master Jingyi has already spoken, there's no point in you refusing. Actually, Master Jingyi is right. You two can learn from each other's strengths and complement each other." Chen Chen pouted and said, "I'm not familiar with her, what's so interesting about that? Moreover, I'm going to the valley to look for opportunities, not to be a nanny. If I bring her along, how can I be at ease?" Hee. Peacock chuckled, "That's your problem. If you weren't famous for being careless, how could Master Jingyi find you? Sigh, that child is also a pitiful person. If we don't help her, who else can? Only senior is kind-hearted." "Forget it, I'm just nagging you, don't take it to heart." I know, you're tough on the mouth but soft on the heart. You can't bear to see someone you're close to being bullied. Master Jingyi gave that child to you for the same reason." Senior sister, I only have this one shortcoming, and all of you have seen it so clearly. How am I supposed to live with myself in the future?" Hee, don't be complacent. I don't know what you're thinking. Master has already told me. Although I went to the Yulon Grand Canyon 5 years ago, I still know where the good things are. I don't think the other senior sisters will tell you these things. Hee, that's right. I'm your junior sister. If you don't tell me, who else can you tell?" Peacock glanced at her with annoyance and told her about her last trip to the Yulon Grand Canyon and the few hidden places she found. She did not forget to remind her, yellow wind and black lightning have not come out for a long time. Maybe they died of old age, or maybe they died of serious injuries. These are all guesses. It is better to be prepared. If you see any signs of trouble, it is better to run as far away as possible. I understand. Chen Chen said disapprovingly, so many years have passed. Things that have disappeared without a trace can't possibly still exist in the world. Counting the actions of the sect master and the others, it should have been decades. Chen Chen. To tell you the truth, don't let your guard down. The Yulon Grand Canyon is a mysterious area of our incense cult. Generations of sect masters and elders have attached great importance to it. But from the records of our cult, no one has been able to fully understand the canyon, not even the immortal seniors from 10,000 years ago. Moreover, the beasts in the canyon are all psychic creatures, not to mention the two legendary ones. If you don't take my words to heart, maybe. Peacock did not finish her words. Chen Chen smiled and said, I know, senior sister. No matter how stupid I am, it's impossible for me to not care about my own life. It's just that I still have a burden with me. Tell me, how can I escape? Even if I meet the legendary fiend, Then, her smile turned into a bitter smile. Sigh, that's true. Peacock sighed. She could not understand why the sect master would agree to let an inner disciple who was not very good at martial arts enter the Yulon Grand Canyon. Then, Peacock clenched her teeth, every man for himself. Although the sect master has entrusted her to you, you can only protect her to the extent of your ability. If you can't. Yes, senior sister, don't worry. I know this. Chen Chen nodded her head in all seriousness, and then rebuked, Senior sister, when I went to the other senior sisters, didn't they all congratulate me for having the opportunity to enter the Yulon Grand Canyon? Only you nagged endlessly, as if as long as I entered, would encounter something. Children's words carry no harm. Children's words carry no harm. Peacock smiled and said, look at what you're saying. On the Lingxiang Peak, Peacock and Chen Chen had a deep sisterly relationship and had endless things to say. Biyao Peak, Pill Expanding Hall, 100 Herb Hall. Elder Zishan sat at the head of the table, accompanied by Deputy Hall Master Su. Elder Zishan squinted his eyes and looked tired, as if he was thinking about something. Deputy Hall Master Su looked at him for a while and said in a low voice, Hall Master, if you have any difficulties, can I help you share the burden? Elder Zishan sighed, opened his eyes and said, isn't it because of the Misty Hall? Alas, not only me, but the other hall masters are also scratching their heads. Forget it, there will be a way when the time comes. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Then, he thought of something and said, right, I forgot to tell you that the prohibition of the Yulon Grand Canyon has been loosened. Perhaps the Yulon Evening Refinement will be brought forward a few days, and it's time to send disciples in. Think about it, choose suitable people from the grass sect and draw up a list. You've done this in the past, so it shouldn't be too late to tell me now, right? Hearing this, Deputy Hall Master Su was obviously stunned. Then, he took out a stack of paper and handed it to Elder Zishan, saying, Hall Master, you must have forgotten that you've told me about this earlier. At that time, the prohibition of the canyon had just loosened and you wanted me to start early, so that I wouldn't be late to pick the herbs. Look, I've already drawn up the list of people entering the canyon. If you think it's suitable, I'll let my disciples inform them and make preparations in advance. When the time comes, they can enter. Anyway, we'll be the last to enter. Haha. Elder Zishan slapped his forehead and said, look at my head. Now that you've said it, I do have some impression of it. Alas, it's all because of the matter at Shushin Peak. Then, he took the paper with the names written on it from Deputy Hall Master Su's hands. He glanced at it and said, every time the Yulon Evening Refinement occurs, our Pill Expanding Hall will lose some medicine boys. This time, you have to choose better ones. It's best if they have some martial arts foundation. Don't let them become food when they encounter fierce beasts. Then, He casually handed the list to Deputy Hall Master Su. Deputy Hall Master Su took it and said respectfully, "We can't help losing medicine boys. We grass sect disciples don't know martial arts and spend most of our time taking care of the medicine fields. It's really difficult to stand out on the path of martial arts. Even Heaven and Earth Hall and Cleansing Jade Hall also lose people every year. Yes, last year's Yulan evening refinement didn't seem to pick any good spiritual herbs, so the inner sect was a little unhappy. I hope the disciples who go in this time will have good luck." Not every disciple is as lucky as Lu Lihong. However, this time, I will specially instruct a few disciples who are good at martial arts to pay more attention when they enter the valley. They will definitely make the hall master proud. Ha ha ha. Elder Zishan laughed. "Do you think they are inner sect disciples who can enter and exit the Yulong Grand Canyon as if there is no one around? Let's let them save their own lives first before we talk about anything else." "Yes, I know. Hall Master is merciful. This is something that everyone in the pill expanding hall can see. Well, you can go and quickly distribute the list. Maybe tomorrow or the day after, there will be news from Lingering Fragrance Peak. Don't delay the Yulan evening refinement arrangement." "Yes, I will immediately supervise this matter." Deputy Hall Master Su stood up and cupped his hands with a smile on his face. The pill expanding hall's subordinates were White Mountain Peak, Three Reeds Peak, Tianmu Peak, and Track Peak. Not long after, several disciples rode their horses and headed towards these peaks. In a hall on Tianmu Peak, Chen Feng of the Grass Division was eating and talking to Wu Zhoushu of the Pill Division about the recent situation of Tianmu Peak. Wu Zhoushu said, "Congratulations Headmaster Chen. In this gambling fight, the Grass Division has won against the Pill Division again. In the future, the situation will be reversed." Chen Feng smiled and waved his hand, "Not at all. At most, it will be a draw. How can it be like before when we were suppressed by you guys?" After drinking a mouthful of tea, Wu Zhoushu said, "It's your Grass Division's luck to have a medicine boy named Ren Xiaoyao from Rejuvenation Valley. His skills are comparable to our 3 guardian deities. Yes, this young man is not bad. His luck is also indescribable. Including the 3 matches in the first gambling fight, he has won 5 matches in a row. His harvest is not small. However, this is because he has just arrived. The brothers participating in the gambling fight are not too familiar with his fist techniques. After a few more fights, it will not be so easy to win." "That is true. However, he is still young. There is a lot of room for improvement in the future. If he obtains a suitable martial arts cultivation method, he may be another Lu Lihong." Whether he is another Lu Lihong or not, it has nothing to do with us. Look at that Lu Lihong. Since he entered the outer sect, how many times has he returned to the pill expanding hall? Even our Tianmu Peak is the first time. If Ren Xiaoyao is also like this, it will not benefit us at all." Wu Zhoushu shook his head, looking at him. He does not look like a heartless person. Last time when Lu Lihong came with Yang Yao, he only recognized Yang Yao. Even if you introduced Lu Lihong first, he still bowed to Yang Yao first. "Yes, I know that. Otherwise, would not accommodate him." Zhou Shuming has been on Tianmu Peak for so long. Did you discover anything? What about you? Isn't Bai Huan with him every day? Did you discover anything? Ha ha ha. The two of them laughed loudly, with a, "you know what I mean," look on their faces. This gave the disciples who were rushing in a fright. Chapter 601. Chen Fengshao looked at the Grass Division disciple and asked, "What's the matter?" The disciple reported, "Bai Yefeng sent him, he said it's important." Hall leader, why are you paying attention to us? Wu Zhoushu was puzzled. Our Tianmu Peak has been really quiet recently, there aren't many battles. Why don't you let him in? Chen Fengshao waved his hand for the disciple to bring him in. Although it was a disciple, Chen Fengshao and Wu Zhoushu didn't dare to just sit there. They both got up and walked out. When they reached the entrance of the hall, they saw a disciple rush in. Seeing Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu, he bowed, "Greetings to the two leaders." Chen Fengxiao hurried forward and supported him. "Junior brother He, no need to be so polite. We're all brothers of the pill-spreading hall, no need to be so polite." Junior martial brother He stood up and said, "Headmaster Chen and Wu Dalong are very famous in our pill-expanding hall. Compared to you, junior martial brother is really ashamed." The two led junior brother He into the hall, and after some small talk, Chen Fengxiao asked, "Junior brother He is a disciple of the pill division. Why did Tianmu Peak suddenly send me a message? Is there a mistake in what I said?" As he spoke, he glanced at Wu Zhouxiu. Wu Zhouxiu was also confused. The pill-spreading hall's messages were usually sent by Grass Division disciples to Chen Fengxiao and Pill Division disciples to Wu Zhouxiu. When he heard that a disciple from Bai Yefeng came to find Chen Fengxiao, Wu Zhouxiu thought it was a Grass Division disciple. But when he saw junior brother He of the Pill Division, he was puzzled and thought there was a mistake. Junior martial brother He smiled and said, "I don't know about this. It's just that Vice Hall Master Su sent me here to deliver the name list for the secluded Orchid Evening Refinement to Tianmu Peak. Tell me, if I didn't come to Headmaster Chen, would I come to Wu Dalong?" Hearing junior brother He mention the list of Orchid Evening Refinement, not only Chen Fengxiao, but Wu Zhouxiu was also puzzled. "There's still a few months until the Orchid Evening Refinement. Why are you suddenly talking about this? I also just found out that this year's Orchid Dusk Refinement seems to be brought forward, which is in the next few days. That's why Vice Hall Master Su sent me here in a hurry, and told me to return to the White Mountain Peak after I finish packing up." "Oh, I see." Chen Fengxiao nodded with a smile. Although he still did not understand, he did not ask anything else after looking at the Wuzhou ruins. Then, junior brother He took out a list from his bosom and handed it to Chen Fengxiao, saying, "Headmaster Chen, this is the list of 35 people participating in the Orchid Dusk Refinement today. Take a look and quickly inform them to pack up and follow me to Biyao Peak tomorrow." Okay. Chen Feng took the list with a smile and said while looking at it. This wasn't the first time they had sent disciples to the Yulong Grand Canyon to pick herbs, so he naturally understood the rules. Although the Grass Division disciples weren't too willing to enter the Grand Canyon, this was the Pill Opening Hall Master's personal order, so no one could go against it. Chen Fengxiao roughly looked through the list, then raised his head and said, "Junior brother He, go and rest first, I'll go." That's not right." Chen Fengxiao suddenly thought of something and immediately raised the name list in front of his eyes. As if he couldn't believe his own eyes, he looked at it carefully again. Then, he pointed at a name and said, "Junior martial brother He, is this wrong?" Junior brother He was also surprised. "How is it written wrongly? Is there a mistake in the name?" Seeing this, Wuzhou Ruins also walked forward and looked at the name Chen Fengxiao pointed at carefully. Although the Pill Division didn't participate in the Orchid Dusk Refinement, the list wasn't a secret. Although Wuzhou Ruins belonged to the Pill Division, he didn't avoid anything. Sure enough, when Wuzhou Ruins saw the name, he also said curiously, "Ren Xiaoyao? Isn't this the new medicine boy from the Grass Division? Why was he also chosen for the Orchid Dusk Refinement list?" Chen Fengxiao at the side also said, "This Ren Xiaoyao has only been at Tianmu Peak for a month. He seems to be still young, only 14 or 15 years old. How can he have the qualifications to enter the Orchid Grand Canyon? If it was 5 or 10 years later, he would be a very good candidate." This junior brother He looked at the name written in black and white, and said, "Is there another person in the Grass Division with the same name?" Chen Fengxiao shook his head and said, "There's only one person, no one else." "Then, I don't know. When I received the list from Vice Hall Master Su, I didn't look at it carefully. This is also the first time I've heard of Ren Xiaoyao's name." Junior brother He said apologetically. This Chen Fengxiao was a little embarrassed. When Wuzhou Ruins heard this, he suddenly thought of something and his face changed slightly. Looking at the disciple from the Pill Division, he seemed to have understood something. He took half a step back and looked at Chen Fengxiao without saying anything. What? Does head leader Chen want to question this list? Junior brother, he was a little unhappy. No, no. Chen Fengxiao was startled and waved his hand. I just feel that this Ren Xiaoyao is still young and not suitable. Junior brother, he laughed. Head leader Chen, have you not heard of this saying? If you can do it, you can do it. If you can't, you can't. If you can't, you can't. As long as it's someone that our hall master has his eyes on, there's only one word for it. You have no choice but to accept it. Chen Fengxiao said with a smile, that's right, that's right. I accept it very much, very much. Hee, it seems that head leader Chen is very familiar with this person. Furthermore, you said that he's not suitable this year and would be most suitable in 5 or 10 years? Chen Feng listened with a smile. Since he had nothing else to do, he told him about Zhang Xiaohua's participation in the bet. He smiled and said, in a few years' time, this young man will be invincible on Tianmu Peak. It will be dangerous for him to enter the canyon this year. Oh, so that's how it is. Junior brother, he suddenly understood and said, I've heard Vice Hall Master Su say a few words. This Yulon Grand Canyon's restrictions have been loosened in advance. The danger inside might increase, so it's fine to send more disciples with good martial arts. This is the reason. Wu Zhouxiu, who had retreated half a step, also returned to normal. He stepped forward and said, that's right. Every year, we lose disciples in the Grand Canyon. It must be done appropriately. Although Ren Xiaoyao is young, he is one of the top few in Tianmu Peak. It's only right to send him. Chen Fengxiao pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. What the two said made sense. Although Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were not as good as the outer sect disciples, he was still much stronger than the ordinary grass sect disciples. His chances of returning alive from the Yulon Grand Canyon were much higher than the others. Thus, it was not unexpected for him to be included in the list of 36. However, a little medicine boy who had just come from Rejuvenation Valley was sent to Tianmu Peak as soon as he arrived at Biyao Peak. In less than a month, he would be sent to the Yulon Grand Canyon, a place where even the disciples of Pill Excavating Hall would turn pale. This made Chen Fengxiao feel that something was not right. Could it be, however, even if he had this, could it be, thought, he did not have the qualifications nor any reason to object. Thus, he reached out and put the list into his bosom. He smiled and said, all right, junior brother, his task can be considered completed. Let's go, I will set up a banquet to welcome junior brother he. Let your Dan Division's senior brother Wu accompany you. Junior brother, he was also courteous. He cupped his hands and said, many thanks to head manager Chen. I have long wanted to drink with the two heads at Tianmu Peak. Now I have finally found the opportunity. However, he looked at the list in Chen Fengxiao's bosom and said, head manager Chen, please distribute this list first and let the disciples on the list prepare. They will return to Biyao Peak with me tomorrow morning. Chen Fengxiao nodded with a smile, junior brother, he is right. Wu Dalong, accompany junior brother he. I will personally bring the list over and let the selected disciples prepare now. I will definitely not delay junior brother he's journey tomorrow. After he finished speaking, he quickly left the hall and instructed the relevant disciples to quickly carry out the list. It was easy to send a list from Biyao Peak, but the disciples of Tianmu Peak had many things to do. Not to mention handing over their own matters to others, even the preparations before departure, and, cough cough, the arrangements for the future were also extremely troublesome. In the past, the list was sent a few days in advance, leaving 2 to 3 days for the disciples to prepare. How could it be like today, sending the list today and bringing the disciples back to Biyao Peak tomorrow morning? Therefore, although junior brother he had agreed to drink with Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu, he still had to supervise Chen Fengxiao to carry out the selection of disciples first. After Chen Fengxiao had walked away, Wu Zhouxiu sat down with junior brother he and said in a low voice, I wonder if junior brother he has any instructions for me when you come? Junior brother he nodded and said, Vice Hall Leader Su has a message for me, but it is quite difficult to understand. Haha. Please explain, junior brother he. Vice Hall Leader Su said to keep an eye on things. Things? Wu Zhouxiu could not help but say, then he smiled bitterly and said, I understand. If I go back and see Vice Hall Leader Su, please report back to Hall Leader Su. I will definitely follow Hall Leader Su's instructions and ask him not to worry. Seeing that Wu Zhouxiu understood the meaning of those words, junior brother he breathed a sigh of relief and said, of course, we are all working for Hall Leader Su. Wu Dalong is Hall Leader Su's right-hand man. If there is any opportunity in the future, I hope senior brother Wu can put in a good word for me in front of Hall Leader Su. No, no. Wu Zhouxiu waved his hand. Junior apprentice brother he is the one who is closest to the water and enjoys the moonlight first. Every day, he works in front of Lord Hall Master, and all the hard work is seen by him. You see, even the important matter of sending the name list was trouble to junior apprentice brother he of the pill department. This shows how important junior apprentice brother he is to Lord Hall Master. Junior brother he's eyes were a little proud, cupping his hands and said, we are all Hall Leader Su's subordinates. We will go wherever is suitable, as long as he is satisfied. Isn't that our goal? That's right, that's right. On the top of Tianmu Peak, Zhang Xiaohua, who had just finished refining pills, was standing in the sunset and stretching. When he heard Bai Huan telling him about going to the Yulon Grand Canyon, he couldn't help but be stunned. He pointed to his nose and said, did you hear it wrong? It's me, Ren Xiaoyao. Chapter 602. When Bai Huan heard this, he said innocently, junior brother Ren, what are you talking about? How could I have misheard such an important matter? Just now, Headmaster Chen sent a disciple over and I had to confirm it again and again. I know that junior brother has been training hard and did not dare to let him disturb you. That's why I waited for you to come out. Otherwise, I would have directly asked him to find you. Thank you senior brother Bai. Junior brother Ren, it seems that you already know about the Valley Orchid Dusk refinement? I wanted to tell you about it. Yes, the last time senior brother Lu Lihong came, he talked about it a little. Headmaster Chen said that I may only have the qualifications to enter after 5 or 10 years. I did not expect to be lucky enough to see it this year. But, looking at you, other than being surprised, you don't seem to be panicking at all? This. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, isn't it just some wild beasts? When I was young at home, I often went hunting in the mountains. Alas, this guy is now full of nonsense. Bai Huan's face had an expression of, I knew you had never seen it before, and said with concern, junior brother Ren, I know that your martial arts are strong, but I still want to tell you that the beasts in the valley are completely different from the ones you have seen before. You must not be careless. Looking at this white fatty who wanted to take advantage of her as soon as she arrived at Tianmu Peak, Zhang Xiaohua felt a warm feeling in her heart. Although some people didn't give people a good first impression, after interacting with them for a long time, she might be able to discover some of their good points. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, didn't you say that there are outer disciples protecting you? Since their martial arts are so good, and they follow a fixed route and a fixed place to gather herbs, what is there to be afraid of? These are all facts, and these places are relatively safe. However, anything is possible. You don't know, the last time I went there, although I didn't encounter any special beasts, even a jackal killed one of our grass tribe brothers. Sigh, it was not far in front of me. Now that I think about it, I'm scared. Bai Huan's face was filled with lingering fear. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, the outer court disciples didn't notice? Why didn't they stop him? Them? Bai Huan sneered, they are just escorting us to the herb-picking area. They are only responsible for the safety on the way. When they are picking herbs, they also have to take the trial. How can they take care of us? In other words, when we reach the place where we pick the herbs, there's still a chance that we'll be attacked by those ferocious beasts? Of course, although there are hiding places in the herb-gathering area, our skills are not as good as those ferocious beasts. As long as a ferocious beast appears, there will be casualties. I don't know about others, but at that time, I was extremely nervous. I prayed to the heavens as I picked the herbs. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she couldn't help but feel some sympathy and said, Senior Bai, if that's the case, I feel that the price you gave me last time was too low. How about I give you some more pills? Bai Huan's hand shook vigorously. Her face was a little red as she said, Junior Brother Ren, please don't say that. In fact, by exchanging herbs for your pills, I have already taken a big advantage. If you continue to say this, I will be too ashamed to show my face. Looking at Bai Huan, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what to feel. Since that night when he first came to Tianmu Peak, the first person he met was Bai Huan. Bai Huan shamelessly asked him to extort things. Although it was very hinting, Zhang Xiaohua had already labeled him as unwelcome. After that, Bai Huan was instructed by Chen Fengxiao to keep an eye on Zhang Xiaohua. This made him even more displeased. But now that he thought about it, Bai Huan didn't know whether it was because she was afraid of his martial arts or because of other reasons, but she didn't disturb him at all. She only watched from afar and called out to him. She also never rashly entered the cave and only stood at a fixed distance from the cave entrance. Sigh, you really can't define a person as good or bad. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in his heart. Just like Valley Master Nya of Rejuvenation Valley. He himself thinks that he is a very good person, but Chen Fengxiao thinks that he is a person who is unpardonably evil. Forget it, forget it. I have my own conscience. I will use my own eyes to judge people. How can I care about other people's opinions? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua reached into his clothes and took out the few blood coagulation pills that he won 2 days ago. He smiled and said, Senior Brother Bai, although I suffered a lot in exchanging pills for herbs because of my lack of knowledge, but you see, you can get these pills after a bet, right? I think that your herb is not bad. It is not bad. Here, take it. Take it as a little brother's compensation to you. A hint of desire flashed in Bai Huan's eyes. However, he immediately shook his head and said, I really can't accept this blood coagulation pill. Junior Brother Ren will face many dangers on this trip. This pill is best for stopping bleeding. It is useful. Then, he said embarrassedly, of course, if Junior Brother Ren can come back safely, it won't be too late to give this pill to me. Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua laughed and put the pill into his clothes. He said, well said, Senior Brother Bai, it's a deal. When I come back, I will give this blood coagulation pill to you. Bai Huan's face flushed red and he nodded desperately. Then, Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, Senior Brother Bai, I have something I want to entrust to you. Bai Huan patted his chest and said, Junior Brother Ren, just tell me what you want. As long as I can do it, even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire, I am willing to do it. Gosh. Zhang Xiaohua secretly said, why does this sentence sound so familiar? It's nothing. I wanted to ride my David's deer to the canyon, but I heard from Senior Brother Bai that there are so many fierce beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon. My David's deer is the most docile. If I bring it in, I'm afraid there won't be anything left of it. So, I want to ask Senior Brother Bai to look after my David's deer more during this time. What do you think? Upon hearing Zhang Xiaohua's request, Bai Huan didn't even think about it. She smiled and said, of course you can. Huan is the most obedient. She usually strolls around the peak and never disturbs us. It's almost a piece of cake for us to help you look after her. Well, thank you so much, Senior Brother. After that, Zhang Xiaohua let out a low whistle. Hearing the sound, the David's deer Huan quickly ran to Zhang Xiaohua and stuck out its tongue to lick his hand. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what to say to Huan, so she just patted its bald horn and pointed at Bai Huan. Although the David's deer Huan was a spirit beast, it didn't know what Zhang Xiaohua was talking about. It just tilted its head and looked at Bai Huan, not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua also secretly laughed. She had overestimated Huan. So, regardless of whether it understood or not, she patted Huan again and pointed at Bai Huan. Then, she signaled Bai Huan to pat the David's deer with her hand. Bai Huan had even seen the fierce beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon and knew that the David's deer was the most docile. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's signal, Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate to reach out and pat it. However, Huan was different from other animals. When it saw Bai Huan's palm coming, it immediately threw its head to the side and raised its right hoof as if it was about to kick. Its big eyes were still confused, but full of vigilance. Seeing this, Bai Huan smiled bitterly. The task of looking after the David's deer seemed to be not so simple. However, Zhang Xiaohua ignored it and patted Huan's bald horn again. This time, Huan understood. It let out a low hiss and walked away with light steps. Watching Huan leave, Bai Huan said, "Junior brother Ren, your David's deer is very good. It almost understands human nature. It's not easy to take care of it. It doesn't matter, senior brother Bai. If it doesn't see me in a few days, maybe it will understand. I hope so. However, you can rest assured that I don't see you feeding it on usual days. I will treat it like before." "Well, I'm relieved. Please take care of it, senior brother Bai." Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Well, I'm going to the cave to pack my things. Didn't you say that we would set off early in the morning?" Hearing this, Bai Huan was very surprised. He pulled Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Junior brother Ren, don't tell me, don't you want to hear me talk about the things inside? Before I went to the Yulon Grand Canyon, I used 2 blood replenishing pills to get a senior brother to talk about a lot of things to take note of." Zhang Xiaohua smiled. He had already learned a little about the inside story of the Yulon evening refinement from Chen Fengxiao and had a general idea in his heart. In fact, from his point of view, the experience of the grass sect disciples was definitely not suitable for him. He would never consider which place was safe and which was dangerous. What he wanted to know was where to find the rare herbs. And this, whether it was Bai Huan or Chen Fengxiao, it was impossible for them to know. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua had no intention of asking. He smiled and said, "Thank you, senior brother Bai. When I was drinking with senior brother Lu, I already told him some things. I guess before we set off tomorrow, Headmaster Chen will tell me more. Anyway, we will be under the protection of the outer disciples. Well, if we reach the herb picking area, I will try to be as careful as possible. As you said, danger is everywhere. Even if we are more careful, sometimes we can't avoid it." Bai Huan let go of his hand and said, "Yes, I forgot that Headmaster Chen will definitely take care of junior brother Ren. I did something unnecessary. I accept senior brother Bai's kindness. I will repay you when I return from the Yulon Grand Canyon." After that, Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and returned to the cave. Bai Huan watched Zhang Xiaohua's back disappear and returned to the cave. She sighed and also turned back to the hut. Entering the alchemy room, the alchemy furnace above the earth fire was still slightly rumbling. Zhang Xiaohua had just refined a batch of blood coagulation pills this afternoon, so the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was still warm. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua cast a spell on the earth fire. The yellow-green flame gradually extinguished and the sound of the pill furnace also gradually disappeared. There was still some time before the pill furnace completely cooled down. Zhang Xiaohua took the opportunity to tidy up the things in the pill room. Chapter 603. The pill expanding hall's list of participants for the secluded orchid evening refinement had been sent over at just the right time. Zhang Xiaohua had just finished refining a cauldron of blood replenishing pills. If it had been a day earlier, wouldn't this cauldron of blood replenishing pills of Zhang Xiaohua be wasted? Zhang Xiaohua no longer cared about the blood replenishing pill. But even a fly is meat. This was Zhang Xiaohua's motto. He would feel heartache if any of the pills were scrapped. Well, speaking of the blood replenishing pill, this blood replenishing pill was different from the blood replenishing pill that Zhang Xiaohua had refined in Rejuvenation Valley. This blood-replenishing pill was refined by Zhang Xiaohua according to the pill formula recorded in the jade slip that she obtained from the pill room. At that time, he actually wanted to refine the Yuandan pill, but the main ingredients of the Yuandan pill were the ice soul grass and cold light grass. There were also more than 10 kinds of ingredients. Among the herbs that Zhang Xiaohua obtained, not to mention the ice soul grass and cold light grass, there were very few ingredients. Therefore, after checking them one by one again, he had no choice but to refine the blood-replenishing pill. The things in the pill room were thrown in a mess. Zhang Xiaohua looked left and right. First, he put the empty jade box into his money pouch. Although he had refined a few cauldrons of medicinal pills, there were still a lot of medicinal herbs left behind. If he brought them all into his money pouch, it would definitely take up a lot of space. Why did Zhang Xiaohua go to the secluded orchid evening refinement? Wasn't it just picking herbs? Although he didn't know the quality of the herbs in the Yulon Grand Canyon, Zhang Xiaohua believed that he would be able to find more if Bai Huan could pick the 40-year-old iron bone grass from there. Therefore, it was better to bring more empty jade boxes. The collected herbs were to be handed over to the pill repository hall, but Zhang Xiaohua was the best at keeping things. She only needed to hand over the same amount of herbs as the others, and the rest of the herbs would belong to her. Cough, cough. Even Bai Huan knew that decades-old spiritual herbs were in her pocket. How could Zhang Xiaohua not know? Moreover, she had this magical money pouch. Even if someone searched her, she wouldn't find it. Then, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes fell on the big package thrown in the corner. She walked quickly to the package and threw the heavy package into the money pouch. Inside was Nie Qinyu's love. Well, Zhang Xiaohua's favorite, especially Zhang Xiaohua's own favorite. She couldn't bear to leave it alone in the pill repository. There was nothing else. Jade slips, celestial tools, and other immortal objects were small and didn't take up much space, so Zhang Xiaohua didn't take them out. However, when she saw the huge 8 trigrams purple gold furnace in the middle of the pill repository, Zhang Xiaohua hesitated. Although the furnace could also be shrunk, it occupied a lot of space. If she put it into the money pouch, those jade boxes and jade bottles on the shelf would be taken out. Therefore, after thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua gave up. She cast the incantation on the small furnace next to her and put it into the money pouch. Although the small furnace could only refine basic elixirs, if she really wanted to refine elixirs, it might be useful. After looking around the entire pill repository and making sure that she didn't miss anything, she was relieved and prepared to cultivate the array and restriction. However, just as she sat down cross-legged, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something. She cast the incantation and returned to the cave. Of course, on the other side of the cave, the Great Wisdom Sword was valiantly standing there. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and picked up the heavy sword. She casually drew a sword flower, completely ignoring its weight. Previously, when Zhang Xiaohua traveled the Jianghu, this heavy sword was carried by Huanhuan. But now, in consideration of Huanhuan's safety, it was placed on the top of Tianmu Peak. Then, this heavy sword had to be carried by Zhang Xiaohua herself. On the way to the Yulon Grand Canyon, there would be many disciples of the pill repository hall with her. With so many people, this heavy sword would inevitably be eye-catching. Moreover, to be honest, it would be inconvenient to ride a horse or a carriage. Which horse could carry this heavy sword? Which carriage could carry this heavy sword? Zhang Xiaohua held the heavy sword in front of her. Her other hand slowly stroked the sword from the hilt to the tip. She used her hand to feel the uneven undulations of the heavy sword. She said to herself, great wisdom, you won't have the chance to shine now. You'd better stay here obediently. Of course, this heavy sword couldn't be left in the cave. Zhang Xiaohua carried the heavy sword back to the pill repository. She inserted the heavy sword next to the pill repository. Then, she clapped her hands and sat down again. She didn't believe that the pill repository hall's disciples would discover this pill repository. After cultivating for a while, Zhang Xiaohua came out of the cave. She was about to practice the imperial wind technique. But when she released her divine sense, she found that the annoying fly Zhou Shuming was still hiding on a big tree not far away, staring at the direction of the cave. Well, that's strange. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. Normally, Great Guardian Zhou would go back to eat at this time. He doesn't even come here at night. Why is he still here today? Hee, this guy is lazy. If you're a stalker, shouldn't you change your location often? Not only you won't feel lonely, but I can also look around to increase my sense of achievement. But you, on the other hand, are clinging to that tree and not letting go. Well, that tree is indeed luxuriant and easy to hide in, but this Xiaoxia has already found you. Every time I see you, I know where you are. What's the point? Come on, stalking is also about professionalism. After which, Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips. With a twist of his body, he fled far away. When he reappeared, he did not exert any strength in his legs. Instead, he flew up like a gust of wind. His tall and thin figure drifted freely in the night sky of Tianmu Peak. Zhang Xiaohua practiced for the whole night. She didn't return to the elixir room until late at night. Nothing happened during the night. The next morning, when Zhang Xiaohua finished practicing her punching skills and walked out of the cave, she saw Bai Huan, who usually slept until late in the morning, standing neatly beside her hut, quietly waiting for her. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come out empty-handed, Bai Huan was obviously stunned and asked, "Junior brother Ren, you're not going down the mountain now?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I'm ready. I have nothing to bring. Do you want me to bring a jade box to hold herbs?" "That's not necessary. Our elixir hall's carriage has prepared a jade box. You just need to take it when the time comes. I mean, your package when you go up the mountain." "Oh, that." Zhang Xiaohua reached out and pretended not to know. She took out a bottle of elixirs and said, "I have all the necessary elixirs with me. Why do I need a package?" "This." Bai Huan looked at Zhang Xiaohua's cave and reminded her, "The things in your package are precious. You must put them away properly." Hee, thank you for your reminder, senior brother Bai. I have put those things away properly. As for where I put them, I'm sorry, senior brother Bai. I won't say it even if you beat me to death." "Oh? You won't say it even if you beat me to death?" Bai Huan smiled and said, "You're just." Before he finished his words, he heard someone laughing behind him. "Junior brother Bai, what's the matter? You won't say it even if you beat me to death?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't need to turn around to know that the person who spoke must be Zhou Shuming, the great guardian Zhou, who had been squatting on the tree all night. Hearing this, Bai Huan quickly turned around and said with a smile, "Oh, senior brother Zhou, why are you at the top of Tianmu Peak so early today?" Zhou Shuming looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Isn't it because junior brother Ren is going to the Yulon Grand Canyon today? Wu Dalong sent me to pick up junior brother Ren." "I see." Hearing this, Bai Huan looked at Zhang Xiaohua with envy and said, "Wu Dalong sent someone to pick up junior brother Ren. Sigh, back then, comparisons are odious." Zhang Xiaohua also cupped her hands and said, "Thank you, Wu Dalong, for your hospitality. I've troubled senior brother Zhou to climb up so early." "Not at all. It's what I should do." Zhou Shuming said modestly and then asked, "Why did junior brother Bai say, 'I won't say it even if you beat me to death'?" "This." Bai Huan was a little hesitant and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua said, "It's nothing. I was just talking to senior brother Bai about something. Senior brother Bai was imitating my tone." "Oh, I see." Hearing this, Zhou Shuming did not ask and said, "It's getting late. Junior brother Ren, junior brother Bai, let's go down quickly. Don't let Headmaster Chen and Wu Dalong wait for too long." That's right. Let's go down quickly," Bai Huan said with a smile. When the three of them reached the waist of the mountain, they saw that the empty space in front of the courtyard was already lined up neatly with carriages. At a glance, there were more than 50 carriages. Beside these carriages, there were many disciples taking things from the carriages. Other than some tools, there were more jade boxes containing medicinal herbs. When they walked into the courtyard, the entire courtyard was already filled with people. They seemed to be the disciples of the grass division who were participating in the orchid evening refinement this time. In terms of age, most of them were around 25 years old. Of course, there were also some who were older. These disciples were in a group with their heads lowered as they talked about something. Their expressions were all different. Some were nervous, some were excited. The only thing they had in common was that everyone was just clenching their hands, revealing the restlessness in their hearts. Looking up, the place where the words welcoming Lu Lihong were hung was also hung with a red curtain. On it, there were large words written with ink that was still wet, a warm farewell to the disciples of the grass division who are participating in the orchid evening refinement. The glory belongs to you. Zhang Xiaohua had just stood still when she saw a group of people walking out of the hall. At the front was the head of the grass division, Qin Fengxiao. Behind him was a disciple who looked unfamiliar. At the end was the head of the pill division, Wu Zhouxiu, and the rest. Seeing Qin Fengxiao and the rest walk out, everyone in the courtyard shut their mouths and turned to look at Qin Fengxiao. Qin Fengxiao and the rest walked under the red curtain and stood in a row. Qin Fengxiao stood in the middle and looked at the disciples in the courtyard. He slowly nodded, coughed, and said loudly, to the disciples of the grass division who are about to participate in the orchid evening refinement, now, as a senior brother, I have a few words to say to you. Chapter 604. After sending Zhang Xiaohua to the courtyard, Zhou Shuming and Bai Huan went out. The courtyard was filled with grass division disciples who were heading to the Yulon Grand Canyon. Zhang Xiaohua came late and stood at the back. He released his spiritual sense and took a look around. He had only been on Tianmu Peak for a little more than a month, and after the bet, he had stayed on Tianmu Peak. He did not know most of the people here, but he felt that their faces were familiar. Among the crowd, there were 4 small groups. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw 3 people in the middle of the small groups. Weren't they the 3 people he knew? These 3 people were 3 of the 6 great arhats. They were the 3rd, Qian Zibi, the 4th, Si Huinan, and the 6th, Lu Quan. The disciples in the 3 small circles clustered around the 3, obviously following their lead. In the last circle, there seemed to be a slightly valiant disciple standing in the middle. However, he did not look familiar. He must be someone with some martial arts. At this moment, Qin Feng said with a smile, "Today is a day that the grass division disciples of Tianmu Peak can be proud of. Today, 96 of the grass division disciples of Tianmu Peak have passed the strict examination of the Hall Master of Pill Sprouting Hall. They will enter the Yulon Grand Canyon and undergo the training of Yulon Evening Refinement to become a true grass division disciple. Our Pill Sprouting Hall will have another solid force that has gone through the test of blood and fire. I am proud of you. The disciples of Tianmu Peak are also proud of you. You are the hope of Tianmu Peak in the future. Yulon Evening Refinement is a great hall for training and cultivating talents. For every hot-blooded grass division disciple, what can be more prideful and proud than this opportunity? You are my brothers and disciples of Pill Sprouting Hall. You can become a member of Yulon Evening Refinement, which means that you will selflessly contribute everything for the benefit of Fragrance Division and Pill Sprouting Hall. As a member of Fragrance Division, a member of Pill Sprouting Hall, and a member of Tianmu Peak's Grass Division, what can be more meaningful than this life experience? Just when the blood of the Chao clan and the others was boiling, Qin Fengxiao changed the thread of discussion and said, "Of course, everyone has their own mission. You are not the disciples of Wuming Hall, you are the elites of Pill Expansion Hall. Your mission is to pick the most precious spiritual grass in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Although this work is simple, it is the most important." Although the outer sect disciples were highly skilled in martial arts, what could they do if they were injured? They can only ask for help from our pill expansion hall's medicinal pills, but what about our medicinal pills? It's the spirit herbs that you've harvested. Therefore, all of you are the main characters of this time's Orchid Dusk refinement, and only all of you can obtain the protection of the outer court disciples. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua looked around. Luckily there were no disciples of Wuming Hall. Otherwise, someone would have already pulled Chen Fengxiao down. Chen Fengxiao continued to encourage, based on this, all of you are the main characters of this time's Orchid Dusk refinement. Since you are the main characters, then you have to protect your own lives. Remember, only the brothers that are alive can be my brothers. Only when all of you come back alive can I hold a celebratory feast for all of you on Tianmu Peak to welcome the heroes of Tianmu Peak back. Great! Everyone in the hall cheered thunderously. Seeing that his persuasion was effective, Chen Fengxiao looked at Junior Brother He and said with a smile, Junior Brother He, why don't you say a few words? Junior Brother He quickly waved his hand and said, Headmaster Chen must be joking. Although I was sent by Vice Hall Leader Su, I am still a disciple of the Pill Division. This occasion is not suitable for me to speak. After he finished speaking, he looked at Wu Zhouxiu. Wu Zhouxiu also nodded and said, Headmaster Chen, this is a grand occasion for your grass division. If our pill division were to interfere, it would be very inappropriate. I have never said anything, so Junior Brother He can forget about it. Chen Fengxiao smiled and nodded. Of course, this was outside of his expectations. He was just being courteous. Although he described the Orchid Dusk refinement as a great event, everyone knew that this was a life and death trial for the Grass Division disciples. How could a Pill Division disciple have the qualifications to speak here? Even if he was the hall leader's envoy, he still couldn't. After pondering for a moment, Chen Fengxiao smiled and said, although the spiritual grass is important, we still have to cherish our own lives. This time, the hall leader has arranged for us to enter the Yulon Grand Canyon. Other than Qian Zibi, Si Huinan, and Lu Quan, who have never entered the Grand Canyon, there is also our Grass Division's Ren Xiaoyao. I think that if there is no special reason, it would be best for all of you to unite together and help each other. In the special environment of the Yulon Grand Canyon, the Grass Division's spirit of being able to endure hardships and struggle, and work hard to achieve our life goals. Zhang Xiaohua stood outside of the crowd. At first, he didn't attract any special attention. Even if someone saw him, they would think that he had come to join in the fun. Now that they heard Chen Fengxiao's words, the disciples present were all surprised. They whispered to each other and then looked up to look for him. After all, Zhang Xiaohua had already shown his talent in the gambling fight. No one would deny that he was a rising star. A disciple whose martial arts were not inferior to any of the Grass Division's Arhat disciples, who could unite with Ren Xiaoyao in the Orchid Dusk refinement team, would definitely greatly increase their chances of survival. Therefore, when they saw Zhang Xiaohua, the disciples who didn't have time to unite around the three Arhats quietly moved towards Zhang Xiaohua. When all the disciples turned around and saw Zhang Xiaohua helplessly raised his hand and greeted everyone. The three Arhats didn't say anything. They simply raised their hands and didn't move. The people around the other robust disciple couldn't stay still. Even the robust disciple was about to move to the back. Seeing this, Chen Fengxiao hurriedly shouted, Brothers, don't move. There is still a period of time for everyone to prepare. You are free to form groups. And, the last thing I want to say is. But at this time, the Grass Division's disciples were no longer in the mood to listen to Chen Fengxiao. They all secretly glanced at Zhang Xiaohua. They all wanted to be the first to establish a good relationship with Zhang Xiaohua. If they encountered any danger in the Orchid Grand Canyon, Zhang Xiaohua would lend them a hand. Chen Fengxiao was tactful and didn't say anything more. He roughly talked about some things to pay attention to and then indicated that they were dismissed to rest. Following Chen Fengxiao's gesture, several disciples walked towards Zhang Xiaohua with smiles on their faces. Zhang Xiaohua slightly frowned, but didn't avoid them. He knew that this trip would be dangerous. These disciples were all putting their lives on the line to pick the herbs. If he could help them, he would definitely do so. Several disciples came over, but before they could speak, they heard a voice from behind. Junior brother Ren, hello. I've heard a lot about you. I always see you in the gambling arena, but I haven't had the chance to get to know you. This time, I'm very happy to see you and be able to travel with you. Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw that it was the robust disciple who was surrounded by the other disciples. In the blink of an eye, he came from far away. This Qin Gong wasn't just powerful. When the previous disciples heard this person speak, they tactfully moved to the side. The robust disciple approached and cupped his hands. This one is Lu Chaoxian. Greetings to junior brother Ren. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and immediately returned the greeting. Greetings to senior brother Lu. Good, good. Lu Chaoxian nodded his head and said as if he was familiar with him. Just now, several of us disciples were saying that among our Tianmu Peak's Grass Division disciples, other than the 6 great arhats, only junior brother Ren is highly skilled. If you can bring us into the Yulon Grand Canyon, there shouldn't be any danger. But you're still young and have just arrived at Tianmu Peak. This time, you definitely won't enter the canyon. So we were secretly praying, who knew, hee. Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes in annoyance and secretly said, Brother, I can understand your feelings, but there's no need to drag me in for your safety. Hee, but they're all pitiful people. There's no need to be calculative. Besides, who knows if these words are true or false? He said, it seems that the heavens have heard senior brother Lu's prayers. They immediately sent this little brother to escort you. Lu Chaoxian was a little embarrassed. He forced a smile and said, this time, there are more disciples entering the canyon. 3 arhats probably won't be able to take care of all of them. So, several brothers elected me. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he waved his hand and said with a smile, that's just right. I'll also join in. How about I join in with you? Lu Chaoxian hurriedly explained, I didn't mean that. I was thinking that junior brother Ren's martial arts are superior. It's better for you to be the leader. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled, there's no need for that, senior brother Lu. Didn't you just say that I've just arrived at Heaven Eye Peak? I don't even know where the Yulon Grand Canyon is. How can I be the leader? Don't worry, from the moment we depart, I'll be by your side to protect you. What do you think? When Lu Chaoxian heard this, he was overjoyed. He immediately bowed and said, how can that be? At this time, Chen Feng and Wu Zhouxiu walked over. Chen Feng said with a smile, junior brother Lu, you don't have to be so polite. Every time we enter the canyon, our grass division will have a disciple with superior martial arts to lead us. This is a convention. Although Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts are not bad, he doesn't have much experience and doesn't know much about our pill-expanding hall. You just have to reluctantly take care of these disciples who think highly of you. If you have something you can't handle, let junior brother Ren take care of it. When Lu Chaoxian heard this, he smiled and said, then this one will listen to head Chen's instructions. But this one won't accept the cut as the leader. It's better to let junior brother Ren stay. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, cut as the leader. What's that? Chen Feng laughed and said, see, junior brother Ren doesn't even know this. How can he be the leader? The surrounding disciples all had smiles on their faces. Lu Chaoxian explained in a low voice, when the leader protects everyone, he has to deal with the ferocious beasts that he encounters. And after returning from the Yulon Grand Canyon, the disciples under your protection will take out some of their rewards to thank you. This is the cut. Oh, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. So that's how it is. It seems that her efforts were not in vain. Chapter 605. In Zhang Xiaohua's mind, since they were all disciples of the grass division of the Pill Tower Hall, how could he just stand by and watch if someone else was attacked by a beast? It was just a matter of lifting a finger, and he wouldn't think of any reward, so he didn't need this commission. But now, Zhang Xiaohua was already familiar with people's hearts and the ways of the world. If he didn't want this commission now, presumably those disciples who were united with him would feel uneasy, and even feel that he wouldn't do anything to protect them. So it was better not to say it, and he could only reject it when he came back. And, of course, if there was something very rare, Zhang Xiaohua might not refuse. Moreover, this commission was already a convention. If Zhang Xiaohua immediately broke it, it would incur the wrath of the crowd, and the 3 arhats who were watching by the side wouldn't accept it. So, when Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he also smiled and said, "That's great, you can rest assured. Just because of your commission, I will ensure that you have a safe journey." Ha, ha. The disciples next to him laughed. Since they heard Zhang Xiaohua's guarantee with their own ears, their hearts were at ease. Lu Chaoxian was a discerning person, which didn't match his heroic image. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua agree, he said to the crowd, "Let's go, we'll pack up and set off immediately. Since you let me be the leader, you should listen to me, and don't let junior brother Ren worry about these trivial matters." Finished speaking, he cupped his hands towards Chen Fengshao and the others, and led the disciples out of the courtyard. Seeing the disciples leave, Chen Fengshao said, "Little brother, yesterday I asked someone to invite you down to talk to you about the Yulon Grand Canyon. However, I heard that you were still cultivating, so I didn't dare to disturb you. Anyway, junior brother Lu is also an old man, and received the news early, so he has a good understanding of the situation there. Just listen to him along the way." Zhang Xiaohua was very grateful, and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your concern." "Hee, no need." Chen Feng smiled and said, "You are going to be an expert of our Tianmu Peak in the future. If I don't take good care of you now, when you become an outer disciple in the future, I won't even be able to flatter you." When junior brother He, who had come from White Mountain Peak, heard this, he could not help but size up Zhang Xiaohua a few times, his heart filled with astonishment. Wu Zhouxiu also smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren, the Yulon Grand Canyon is very dangerous. I just told you about it the day before yesterday, but I didn't expect to send you there now. Let's not talk about anything else, I just wish you a safe return." "Thank you for your concern, Dalong." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and bowed. "All right, let's get out of here. It's getting late, let's not delay the journey." Chen Feng smiled and said, "It's also the first time he is doing this kind of thing, don't make it difficult for him." Junior brother He nodded with a smile. So the group of people went out of the courtyard. At this time, dozens of carriages were ready. The disciples driving the carriages all got on the carriages, and the other disciples all stood on the ground. Wu Zhouxiu smiled and said, "Head Chen, I don't see many outstanding disciples in your grass division. How come when you encounter this Yulon Dusk refinement, the disciples you bring out are all more imposing than my Dan division disciples?" Chen Feng smiled and said, "There is a saying, good steel should be used on the blade. Why are you showing off when you're with your brothers?" "Alas, you don't say, looking at these brothers, my heart is really..." Wu Zhouxiu comforted him, "They'll be back in a few dozen days. With a few arhats leading them, they might not necessarily be in trouble. Look at your trip, you didn't even lose a single hair. That's because my character is good." Chen Feng grinned and said, "But, the problem is that I only have 6 arhats. Now, 3 of them are gone, and there's also Ren Xiaoyao. If there's any accident, this bet that just evened out will be suppressed by your Dan department." Zhang Xiaohua, who was walking at the side, was speechless for a while. Could it be that after becoming the big boss, his perspective of thinking was different? After that, Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw Lu Chaoxian quietly waving at him from the back of the carriage. He said, "Headmaster Chen, senior brother Lu is over there. Can I go with him?" Chen Feng smiled and nodded, "Yes, this carriage is for 2 people. Since he called for you, he must have already arranged it. Just go over." Zhang Xiaohua was about to speak when Wu Zhouxiu opened his mouth and asked, "Eh? Where are the things you packed?" "That's right, don't you still have the David's deer? Why don't I see it?" Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, I heard that there are groups of fierce beasts in the Grand Canyon. This David's deer is not their opponent. It's better to let it eat grass at the top of Tianmu Peak obediently. I'll leave everything to Senior Brother Bai. Let him take care of it. Senior Brother Bai has been with the David's deer for many days, so it should be fine. So it's like that. Wu Zhouxiu nodded thoughtfully. Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and bid farewell to the two, then quickly walked to Lu Chaoxian's side. After that, Chen Feng went to Qian Zibi, Si Huinan, and Lu Quan to give a few instructions. Only then did he wave his hand, indicating for the disciples to wait for the carriage. When everyone got on the carriage, junior brother he also got on his horse. He cupped his hands and bid farewell to Chen Feng Xiao and the others, then led the convoy on their way. When the convoy was far away, Chen Feng Xiao and Wu Zhouxiu turned around. Chen Feng Xiao's expression was somewhat sad. I don't know how the orchid dusk refinement will be this year. How much can my 96 grass department disciples turn around? Sigh, let's leave it to the heavens. Maybe we can all return safely, we can't all. Pay, what depressing words are you saying? Orchid dusk refinement has been here for so many years, but it has never been as depressing as you say. Even when yellow wind and a black lightning wreaked havoc, there were only 20% more casualties than usual. That's right. Since you know, why think so much? Sigh, I'm just afraid that something will happen to these people. I still have to find people from other places. It wasn't easy to gather 6 arhats. Why did Lord Hall Master send out 3 all of a sudden? My grass department's strength has dropped by quite a bit. Just keep looking. It's not like you haven't encountered this kind of situation before. As the two talked and walked, not far away, Great Titan Zhou Shuming stood quietly under a tree. When Wu Zhouxiu saw him, he said, Headmaster Chen, I'll go and see what's the matter. All right. Chen Feng Xiao nodded and walked away alone. After Chen Feng left, Zhou Shuming walked to Wu Zhouxiu's side. Wu Zhouxiu asked, Did you find anything? Zhou Shuming bit Wu Zhouxiu's ear and whispered for a while. Wu Zhouxiu nodded with a smile and snorted, Then it's easy. Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian sat in the carriage and traveled for half a day before arriving at White Mountain Peak. Along the way, Lu Chaoxian explained the details of the orchid dusk refinement in detail. Zhang Xiaohua memorized them one by one. He was not too worried about his own safety. Outer sect disciples could train, what was he afraid of? It was just that he had promised to protect and unite his own disciples, so he had to be prepared in advance. When they arrived at White Mountain Peak, it was close to dusk. They just happened to bump into the carriages from 3 Reeds Peak. There were already over 100 carriages, causing White Mountain Peak to be in a panic. Fortunately, this orchid dusk refinement was only held once every 5 years. Although the disciples on White Mountain Peak were a little flustered, they did not make any mistakes. 200 people and over 100 carriages were properly arranged. On this White Mountain Peak, Zhang Xiaohua could no longer enjoy the preferential treatment she had on Tianmu Peak. She was assigned to a small room for 4 people by the reception disciples of the Pill Expanding Hall. However, the 2 people in the room were very tactful. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua enter the room and frowned, they immediately found an excuse and slipped away to another room, leaving only Lu Chaoxian and Zhang Xiaohua. Although Zhang Xiaohua could not bear it, thinking that she still had to cultivate at night, she did not stop them. Lu Chaoxian's face had a ready-made expression. Although being the head was not a matter of the Pill Expanding Hall, it was still a matter of adhering to the old rules. If he could not even enjoy the treatment of 2 people in a room, then what kind of head was he? Subsequently, Zhang Xiaohua followed the disciples of Tianmu Peak and stayed on White Mountain Peak for 3 days. 3 Reeds Peak and Tianmu Peak were slightly closer to White Mountain Peak, so they arrived on the same day. The mountain peak was slightly further away, so they arrived in the afternoon of the second day. After squeezing all 300 people together for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat impatient. She whispered to Lu Chaoxian, Senior Brother Lu, didn't you say you were going to enter the Orchid Grand Canyon? why did you stay on White Mountain Peak for 3 days? Hearing this, Lu Chaoxian smiled bitterly and said, Junior Brother Ren's thinking is too simple. Disciples of the Pill Expanding Hall are not the only ones participating in the Orchid Evening Refinement. All the suitable disciples of the Fragrance Cult are also participating. We are just going to pick herbs. Inner disciples and outer disciples, that is the real trial. Moreover, to enter the Yulon Grand Canyon, there must be an order. The first is of course the inner sect disciples, followed by the inner sect disciples, such as the alchemists and blacksmiths, followed by the outer sect elite disciples, and finally, the Cleansing Jade Hall, Qinkuan Hall, and our Pill Sprouting Hall, and other outer sect disciples who need to be escorted by the outer sect disciples. Of course, these outer sect disciples are also going to participate in the trial by fire, but compared to the previous outer sect disciples, they are just a little bit worse. Oh. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, it seems that we still have to wait for a while? Maybe. Lu Chaoxian said, we need to be escorted by the outer disciples. This depends on the arrangement of the Wuming Hall. In fact, every time we enter the canyon, it takes several days. Adding the time we take to come out, a month of trial is only 20 days. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, if that's the case, then can Senior Brother Lu take me out for a walk? This is the second time I've come to White Mountain Peak. The last time I came, I was in a hurry and didn't pay attention to it. Now that I have some free time, why don't we look around? And also experience the prestige of our Pill Expanding Hall? This? Lu Chaoxian was a bit embarrassed, since we are already disciples of the Tianmu Peak, although the White Mountain Peak is the headquarters of the Pill Expanding Hall, but we should not casually walk around. If Junior Brother Ren is bored, you wait for a while, I'll ask the disciples on duty where we can stroll around. Chapter 606. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the rules of Biyao Peak's Pill Repository Hall were very strict. He was only acting on a whim and did not want to cause any trouble for others. He shook his head and said, since that is the case, there is no need. Senior Brother Lu, you can sit in the room, I will take a stroll in the courtyard. Lu Chaoxian nodded and said, don't go out if you can. There are many people coming to Biyao Peak at this time. Although the 300 of us are not much in Biyao Peak, we are still ordinary disciples. If we break the rules for no reason or go to a place where we should not go, then we will be in big trouble. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, how big of a trouble? If we break the rules and receive some punishment, wouldn't it be better if we don't go to Orchid Canyon? Lu Chaoxian looked around and whispered, Junior Brother Ren, don't be careless. You are new here and do not know much. Moreover, you came to our Tianmu Peak. Tianmu Peak is a place far away from the Emperor. As long as you do not provoke Headmaster Qin, then everything will be fine. Actually, the rules of our fragrant religion are quite strict, especially for the male disciples and the disciples of our ordinary halls. Let's not even talk about making a big mistake that could cost you your life. Even if it's just an ordinary mistake, you'll be whipped for a light punishment, or even have your limbs broken for a heavy punishment. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. After he came to the fragrant religion, he had always felt that the sect was very harmonious. Although there was some filth between the senior and junior brothers, it was human nature. However, he had never thought that there would be ironclad rules behind the harmony. However, after thinking about it, he understood. He did not know how many people there were in the fragrant religion. Just the Tianmu Peak's Pill Repository Hall alone had thousands of people. If there were no rules, how could there be so many people? However, he was somewhat puzzled about the different rules between men and women. He asked softly, Senior Brother Lu, why are the rules so harsh for male disciples? Lu Chaoxian smiled and said, our fragrant religion's leader is a woman, and most of the elders are women. Only those old consecrators are mostly men. Moreover, it is said that the most powerful martial arts in our religion are suitable for women to cultivate. Therefore, although there are both male and female inner sect disciples, Most of the female disciples have higher martial arts than the male disciples, and their status is also higher. Then, she said sadly, I didn't know before, but when I found out about the situation in the sect, I regret not being born as a girl. Lu Chaoxian's faint tone gave Zhang Xiaohua goosebumps. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He smiled and said, Senior Martial Brother Lu, don't be sad here. I'll go out for a walk. Yes, I won't go far. Don't worry. After saying that, he scampered off, fearing that something might go wrong. Translator, Trans and editor. Trans in the courtyard used by the opening Dan Hall to receive the trial disciples was quite large. It was located in a corner of the mountain and was some distance away from the main building of the opening Dan Hall. Although the courtyard was large, it was crowded with many people. Zhang Xiaohua saw a lot of disciples strolling around. A few of the disciples who were good at socializing were greeting the people they met. When they saw those who were strong, they went forward and tried to get close to them. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. It wasn't that these disciples were unscrupulous. After all, they were forced by the situation. If they could find a backer, it would be more of a guarantee. Tianmu Peak had its own gambling fight. A few Luohan could be relied on. The other peaks might not have such good conditions. It was good enough to find some disciples who had some martial arts. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was dressed in ordinary clothes. With his thin stature, how could people who didn't know him think that he had high martial arts? No one went forward. Only the disciples of Tianmu Peak's grass division saw him and nodded respectfully. They made way for him. Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and nodded, hurriedly passing by. Walking out of the courtyard, there was a dense forest. Although it wasn't big, it was enough to block people's eyes and ears. Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked in and made a hand seal, burrowing into the ground. When he poked his head out, he was halfway up Biyao Peak. There were many different kinds of herbs growing here. It was flourishing. It was probably the grass division's territory. Seeing that there was no one else, Zhang Xiaohua used the Imperial Wind technique and rushed to the top of the mountain. Although the Imperial Wind technique consumed a lot of qi, but when used, it was 2 times faster than the levitation technique. And with Zhang Xiaohua's practice, the speed was still increasing. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua liked the feeling of floating. Therefore, the current Zhang Xiaohua had long regarded the Imperial Wind technique as his own qigong. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the top of Biyao Peak. The peak of the White Yu Peak was similar to the Tianmu Peak, above the sea of clouds. If one only looked at the sea of clouds, it was not much different from the Tianmu Peak. However, the peak of the Tianmu Peak was empty, while the White Yu Peak was filled with small houses. It wasn't strange that there were houses at the top of the mountain. What was strange was that there were dozens of weapon-wielding disciples standing guard outside. They all looked very alert. Zhang Xiaohua had only wanted to come up Biyao Peak to look at the scenery and cultivate. He didn't expect to see a secret place in Biyao Peak. Thinking about how he hadn't seen many disciples along the way, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. Perhaps this was the place that Lu Chaoxian had said should not be here. Rubbing his chin in thought, Zhang Xiaohua quietly burrowed into the ground and headed towards the bottom of the house. But before he could get close, he was blocked by a faint layer of restriction. Could this be an extremely secret place in Biyao Peak? There's actually an Immortal Dao restriction. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. He had the ability to break the restriction, but he didn't know if breaking the restriction would attract the attention of others. He had only come here out of curiosity, not to cause trouble. So, Zhang Xiaohua expanded his divine sense again and found that this restriction was only a part of it. Not far away, there was no restriction at all. Estimating that there was only a corner of the house, Zhang Xiaohua circled around the restriction and headed in that direction. When he emerged from the ground, his divine sense swept out and he couldn't help but be shocked by the scene before him. This was a dark underground room without any light. Zhang Xiaohua had burrowed out from a corner of the room. In his divine sense, the entire room was a large pool, and there seemed to be a large cage in the pool. The pool emitted a foul stench that made Zhang Xiaohua feel nauseous. What is this place? Zhang Xiaohua was not surprised. Then he took out a luminous pearl. The luminous pearl's light was limited and could only illuminate a distance of 3 qi, but just this 3 qi radius was enough for Zhang Xiaohua to have a general understanding. In the corner where Zhang Xiaohua was standing, the ground was covered in black stains and seemed to be very greasy. Walking a few steps forward, there was a large metal shelf. There were some strange things on the shelf, like hooks, some metal rods, and some brushes. Beside the metal shelf was a rather large platform, and on it was also extremely dirty. Looking carefully, the stains were actually congealed blood stains. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but gasp. He seemed to have understood something. Zhang Xiaohua had gone through a lot of life and death situations when he came out of the Guozhuang house. Although he had been captured by Qin Shiyue of the Tenryu sect and tortured for a confession, he had been served with great self-restraint and skill by pressing his acupoints. He had not been directly tortured. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua saw everything in front of him. How could he not understand that this was the dungeon of the Tuodan Hall, a place used to imprison prisoners or disciples who had violated the sect rules? Perhaps this platform full of blood stains was the place where they tortured for a confession. Well, looking up again, there was a vertical shelf not far away. It was as tall as 2 people. There were some nails on it and some ropes on both sides. It was similar to the shelf where pork was hung in Butcher Lu's house. Needless to say, it was the place where people were hung. Zhang Xiaohua immediately shuddered. Although he had been wandering in Jianghu for a long time, he had never been to such a gloomy place. How could he not be afraid? At that moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart stirred. He formed a seal and the night illumination pearl flew into the air and into the pool in the middle of the room. Just as Zhang Xiaohua expected, there was a person curled up in a cage in the middle of the pool. The person's body was stiff and it was obvious that the person had long since stopped breathing. Zhang Xiaohua felt a chill. No wonder there was a silhouette in the cage just now. The cage was narrow and small, only the size of a child. At that time, he did not think of anything else. When he saw the torture instruments on the wall, he thought that the cage might be another kind of torture instrument. When he moved the luminous pearl closer to the surface of the water, he saw that in the dark water, there were white skeletons from time to time. He did not know how many lives had been strangled in this small pool. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was filled with anger. He knew in his heart that the fragrant cult had been peaceful in a remote area and had not encountered any foreign enemies for many years. Who could the life in the pool be? Except for those who had violated the sect rules, perhaps it was an enemy who had been captured from the outside. Speaking of enemies, in recent years, it was estimated that it would be the Misty School. When he thought of the Misty School, and then associated it with his second brother, and the skeleton in the pool, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but twitch the corner of his eyes. However, when he took the luminous pearl in his hand, he already had a plan in his heart. This was the dungeon of the Misty School, which was the most ordinary hall of the fragrant cult. The Misty School was now a hall of the fragrant cult and was under the protection of the last disciple of the cult leader. Presumably, there were some necessary interrogations or torture, but it would not be carried out in this hall. The corpse in front of him most likely had nothing to do with the Misty School. If this person was still breathing, Zhang Xiaohua might have reached out to help and ask for the reason. But this person had been dead for who knows how long, so Zhang Xiaohua did not need to do anything superfluous. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. He had long lost interest in finding out the truth. Pinching a spell, he directly escaped from the dungeon and returned to the mountain path of the White Mountain Peak. At the top of the White Mountain Peak, the scenery was unique. The sea of clouds was vast, and the fragrance of medicine was faint. But at this time, Zhang Xiaohua did not have the leisurely mood he had when he first arrived. Come, there are more chapters. Chapter 607. Zhang Xiaohua had seen the dungeon at the top of Biyao Peak and then looked at the scenery of the mountain. How could he still be in the mood for leisure? He only felt that behind this fairyland, there was incomparable darkness and incomparable blood. Seeing that there was no one around, he used the imperial wind technique to head to the mountainside. The mountainside of Biyao Peak was still a little cold and cheerless, not as lively as Tianmu Peak. There were not many people watching over the medicine fields on the peak, as if it was barren. Presumably, the disciples of the Pill Tower Hall knew that the peak was an important place in the hall, or perhaps it was the rules of the Pill Tower Hall. They would only come here when they were working, and no one would come near on normal days. Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness could not reach far, and he did not know if the back of the mountain was the same as Tianmu Peak, the Pill Department's territory. If it was any other time, Zhang Xiaohua would not be so honest and would have long gone there to take a look. But at this time, he had just seen the dungeon and his mood was very gloomy, as if his interest had waned. After a while, seeing that he was nearing the mountainside, the number of disciples on the mountain gradually increased. Looking at their leisurely faces, it seemed that they did not have much to do with the secluded orchid evening refinement. Seeing so many people, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to show his face outside, and went straight into the ground, towards the forest behind the small courtyard. When he returned to the courtyard, he suddenly found that it was completely silent, and there was not a single person. Oh, no. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Could it be that in such a short time, all the disciples participating in the trial had already set off? When he came to his small house, he saw that some things inside were not packed, and was slightly relieved. Just as he was about to go out, he heard the door being pushed open with a bang, and in came senior brother Lu Chaoxian. When senior brother Lu saw Zhang Xiaohua standing there in a daze, he did not care about his modesty and went forward to grab him, and scolded, "Junior brother Ren, where did you go? Why did you disappear in a short while? Go, Vice Hall Master Su called us for a lecture." Who was Vice Hall Master Su? However, in the entire Pill Repository Hall, he was second only to one person and above tens of thousands of people. He was also someone that Lu Chaoxian could not even dream of. It was no wonder that he was so panicked. Zhang Xiaohua's expression was indifferent as she explained, "I just went for a walk in the forest at the back. I didn't go anywhere." Lu Chaoxian tugged at Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve. Only then did he realize that the person in front of him was a master of martial arts. He was afraid that he had angered her by scolding her just now. Hence, he hurriedly explained, "Junior brother Ren, please don't blame me. It's just that the person who sent the message just now specifically said that Vice Hall Master Su wants to meet the disciples of our Tianmu Peak. Isn't it because there are a few outstanding people in our Tianmu Peak? Let's not talk about the 3 arhats, the next one is you, Junior brother Ren. This is a great opportunity to show your face in front of the Hall Master. If you can catch the Hall Master's attention, won't you become a frequent guest of the White Mountain Peak? In any case, it's better than working in broad daylight at Tianmu Peak. No one can see you." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He naturally knew that he had been discovered by Vice Hall Master Su on the first day he had arrived at White Mountain Peak. And he really had a discerning eye. He had caught him, a fake medicine boy, and sent him far away to Tianmu Peak. Now, even if Vice Hall Master Su wanted to meet him, he would definitely not be treated as a talent, much less recommend himself. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was still taking his time, Lu Chaoxian was a little anxious. He had seen slow tempers before, but he had never seen someone so slow. He couldn't help but tug at Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve again, pulling him outside. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to follow Lu Chao. He went straight out of the courtyard and ran towards a bigger courtyard. Just as he turned a corner, he saw a familiar face. Wasn't that Yang Yao? Yang Yao was also in a hurry. He came from the front and didn't see it clearly. He just glanced at it casually and then continued to move forward. But then he was stunned. He turned around and shouted, "Ren Xiaoyao?" Zhang Xiaohua had already seen Yang Yao. But when he saw that Yang Yao was in a hurry, he knew that something had happened. Plus, he was also running towards the courtyard, so he didn't stop to greet him. Now that he heard his name, he quickly stopped. Even Lu Chaoxian stopped. Yang Yao was considered an elder of the Grass Division and often went out. Most of the Grass Division disciples on Tianmu Peak knew him. Thus, the two of them went up to greet him. Yang Yao didn't look at Zhang Xiaohua. Instead, he said to Lu Chaoxian, "You are Lu." Lu Chaoxian quickly said, "I am Lu Chaoxian, a disciple of Tianmu Peak's Grass Division. I am Chen Fengxiao's subordinate. The last time you went to Tianmu Peak, I paid my respects to Martial Uncle Yang." "Oh, I was wondering why you looked so familiar." Yang Yao slapped his forehead and said, "Martial Nephew Lu is here to participate in the secluded orchid evening refinement. Vice Hall Master Su is giving a lecture in the courtyard. You better go quickly. Don't get caught red-handed." Lu Chaoxian said awkwardly, "Many thanks for Martial Uncle Yang's teachings. I just went to find Junior Brother Ren. I will go now." "Junior Brother Ren?" Yang Yao was stunned. He turned and asked, "Ren Xiaoyao, you are also participating in the secluded orchid evening refinement?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, "Yes, Martial Uncle Yang. I followed the senior brothers of the Grass Division to White Mountain Peak." "Ridiculous!" Yang Yao stomped his foot and said, "How old are you? You just entered the pill hall. How can you be chosen this time? Wait here, I will go." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong. Who was he? If he went to Rejuvenation Valley, he would be considered a steward of the incense cult and would be treated well by Valley Master Nya. But in the pill hall, even if he met a junior like Lu Lihong, he would still have to give way. First, it was due to the modesty of a senior. Then, Zhang Xiaohua's quota to go to the secluded Orchid Grand Canyon was personally appointed by Vice Hall Master Su. He was only a senior disciple of the Grass Division. What confidence did he have to find the Hall Master? Even if he found his backer, Old Man Purple Ginseng, he probably wouldn't open his mouth for such a small matter. Seeing that Yang Yao didn't finish speaking, stopped with hesitation in his eyes, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what was going on. She smiled and cupped her hands, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Martial Uncle Yang. However, since the pill hall has already decided on the list, it's too late to change it now. It's all my fault. I didn't think that Martial Uncle Yang would be in the pill hall. If I had told you earlier, there would have been some leeway." That's right. This secluded orchid evening list was personally drafted by Vice Hall Master Su and then decided by the Hall Master. It's really not nice to mention it now. Nephew Ren, you can go first. When I have the chance, I will come to your place to see you. Yang Yao took advantage of the situation and said with a smile, "I have other important matters to attend to. You can go quickly. Vice Hall Master Su is giving a lecture." The two of them bid farewell to Yang Yao and hurried to another courtyard. On the way, Lu Chaoxian asked with some surprise, "Junior Brother Ren, I see that Martial Uncle Yang seems to be very familiar with you. Moreover, he seems to be very protective of you. You've known each other for a long time, right?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I'm a medicine boy from Rejuvenation Valley. I came all the way to the incense cult, so of course I'm familiar with him. If we're talking about deep friendship, do you think I would be thrown under Headmaster Chen of Tianmu Peak?" That's true. Headmaster Chen probably doesn't like medicine boys from Rejuvenation Valley." Lu Chaoxian scratched his head and said, "However, Headmaster Chen seems to value Junior Brother Ren very much. I think you might be our second master in the future." Seeing the second master again, Zhang Xiaohua was greatly embarrassed and said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about it after we safely return from Yulon Grand Canyon." While they were talking, they had already arrived outside of Vermilion Gate. Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian looked at each other and tiptoed inside. At this time, the entire courtyard was full of disciples from various peaks who had come to White U Peak to participate in the trial. Next to them were some burly men who were the disciples on duty from Pill Repository Hall. Each of them stood in different positions. When these disciples on duty saw someone come in, they were first startled. Then, looking at their attire, they slightly frowned and looked elsewhere. Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian had just stood at the back of the crowd when they heard Vice Hall Master Su say, "That's all I have to say for the time being." What I just emphasized was discipline. In Yulon Grand Canyon, this discipline is the most important. Only iron-like discipline can guarantee your lives. However, you haven't even set out yet. Just in our pill repository hall, there are people who have openly violated the discipline. I, a dignified Vice Hall Master of the Pill Repository Hall, am here to talk about my experience and the things you need to pay attention to during the Yulon evening refinement. However, there are some people who have no regard for discipline and treat me as nothing. Hearing this, the entire courtyard was in a mess. Everyone looked around, looking for the rat excrement that had stirred up the pot of porridge. Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian looked at each other in dismay. Lu Chaoxian's face was even more ashen. Vice Hall Master Su then pointed at Zhang Xiaohua's side and said, "You, that thin and tall young man, and the one next to you, come over here. I want to ask you, why did you come so late? You have no regard for discipline. How can you preserve your lives in the Yulon evening refinement? If I don't teach you properly, won't you lose your lives in the Grand Canyon for no reason?" Immediately, hundreds of pairs of eyes looked at Zhang Xiaohua's side. Their eyes were filled with luck, sympathy, blame, and even envy. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly and gritted his teeth. He was really puzzled. However, this was not the time for him to hesitate. When he saw Vice Hall Master Su waving his hand, he pulled Lu Chaoxian's sleeve and the two of them walked towards Vice Hall Master Su. Along the way, the disciples all made way for them. Vice Hall Master Su, who was on the stage, was still smiling when he saw the two of them approaching. He looked like an elder who was ready to scold a child who had made a mistake. He said with a reproachful tone, "I had already sent someone to the courtyard to call you. I also told you clearly when you entered the courtyard that if there was nothing urgent, you should stay in the courtyard. How could you be late?" Chapter 608. Hearing Vice Hall Master Su's question, Lu Chaoxian glanced at Zhang Xiaohua, not knowing if he should tell the truth. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua took a step forward and cupped his hands in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Greetings, Vice Hall Master Su. I am Ren Xiaoyao, a medicine boy from Tianmu Peak's Herb Department." Vice Hall Chief Su looked at Zhang Xiaohua with interest and said, "I'm not asking for your names. I just want to know why you're so bold to be late in public." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Before I explain, I want to say something first." "Well, go ahead." Vice Hall Chief Su nodded. "This is my senior brother from the Grass Division. He wasn't late just now. He just found that I wasn't here, so he went back to find me. I think if Hall Chief Su wants to punish me, I'll take responsibility. What do you think?" Vice Hall Chief Su clapped his hands and said, "Good. Since you, an apprentice, know how to repay kindness, why can't I, a hall chief, distinguish right from wrong?" Since he remembered the absence of you, his junior brother, and was afraid that you would be punished, he took the risk to look for you. This is something worthy of praise. This is also the care and concern I mentioned earlier. His reason is so good, I naturally won't punish him." Then he turned to Lu Chaoxian and said, "Is what he said true? Did you come to this yard just now?" Lu Chaoxian said in a panic, "Junior brother Ren is telling the truth. When I came to this yard, I didn't know that Vice Hall Chief Su was going to scold us. I didn't know that it was you who was going to scold us until I saw you sitting here drinking tea. Then I knew it was important and hurried back to find junior brother Ren." "Good. You're a loyal man." Vice Hall Chief Su patted Lu Chaoxian's shoulder and said, "Go back. Since you said that I was drinking tea just now, you must have arrived at the yard on time. This reason is very obvious." Lu Chaoxian looked at Zhang Xiaohua and his eyes flashed. He wanted to say something to Vice Hall Chief Su, but he didn't have the courage to say it. He lowered his head and hurried to the back of the crowd. At this time, Vice Hall Master Su smiled at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "What about you? Do you have any dignified reason?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head, saying, "When Vice Hall Master Su summoned us, I was indeed not in the house, but I also did not go far. I was in the little forest behind the courtyard, but I was too engrossed in admiring the beautiful scenery of the White Mountain Peak and forgot about the time." Hee hee. Vice Hall Master Su laughed and said, "You're still listening to the pretense of culture? You can actually appreciate the beauty of the small forest? I don't know how many times I've passed by that forest in a year. How come I've never noticed anything different?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Beautiful scenery always happens inadvertently. Deputy Hall Chief Su is only focused on the affairs of the Hall of Mind. How can he have the leisure to look at the wild flowers by the roadside?" "Well, you're right. I'm worried about the affairs of the hall. Even if you go to the Yulon Grand Canyon, I have to tell you the things you need to pay attention to. How can I see the beautiful scenery in your eyes?" Vice Hall Master Su nodded and said, "Since you didn't come to the field on time, and also walked around, violating the rules of the station. You say, how should I punish you?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's mind flashed with the pile of torture instruments in the dungeon of the White Mountain Peak. Her eyes narrowed. This one has just arrived at the missionary religion. I don't know the rules like the back of my hand. I ask Vice Hall Master Su to enlighten me. See, I knew it. These rules should be learned from the first day you entered the missionary religion. You should have firmly memorized the rules in your heart. If you could have memorized the rules earlier, how could you have made the mistake you made today?" Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. After coming to the missionary religion for so long, who had ever mentioned the word rules to her? This was not her fault. As long as she bowed again, she said, "Vice Hall Master Su's teachings are correct. I ask Vice Hall Master Su to punish me." Vice Hall Master Su was very satisfied with her attitude. Twirling his beard, he said, "Well, although you made a mistake, you can still correct it. Your attitude is very good. According to your mistake, it can be light or heavy. The light punishment is neglecting your teacher and being punished with hard labor for a few days. The heavy punishment is disobeying the hall master's orders. Either 80 lashes, or breaking the tendons in your legs." See, Zhang Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and secretly said, "No wonder there are so many torture instruments in the dungeon. This punishment is too harsh. Just because I was a little late, they broke my tendons. Truly inhumane." However, listening to his tone, it seems that there is still room for negotiation. It's best if you don't make this young master angry. Otherwise, I will make a mess of your White Mountain Peak." At this point, Zhang Xiaohua no longer cared about keeping a low profile. She steeled her heart. As long as Vice Hall Master Su dared to arrest her, she would show off her might and kill White Mountain Peak. Sure enough, Vice Hall Master Su's tone changed and said, "But seeing that you are still young and have just arrived, you lack key points and do not understand the rules of the religion. Well, the key point is that the punishment is not the goal, it is only the means. Our goal is to punish the past and save the future. In addition, you still have to participate in the secluded orchid evening refinement. This hall master will allow you to redeem yourself. As long as you pick the 100-year-old ice soul grass, I will exempt you from your punishment." 100-year-old ice soul grass. Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly. Even the disciples in the audience looked at each other. Although their eyes flashed with disbelief and their mouths were muttering, under Vice Hall Master Su's prestige, no one dared to whisper. Ice soul grass was one of the main ingredients to refine the Yuhuandan pill. This was something that Zhang Xiaohua knew. But whether it was easy to find the 100-year-old ice soul grass in the secluded Orchid Grand Canyon, Zhang Xiaohua did not use his head. Instead, he used his heels. Well, or looking at the expressions of the audience, Zhang Xiaohua knew that this was definitely not an easy matter. However, it seemed that Zhang Xiaohua did not have much of a choice. He could either agree to Vice Hall Master Su's suggestion and atone for his crimes, or accept Vice Hall Master Su's punishment and receive the torture of breaking his tendons. Needless to say, the latter would definitely force Zhang Xiaohua to kill Bai Yifeng, completely disrupting Zhang Xiaohua's original plan. There was no need to consider at all. Zhang Xiaohua immediately chose the former. Although the 100-year-old ice soul grass was rare, it was not impossible to find it in the secluded Orchid Grand Canyon. Of course, if it really did not exist, then it was fine to fight when the time came. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Then I thank Vice Hall Master Su for his great kindness and for allowing me to make up for my crime." Well said, Ren Xiaoyao, I like to support the younger generation the most. If you can pick the 100-year-old ice soul grass, I will immediately exempt you from punishment. Vice Hall Master Su laughed, his eyes revealing an imperceptible feeling. Of course, if you can't pick the qualified ice soul grass, then don't blame us for being impartial. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "That's how it should be." Well, you can go down. I hope you can live up to my expectations. Vice Hall Master Su waved his hand, but no one knew whether he hoped that Zhang Xiaohua would be able to pick the ice spirit grass or not. Zhang Xiaohua bowed again and walked back. Along the way, he did not know how many eyes were filled with schadenfreude. It was not until he came to the side of the Tianmu Peak's disciples that those eyes were replaced with worry. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua stood still, Vice Hall Master Su on the stage announced that the trial was dismissed. He let the disciples who participated in the trial return to their rooms. It seemed that the purpose of this lecture was to find trouble with Zhang Xiaohua. Along the way, Zhang Xiaohua did not speak and just walked with his head down. Lu Chao was blaming himself on the side, complaining from time to time that he was stupid. He did not expect Zhang Xiaohua to come to the small forest behind the courtyard. He also complained that he should not have dragged Zhang Xiaohua to the venue. If he did not come, how could the hundreds of disciples realize that two people were missing? Or if he did not come to find Zhang Xiaohua naturally would not come to the venue. If one person did not come, even if Vice Hall Master Su had discerning eyes, he might not know. The disciples next to him were also worried, but did not speak. Until they reached Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chao's room, several disciples saw that there was no one around and said, "Junior brother Ren, you are in trouble. Although this Yulon Grand Canyon is rich in spirit grasses, it needs to be picked every 5 years. The older ones have been picked long ago. Not to mention the 100-year ice soul grass, even the 50-year-old ones are rare." At this time, Lu Chao said, "It's all my fault. Junior brother Ren, if I did not pull you over, this would not have happened." Lu Chao said "I" for a long time, but could not say a complete sentence. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Senior brother Lu, don't worry. You are doing this for my good, how can I not know? I can't thank you enough in my heart, so how can I blame you? Senior brothers are also very reasonable, but since Hall Master Su has placed a difficult problem there, this little brother can only accept it. If you want to blame someone, blame this little brother for being impulsive and wanting to go out for a walk. It can only be considered as fate." The disciples who heard this all sighed. In fact, with hundreds of people staying in this courtyard, it was very depressing. Many disciples had already gone out for a stroll, but they did not find anyone who would accuse them of violating the church's rules. Zhang Xiaohua usually did not go out, but just after going out, she was caught red-handed. If it was said, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. It was not excessive at all. But Vice Hall Master Su said it in a dignified manner. All the disciples, including Zhang Xiaohua, were speechless. Then, Zhang Xiaohua comforted everyone, "Don't worry about me. Since senior brother Lu Lihong was able to pick centuries-old ginseng in the canyon, maybe I can also find centuries-old ice spirit grass." When a skinny disciple heard this, he interrupted, "I occasionally heard from the seniors of the grass division that senior martial brother Lu obtained the old ginseng by chance. After he collected some herbs in the herb gathering area, he felt that there weren't any rare herbs. Thus, he took the risk and relied on his superior martial arts to force his way out of the safe area and ran into the forest far away before he found the old ginseng. But it was in that forest. Later on, some brothers who heard the news went there again, but they didn't find anything. Moreover, after a few of them were killed by ferocious beasts, they didn't dare to leave the safe area anymore. Oh. I see. Zhang Xiaohua began to understand. Come, there are more chapters. Chapter 609. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua had a rough idea of what was going on. The herbs in the herb-gathering area were harvested once every 5 years. There might be some spirit herbs left, but there were definitely no spirit herbs that were more than 100 years old. However, the Yulon Grand Canyon was very big. Even if there was no activity in the herb division, it didn't mean that there were no other places. Although other places were dangerous, would Zhang Xiaohua be afraid? However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't explain it to everyone. After comforting him for a while, they sighed and left. At this time, the news of the pitiful Zhang Xiaohua being punished by Vice Hall Master Su had already spread throughout the entire courtyard. This classic example of a negative example had an immediate effect. No disciple dared to casually take half a step out of the courtyard. They all obediently stayed in their rooms, quietly waiting for the arrival of Silent Orchid Evening Refinement. While the disciples were laughing at Zhang Xiaohua himself was peacefully sitting cross-legged in a corner of the small house, carefully comprehending the Tao of heaven. 2 days later, Yang Yao still didn't come. On this day, it was early in the morning. Zhang Xiaohua woke up early as usual and went to the woods outside the courtyard to practice the Big Dipper magical fist. When he returned to the small courtyard, he saw that the whole place was in an uproar. Everyone was walking back and forth, shouting something. This made Zhang Xiaohua frown. What's going on? Every time I go out, I will encounter trouble. At the door, Lu Chaoxian had already looked around countless times. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua return, his face was overjoyed. He stepped forward and said, "Junior brother Ren, did you go to the woods again? This time I wanted to go there to find you, but I was afraid that the hall master would send some news. I didn't dare to leave." Zhang Xiaohua used his chin to point at the disciple who was walking back and forth. He whispered, "Is it Vice Hall Master Su's idea again?" Haha. Lu Chaoxian laughed, "He is our Dan Hall Master. How can he make fun of us for no reason? Today is the day we are really going to the Yulon Grand Canyon. Just a moment ago, a disciple came over and told us to get ready. We have to gather outside in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Look, the brothers who drove the carriage have already left. I am waiting for you here. Oh, the things in the house have also been packed. Since you don't have anything left, we are just waiting for you to come back. Let's prepare to go out." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "If that's the case, then that's for the best. Staying at White Mountain Peak is better than staying at Tianmu Peak. It's better to come less often in the future." Lu Chaoxian looked at the busy disciples around him and said with some disappointment and frustration, "You should wait until we come back from the Yulon Grand Canyon. Moreover, even if you don't like to come here, you can't stop the number of disciples who want to come here." Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua laughed out loud, causing the nearby disciples to roll their eyes in confusion. They saw Zhang Xiaohua casually patting Lu Chaoxian's shoulder and said, "Senior brother Lu, I still haven't thanked you for your previous protection. Today, I feel very comfortable listening to your words. Alright, this trip to the Yulon Grand Canyon, you will follow me. I will guarantee your safe return." Oh. Lu Chaoxian was astonished in an exaggerated manner. He cupped his hands and said, "Then this Lu's 200 gene weight will all depend on junior brother Ren. When the time comes, you must take care of me. Even if you have to carry me, you must carry me back." Seeing Lu Chaoxian's appearance, Zhang Xiaohua naturally knew that he didn't really believe her. She smiled and said, "Forget it. If senior brother Lu says so, then it's better to carry this little brother. This little brother only weighs 100 jin. That's true. Lu Chaoxian said in a deadpan manner, junior brother Ren should eat a little more. You are now growing, so you can't lack food. That day when I dragged you to listen to Vice Hall Master Su's lecture, your body seemed very light. Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat moved and said, I know, senior brother Lu. I will pay attention to it. Then, not long after, they heard someone standing at the gate of the courtyard shouting, all disciples, quickly gather. The time limit is half an incense stick. Thus, the disciples who had been waiting in the house rushed out of the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua was about to leave, but was pulled back by Lu Chaoxian. Zhang Xiaohua curiously said, only half an incense stick's time. Senior brother Lu, if we don't hurry, I'm afraid we will be caught by others. Lu Chaoxian shook his head and said, there are more than 300 people in this courtyard. Although the gate is big, it is not enough for dozens of people to squeeze through at the same time. You see, isn't it already crowded at the beginning? The voice of the disciple who gave the order just now is very young. It is different from before. He is an inexperienced rookie. Let's wait for a while. When they have all squeezed through, we will go over. Zhang Xiaohua sweated profusely. No wonder Headmaster Chen didn't let her be the leader. This Lu Chaoxian's experience was really not ordinary. She really couldn't predict this kind of situation. Sure enough, the gate of the courtyard was crowded with people. There were more than 10 people watching coldly from the surroundings. Only after half an incense stick's time had passed did the 300 people pass. Then, the rest of the people who were watching the excitement didn't dare to delay and quickly walked out. The carriage of the Tianmu Peak's grass division was at the back of the convoy. Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian's carriage were at the back. Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian hurried to the side of the carriage and put the things on it. Before they could rest, they heard a loud voice in front of them, all disciples, listen up. The orchid evening refinement is now setting off. All disciples please sit in the carriage and line up in an orderly manner. Then, they heard a burst of music. It was another group of young medicine apprentices who were holding musical instruments and playing at the side. Translator, trans and editor, trans and 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 the carriages from Tianmu Peak were at the back, so they didn't have to worry about anything. They just had to follow the advance and retreat of the carriages in front. The motorcade moved forward, heading straight south. They left at dawn and stopped at night. It was not just one day. It was the morning of the third day. They arrived at another towering mountain. Zhang Xiaohua stood at the front of the motorcade and looked up at the lush mountain. She could not help but ask, Senior brother Lu, which mountain is this? Just as Lu Chaoxian was about to speak, the carriage in front of them stopped and a voice came from the front, rest for a meal. Lu Chaoxian smiled and said, can't junior brother Ren guess it? Oh, Zhang Xiaohua patted her forehead and said, this is the Black Tomb Peak where Wuming Hall is located? Black Tomb Peak? Lu Chaoxian had a strange expression and said, who told you that Wuming Hall is at the Black Tomb Peak? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, last time senior brother Lu Lihong came to our Tianmu Peak and said that he was at the Black Tomb Peak. I think that's where Wuming Hall is located. I see. Lu Chaoxian had an envious look on his face and said, you're actually talking to senior brother Lu. I'm so envious. Moreover, senior brother Lu never tells us too much about his privacy. I didn't expect senior brother Lu to be at the Black Tomb Peak. Then he said, Wuming Hall has jurisdiction over the Dragon Head Peak and the Black Tomb Peak. Among them, the hall is located at the Dragon Head Peak. Our Pill Expansion Hall, Heaven and Earth Hall, Shuyu Hall and other disciples who need the protection of outer disciples to enter the valley need to go to the Dragon Head Peak to meet up with the disciples they sent out for the trial and then go to the Yulon Grand Canyon together. Our Pill Expansion Hall has always been the last to enter, so this should be the last batch of disciples waiting for Wuming Hall to take the trial. Then how many people will they send to protect us? I heard from the senior brother in the past that the number of people sent is not fixed, nor is it determined by the number of disciples we have, but by the number of disciples they send out for the trial. It varies every year. Oh, I see. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua looked back at the 4 carriages behind him and frowned slightly. When Zhang Xiaohua came down from the Heaven Eye Peak, he had already faintly become the 4th leader, after the 3 arhats. There were 92 disciples of the Grass Division on the Heaven Eye Peak, and they were divided into 4 groups. Although Zhang Xiaohua's group was small, there were still about 17 or 18 people. However, after he was reprimanded by Deputy Hall Master Su at the White Mountain Peak and atoned for his crime by meritorious service, nearly half of these 17 or 18 people gradually left him. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and didn't say anything. When they arrived at the front row of carriages, there were only 4 carriages behind Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian. Even Lu Chaoxian's face showed an extremely embarrassed expression. It was said that the world was unscrupulous, and Zhang Xiaohua had encountered this before. However, he only picked one more ice soul grass than the others, so he didn't need to be so nervous. Therefore, looking at the 4 carriages behind him, the 8 people who were extremely confident in him, and Lu Chaoxian, although Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how dangerous the Yulon Grand Canyon was, he still made up his mind to protect them to the best of his ability. Not long after, they saw dozens of steeds galloping down from Dragon Head Peak. Although Dragon Head Peak was steep, these dozens of people were able to gallop down with ease. They were actually very proficient in the saddle and horse, and their martial arts were extremely high. Soon, these people went down the peak and stopped in front of the Pill Sprouting Hall's carriage. The disciple holding the sword in the front talked with the disciple in charge of chores in front of the carriage for a while, and then shouted to the back. The outer court disciples behind him responded, patted their bodies, and dismounted, and went straight to the Pill Sprouting Hall's carriage. Then, there were 4 or 5 carriages with 2 disciples on each side, and they came in turn. When it was almost Zhang Xiaohua's carriage, there weren't many outer court disciples left. A disciple wearing a brocade martial attire and holding a sword, who wasn't very tall, was sitting in the carriage. From time to time, he would look at the grass sect disciples sitting in the carriage, and nodded his head with a smile. It wasn't until he saw Zhang Xiaohua that a smile appeared in his eyes. He moved his horse forward, came to the front of the carriage, and said with a smile, "Junior brother Ren, we meet again." Chapter 610. Wasn't this disciple in embroidered robes the former elite disciple of the Herb Division, Lu Lihong? Zhang Xiaohua was also overjoyed to see Lu Lihong. She cupped her hands and said, "Senior brother Lu, are you going to participate in the Orchid Evening Refinement?" "Congratulations, senior brother Lu. I wish you success in your trial." Lu Lihong was also full of smiles. He held his sword and cupped his hands. "Thanks to junior brother Ren's auspicious words, I will definitely pass this trial." At this moment, seeing Lu Lihong riding his horse to guard the back of the carriages, the Tianmu Cottage disciples, who had just looked at Lu Lihong in confusion and ignored them, were all elated. With bright smiles on their faces, they began to discuss softly. Who was Lu Lihong? He was an existence that surpassed Chen Fengshao, the #1 master of Tianmu Peak. He was the idol of the Herb Division disciples of the Pill Division. Be a man and be Lu Lihong was not said for nothing. Since he had such a powerful outer disciple as his guard, wouldn't the Orchid Grand Canyon be a piece of flat land? Previously, they were still a little nervous, but now, they were completely relaxed. If not for the rules of the Pill Division Hall and the previous lesson of Zhang Xiaohua's punishment, they would probably be shouting and cheering loudly. Lu Lihong seemed to know what the disciples were thinking. He rode his horse forward and walked to the middle of the Herb Division team. He raised his hands and cupped his hands to the front and back. The Tianmu Peak disciples in the carriage, as well as the disciples from the other peaks in front, all stood up when they saw their idol being so humble. They cupped their hands in return and gave him a thumbs up in their hearts. What a master! Lu Lihong's action was obviously not in line with the rules. Several Wuming Hall disciples frowned slightly, but they did not say anything. It was an indisputable fact that Lu Lihong was a disciple of the Pill Division Hall. What could you say when he greeted his former brothers? However, Lu Lihong was quite a good person. He smiled and nodded to the senior brothers of Wuming Hall next to him and quickly turned his horse back to the end of the line. He was about 10 feet away from Zhang Xiaohua's carriage. At this time, the last 2 Wuming Hall disciples also rode over and followed closely behind the Pill Expanding Hall team. When everyone was in position, the disciple of Wuming Hall who rode back to the high ground waved his hand and said something to the person in front of the carriage. Then, the carriages started to move slowly again. The disciples of Wuming Hall rode on horses and escorted the carriages of the Pill Expanding Hall on both sides. Nothing was said along the way. The entire caravan moved forward quietly. Only the sound of hooves and the clanking of carriages could be heard. Although Lu Lihong had some connections with the grass sect disciples, he was not familiar with them. There was no reason for him to chat with them. Moreover, the other outer sect disciples looked very arrogant. They sat quietly on their horses and closed their eyes to rest. They ignored everyone. The disciples of the Pill Sprouting Hall were also sitting quietly in the carriage. They seemed to have been instructed to follow the rules on the road. Although there were a few quick-witted disciples who wanted to trick Lu Lihong, they did not dare to break the rules in public. Zhang Xiaohua liked this kind of situation the most. She also sat cross-legged in the carriage and closed her eyes to cultivate. Lu Chaoxian beside her only knew some flowery martial arts and had never practiced internal strength. Seeing this, he also knew that Zhang Xiaohua was working hard. He also sat quietly beside her and did not dare to say a word. At this time, on a mountain ridge shrouded in a faint white mist, in front of a row of very exquisite stone houses, stood dozens of women in palace clothes. These women all had graceful figures, and most of them were wearing masks, so their faces could not be seen clearly. The one in front was dressed in green. She looked at the ridge and did not say a word. After a long while, the white fog on the ridge became thinner. A ray of sunlight passed through and directly shone on the grass in front of the stone houses. The woman in green turned around and said, "Junior sisters, the time has come. You can do your own things. I won't say anything else. Just pay attention to your safety. Don't be careless. The restriction of the Yulon Grand Canyon has a time limit. 1 month later, you must return here. If you encounter any danger, you can send a signal. The junior sisters beside you can come to your rescue." "Yes, senior sister Chen Chen, we know." The woman in green was actually the extremely careless Chen Chen. It was funny that she was reprimanding the other junior sisters for their carelessness. Seeing the junior sisters respond, Chen Chen was still not at ease. "Remember, 1 month later, you must return here. Although I don't know what special dangers there are in the Yulon Grand Canyon, as long as the disciples don't go out before the restriction closes, including the outer and inner disciples, they will not come back." Beside her, a girl in light red clothes smiled and said, "Senior sister, don't worry. Before we came out, Master had clearly told us that we wouldn't take our lives as a joke. Please let us go quickly. This 1 month's time may be long, but if we were to look for opportunities, find some spiritual herbs and the like, it would be extremely short." Chen Chen listened and smiled. "Do you think I want to say more? Didn't you see what Uncle Sect leader said when we came in yesterday? Your safety is in my hands. How can I not care?" A woman said, "Among all the junior sisters, only senior sister Chen Chen has left the incense cult. She has also walked through the Jianghu. Naturally, we will follow senior sister Chen Chen's lead. You don't need to be modest." Okay, I won't say more. Just like Uncle's sect leader said yesterday, be careful. If you encounter any danger, send a signal. Let's go. Qin Chen impatiently waved her hand. Seeing Qin Chen let them go, the inner disciples who had been eager for a long time were all happy. They smiled and said, "Then we will go first, senior sister." After saying that, their bodies floated up and glided a few feet in the air before slowly landing on the ground. Without waiting for their bodies to stop, they tapped their feet on the ground again. Without leaving any traces on the ground, their bodies rose up again. It was really elegant and graceful. Their posture was even better than ethereal sect's ethereal steps. These inner sect disciples' qin gong was so high that even Zhang Xiaohua, who was practicing the real levitation technique, could not compare with them. For a time, the mountain was full of colorful and beautiful figures, dazzling the eyes. Seeing that all the junior sisters had gone down the mountain and went in different directions, Qin Chen turned back and said to the last woman who hadn't moved, "Let's go." The last woman was wearing a pale yellow palace dress, without a veil on her head. Her long black hair was tied up at the top of her head and then scattered behind her head. She frowned slightly on her white face. Hearing Qin Chen's words, she nodded and said, "We'll listen to senior sister." After saying that, she didn't move. Qin Chen was stunned and frowned, saying, "You go first." The woman bit her lip and said, "I don't dare to walk in front of senior sister. If I tell you to go, then go. Why are you so hesitant?" Qin Chen said angrily. The girl was taken aback. Her eyes were slightly watery. She gritted her teeth and flew down the mountain ridge. This girl's qin gong was not bad. If she was placed in the Jianghu, she would cause a sensation. However, compared to those inner sect disciples, she was much weaker. Looking at the woman's clumsy figure, Qin Chen shook her head and said, "In this case, why did you do it in the first place?" As soon as Qin Chen finished speaking, a firm voice came from the woman in the air. "In this case, I did it in the first place." However, as soon as the words left her mouth, the woman's inner breath became chaotic. Her body suddenly fell towards the sharp rocks on the mountain ridge. The woman hurriedly circulated her inner breath, wanting to stabilize her body, but how could she do it in such a hurry? She was about to fall and get hurt, but she still gritted her teeth and forced herself to hold on. She didn't say a word for help. At the critical moment, a hand stretched out and pulled her sleeve. The woman took advantage of the force and pulled herself up again. At this time, the woman's white face had already turned red. It was Qin Chen who stretched out her hand. Qin Chen pulled the woman's sleeve and stepped on the ground very leisurely. Then, with a little force, the two of them floated down the mountain like fairies. The woman's sleeve was pulled by Qin Chen. She got a chance and whispered, "Senior sister, thank you for your help." "Haha." Qin Chen laughed and said, "I thought you didn't know how to speak. You're so stubborn. In the future, how can you find a good husband?" The woman's body tilted and she almost fell to the mortal world again. Senior sister Qin Chen's thinking was really good. Seeing this, Qin Chen put more force in her hand and brought the woman to her side, laughing. After a long while, she asked, "Junior sister, do you think I'm calling you Meng? Or should I call you Zixia?" The caravan of the Tuoden Hall left at dawn and stayed at night for several days. At noon, they arrived in front of a huge forest that covered the sky. The caravan stopped. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and asked, "Senior brother Lu, have we arrived at the Yulan Canyon?" Lu Chaoxian nodded and said, "According to the schedule, we should have arrived at the destination." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and asked, "I have a question to ask." "Junior brother Ren, please say it." "When we enter the Yulan Canyon, we still have to rely on junior brother Ren." "You're so polite, how do you want me to deal with it?" Zhang Xiaohua stopped and said bluntly, "When we were at the Tianmu Peak, I heard senior brother Bai Huan say that because the restriction of the Yulan Canyon was opened in advance, the time of the Yulan dusk refinement was also earlier. That is to say, when the Tuoden Hall notified us at the Tianmu Peak, we could already enter the canyon. But why did we still have to wait for several days after we arrived at the Biyao Peak?" If we didn't wait for a few days and directly went to the Dragon Head Peak to meet the outer disciples, wouldn't it be convenient? Lu Chaoxian said curiously, didn't you tell junior brother Ren before? There is an order to enter the canyon. First is the inner disciples, then the ordinary disciples of the other halls. It's useless for us to come early. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was even more surprised. I naturally know that there is an order to enter the canyon. But, I don't understand. The inner disciples will enter first, and we will line up later. Why do we have to wait? Lu Chaoxian came to a realization and said, I understand. Junior brother Ren, it seems that you still don't know why this trial is called Yulan Dusk Refinement, right? Chapter 6:11. Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed and said, this. I really don't know. Please enlighten me, senior brother Lu. Lu Chaoxian smiled and said, Junior brother Ren, it's normal that you don't know. In fact, this Yulan Dusk Refinement, Yulan, needless to say, is precisely the Yulan Grand Canyon. Refinement definitely means training. The key is the word dusk. Dusk? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and asked, isn't it the word dusk? Could it be that we can only train at dusk? It is the word dusk, but not at dusk, but, before Lu Chaoxian could finish his words, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes flashed and he exclaimed, oh, I understand now. I've been asking for half a day, and it turns out that this is the reason. Lu Chaoxian gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, Junior brother Ren is really a smart person. I haven't said anything, but you already know. Then, without caring whether Zhang Xiaohua understood or not, he continued, the word dusk is exactly what junior brother Ren thought. Only at dusk can we enter the Yulan Grand Canyon to train. In other words, we can only enter the canyon during the 2 hours of dusk. So, think about it, if the inner disciples and hall disciples of the incense religion all gather here, it's impossible for them all to enter. So, we arranged for all the disciples to enter the Yulan Grand Canyon at different times. Zhang Xiaohua added. That's right. Generally speaking, the first to enter are the inner disciples. I reckon that when we were at the White Mountain Peak or Tianmu Peak, they had already entered. Oh. Zhang Xiaohua responded and stood up on the carriage. How the inner and outer disciples entered the Yulan Grand Canyon and how they went through the trial had nothing to do with him. He only wanted to pick some spirit grasses and deal with the unlucky atonement that fell on his head. After all, he had only been here for a short period of time and didn't know anything. There was no need for him to care too much about irrelevant things. The caravan stopped in front of the deep forest and didn't move. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw that there was some fog in the forest. It was blurry and she couldn't see what was inside. She released her divine sense and found nothing unusual within 100 feet. After a long while, the carriage still quietly stopped there. The disciples of Wuming Hall all went to the front and gathered together, waiting quietly. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and asked, Senior Marshal Brother Lu, why haven't you left yet? It's almost afternoon. If we didn't hurry to the entrance of the Yulan Grand Canyon, how could we enter the canyon in 2 hours? Lu Chaoxian looked as if he was seeing Zhang Xiaohua for the first time. He looked at her in amazement and asked, Junior brother Ren, after you came to the Yulan Grand Canyon, didn't you ask the senior marshal brothers who had participated in the Yulan evening refinement about the situation here? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, since I was going to come here with the senior marshal brothers, I would have asked them on the way. In any case, I have the virtue of not being ashamed to ask. Junior brother Ren is really strong. Lu Chaoxian once again gave her a thumbs up and said, when we received the order to enter the Yulan evening refinement, we were both surprised and happy. Surprised because there might be a life-threatening situation here and happy because if we returned safely, there would be a rich reward. But who could be as calm as Junior brother Ren? Well, maybe it's because Junior brother Ren's martial arts are superb, so he is unusually confident in himself. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head again and said embarrassedly, am I that outstanding? Ha ha ha. Lu Chaoxian's face was painful as he tried to hold back his smile. His body was also steady as he said, "Yes, that's right. Junior brother Ren is a peerless figure second only to senior martial brother Lu Lihong." This time, it was Zhang Xiaohua's turn to stabilize his body. He pinched his chin and secretly said, Am I not as good as Lu Lihong?" Then Lu Chaoxian pointed to the endless deep forest and said, "Junior brother Ren needs to know that this forest is the entrance to the Yulon Grand Canyon. Normally, this forest can't be seen clearly. Only during the Yulon evening refinement every 5 years can the outline of this forest be seen. When the refinement is ready, the fog in this forest will dissipate. Junior martial brother, just wait. At dusk, something will happen. At that time, you will know how to enter the deep forest." Seeing Lu Chaoxian's somewhat hesitant appearance, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Okay, then I will sit here and wait to watch the fun." Finished speaking, she sat cross-legged on the carriage and ignored everything else, concentrating on her cultivation. After a long time, the sun gradually moved to the west and gradually set. When it landed on the west mountain, a ray of sunlight shone on the forest. The originally misty forest gradually became clear. The endless fog was like a whale swallowing water, disappearing into the depths of the forest. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua, even without using her divine sense, could clearly see that this was a huge array. At this time, the sunlight shone on an unknown place. A multicolored brilliance projected on the ground in the middle of the forest, forming a winding passage. The Wuming Hall's disciples moved, and the Dan Sprouting Hall's team also moved. Only to hear the Dan Sprouting Hall's disciple in the front shouting, "Junior martial brothers, hurry up and move forward." Presumably, everyone knows that this passage will only last for an hour. After that time, it will disappear and the fog will reappear. The disciples who didn't pass through will have to stay in the dense forest. Everyone, please be nimble. Just like before, if there is a problem with the carriage, quickly get on the nearest carriage. Damn, when Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he immediately understood why all the disciples were squeezing to the front when they were queuing up, and those who had followed him earlier and then followed the other 3 arhats had all inserted their carriages in front of him. It turned out that the order and time to enter the deep forest had such a harsh requirement. Looking at the pale faces of the disciples in the back, Zhang Xiaohua smiled at Lu Chaoxian and said, "Since the 2 of us are the leaders of the 8 senior martial brothers, then our awareness should be better than theirs. Let their 4 carriages go in front of us, and we go last. What do you think?" This. Lu Chaoxian's mouth was somewhat bitter. He secretly said, "What is wrong with junior brother Ren? The leader's carriage is always at the front, how can you?" However, since Zhang Xiaohua had already said that after entering the Yulon Grand Canyon, his safety would depend on him. How could he not listen to him at this time? Thus, he awkwardly smiled and said, of course, since I am the leader, naturally I should have this awareness." Then, he said to the disciples in the 4 carriages behind, "Did you hear that? Junior brother Ren is so righteous. He let you go first, why don't you hurry up and move to the front?" The 8 disciples had never dreamed of such a good thing. Their faces were filled with joy as they hurriedly cupped their hands. "Many thanks, junior brother Ren. Many thanks, senior brother Lu." Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing on the carriage, felt strange. Isn't it just a distance of 4 carriages? How much time can it delay? Why are they so afraid? He didn't know that when people in the world encounter something that they are afraid of, they don't want to stay with it for even a moment. Not to mention 100 feet, even 100 feet would make them feel uneasy. Only when they are far away would they feel at ease. The distance between the 4 carriages was not far, but in their hearts, it was an insurmountable distance. In particular, with Zhang Xiaohua, a person with strong martial arts, behind them, their hearts were more secure. While they were talking, the carriages had already slowly moved forward. However, at this time, the disciples of Wuming Hall were not guarding the sides of the carriages like when they came. Instead, they were all walking in front of the carriages, riding their horses slowly. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua felt strange again. He was about to ask, but when his eyes fell on the ground, he suddenly understood. He saw that the colorful light path was only the width of 2 carriages. It was more than enough for 1 carriage to travel on it. If 1 or 2 horses were added, it would be a little crowded. Presumably, it was dangerous outside the light path, so the outer disciples led the way. The carriages moved quietly in the deep forest, not daring to make any strange sounds. The surroundings were quiet. Zhang Xiaohua still stood on the last carriage, allowing Lu Chaoxian to drive the carriage and follow the carriages. He was frowning all the time. He always felt that there was something unusual here. Perhaps it was depression, or perhaps it was palpitations. He could not explain it clearly. But when he released his divine sense to explore the surrounding dozens of feet, he did not find anything unusual. Even the brilliance on the ground was ordinary. It was just the reflection of the sunlight. There was no fluctuation of primordial qi. Everything was very normal. Zhang Xiaohua looked back. It was also empty behind him. Only the colorful light path was far behind him, leading to the gradually deep forest. Suddenly, the carriage in front of him started to shake as if it was carrying a stone. The creaking sound spread far and wide in the silent forest. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to understand why he felt different. In this deep forest, there was no sound of birds chirping. Putong, putong. Zhang Xiaohua's heart beat violently. Of course, which forest did not have birds and insects that could chirp? This forest was so big and there were so many trees. How could there not be these things? But why aren't they barking? Also, before he entered the forest, he didn't hear any birds chirping, right? Zhang Xiaohua didn't know. The forest was just as Zhang Xiaohua had thought. It was a formation in the first place, and the path of light was a passageway through the formation. Regular people would not necessarily be able to sense anything if they strutted through it. Even the disciples of the fragrant cult would feel some fear when they learned of the dangers inside, but that was only a psychological effect. Zhang Xiaohua was different. She was a qi practitioner from the path of immortals, so she had some understanding of formations as well. Coupled with the assistance of the senses of the soul, she was more sensitive to formations than regular people. It was very easy for her to sense the pressure and danger in the formation, so she felt more pressure than regular people. Chapter 6:12. The carriages of the pill-expanding hall quietly moved forward along the path of light. They did not dare to waste any time as they were afraid of being left behind in this deathly silent forest. It was strange that no one had seen anything wrong with their carriages since they had come down from Tianmu Peak. However, at this critical juncture, something had gone wrong. Just as Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense to observe the forest, she suddenly heard a crunching sound followed by a flurry of panic. Zhang Xiaohua was standing at a high spot. He lifted his head and saw that it was a carriage from Tianmu Peak. For some reason, the axle of the carriage had broken and the entire carriage had fallen to the ground. Seeing that it could no longer move forward, the disciples behind it also stopped. The disciples at the back immediately jumped down from their carriages. Without saying a word, they hurried to the front of the collapsed carriage and helped the disciples who were driving the carriage to pull the disciples out. At this moment, the horse that was standing quietly suddenly pricked up its ears. With a li-li-li sound, it began to gallop towards the forest at the side. At this moment, 3 disciples had just helped the disciples out of the carriage when the broken carriage was being dragged by the galloping horse towards the forest at the side. The 4 disciples were quick to react and quickly dodged to the side. They saw the horse dragging the broken carriage into the forest. However, the forest was filled with huge trees and it was very dense. How could there be enough space for the carriage to move forward? Moreover, the horse seemed to be panicking when it saw the carriage. It did not choose the right path. After galloping for about 10 feet, the carriage that it was pulling crashed into a huge tree. The carriage was in a mess and the jade box in the carriage was also scattered on the ground. At first, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense to follow the carriage. But the horse was running normally and the trees were real. She could not see anything different. When the carriage dispersed, her divine sense could no longer follow and she could only use her eyes to observe. She saw the horse neighing and galloping into the depths of the forest. After a turn, it disappeared. At first, she could still hear the sound of the horse's hooves, but gradually, there was no movement at all. Just as the horse neighed, the other horses that were pulling the carriages also responded. Fortunately, the disciples who were driving the carriages seemed to have expected this and each of them pulled on the reins. Many disciples even jumped off the carriages and pressed their hands on the backs of the horses. Only when the horse disappeared into the forest did the other horses in the carriages calm down. Zhang Xiaohua's carriage was the same. However, Lu Chaoxian had some strength. With a pull of his arms, he stopped the eager horse from moving. Zhang Xiaohua stood firmly on the carriage and pulled her gaze back from the depths of the forest. This process was not long but also not short. However, during this time, there was no movement in the forest. Several disciples stared blankly at the depths of the forest. It seemed that they did not expect such a thing to happen. At this moment, a loud shout came from the front. "What are you waiting for? The carriage is broken. There is no need to clean it up. Hurry up and get on the carriage at the back. It's almost time." The stunned disciple seemed to have awoken from a dream and hurriedly jumped onto the carriage at the back and urged the horse to move forward. Thus, the entire group of carriages began to move again. However, this time, everyone's hearts were filled with dread and caution. Zhang Xiaohua sat down and asked softly, "Senior brother Lu, is there any secret in this forest? Why can't I see a bird chirping? I can't even see a squirrel. I remember when I was young, there were these in the small forest near my home. Every time I went there, it was very lively." Lu Chaoxian signaled and said softly, "When we came out, the senior brothers told us not to talk about anything in the forest here. Be careful not to be heard by the forest. Didn't you see that horse? It went crazy for no reason. Who knows what it saw?" This. Zhang Xiaohua tactfully shut her mouth. This forest seemed to be very deep. After walking for nearly 2 hours, they still could not see the end. Zhang Xiaohua did not know what the other disciples felt, but she had already faintly felt a kind of aura in the forest. What is this?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned. The array in this forest was not the same as the array in Dianqi Lake. It had a feeling of the black fog in the mysterious cave. Is there really something in this forest that cannot be done? Or is the array in the forest about to be activated a precursor? While she was thinking, there was a commotion in the front workshop. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Is there any change? When she hurriedly stood up to take a look, sure enough, the Wuming Hall disciple who was walking at the front no longer moved slowly. Instead, he raised the whip high and whipped the horse's butt. The horse neighed and rushed forward quickly. Seeing this, Lu Chaoxian was also shocked. He hurriedly said, "Oh, didn't you say that horses are not allowed in this forest? Why did they?" While they were talking, the carriages in front no longer moved slowly. The disciples driving the carriages pulled on the reins, and the carriages sped forward quickly along the light path. The disciples behind also panicked, and rushed forward in a flurry. Although Lu Chaoxian was surprised, he did not dare to fall behind and followed closely behind. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew what had happened. She hurriedly looked around and saw some white fog faintly appearing in the depths of the forest. When she looked at the ground, her heart skipped a beat. Of course, the brilliance on the ground had scattered and almost disappeared. No wonder everyone was panicking. Seeing the white fog gradually shrouding over, a light appeared in front of the fading light path. It was the exit of the forest. Everyone was overjoyed, and they threw all the instructions and precautions to the back of their minds, and they just drove the carriage forward with all their might. Zhang Xiaohua sat in the carriage and let Lu Chaoxian drive the carriage. She frowned tightly. Although her divine awareness could not reach far, she also felt that the chi of heaven and earth around her had undergone a great change. It seemed that the tactical formation in the forest was being activated. Seeing the exit was near, the Wuming Hall outer core disciples went out first, and the carriages of the pill-expanding hall also rushed out one by one. However, right at this moment, a strange change occurred. The last carriage that Zhang Xiaohua was in suddenly jolted. The horse that was driving the carriage also let out a long neigh. There was a trace of blood in its eyes as it ran out of its normal path and rushed headlong into the forest. Lu Chaoxian, who was driving the carriage, was shocked. He tried to pull the horse with both arms. Unfortunately, although he had some strength, he was no match for a galloping horse. The whole carriage immediately rushed into the dense forest. At this moment, all the disciples in front were desperately rushing forward. Who would notice them? Zhang Xiaohua was also shocked. He had the strength to pull the horse, but the carriage was about to rush into the dense forest. Moreover, in her divine awareness, the tactical formation was about to effect here. It was too late to save the carriage. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua did not think carefully. She stretched out her hand and grabbed Lu Chaoxian's collar. She did not see how he exerted his strength, but his body was pulled up from the carriage and flew to the carriage in front. Lu Chaoxian was trying his best to control the carriage. He had already lost his previous strength. Suddenly, he felt a huge force pulling him forward. He did not know what to do. He did not even let go of the reins in his hand. He heard a low voice in his ear, "Quickly let go of the reins in your hand." Lu Chaoxian then came to his senses and quickly let go of his hand. He saw the trees in the forest flying behind him. It was as if he was riding on the clouds. It was much faster than sitting in the carriage. He could not help but have the impulse to rub his eyes. Was he dreaming? This was Qin Gong. Lu Chaoxian was just an ordinary disciple in Tianmu Peak. He was neither high nor low. His martial arts were also ordinary. He had only heard of Qin Gong but had not experienced it personally. Now that Zhang Xiaohua was holding it in her hand, how could he not be surprised? Zhang Xiaohua's imperial wind technique was so fast. Before Lu Chaoxian came to his senses, she had already fallen behind the carriage in front. At this moment, this was already the last carriage. It was rushing out of the foggy forest with a clang sound. Outside the forest, the leading disciple who came out earlier had already calmed down. He was staring at the carriages rushing out of the forest. He was counting something in his mouth. When he saw the last carriage rushing out, his face changed slightly. He shouted loudly, "Where are Lu Chaoxian and Ren Xiaoyao? Aren't they in front of you?" Hearing this, the disciple driving the carriage then came to his senses. The disciples in the carriage were still in shock. They all looked back. Other than the foggy forest, there was only an empty area. They could not help but be at a loss. In a trembling voice, they said, Senior brother Lu and junior brother Ren walked at the back for our safety." But, at this moment, facing them, the leading disciple's face showed an incredulous expression. He unconsciously raised his right hand and pointed at their carriage. You are actually fine?" The two people in the carriage were also surprised. When they looked back, they saw two people slowly climbing up from the back of the carriage. Weren't they Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian? The two disciples in the carriage were surprised and happy. They gradually stopped the carriage. They turned back and said gratefully, "Senior brother Lu, junior brother Ren, you are fine?" Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian jumped down from the carriage. They patted the dust on their bodies and smiled. "Do you want us to be fine?" No, it's just your carriage." The two disciples then realized that the last carriage of the team was missing. Needless to say, the carriage must have met with some mishap in the forest. The fact that the two of them were able to escape with their lives and hide in their carriage was all thanks to Zhang Xiaohua. The two of them couldn't help but rejoice that they were able to follow Zhang Xiaohua and treat Zhang Xiaohua as their leader. When the disciple leading the group saw that Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xian were safe and sound, and that only their carriage was damaged, he felt greatly relieved. He walked up to them, and just as he was about to say something, a furious roar sounded from behind. "Who is it? Who told you to rush out of the forest like this?" Chapter 613. Hearing someone scolding, Zhang Xiaohua, Lu Chaoxian and the leading disciple all looked up. Not far away, a middle-aged man with long arms and legs, wearing a brocade robe, with bulging temples, and a face full of anger, was using lightness skill to fly over. Looking at his clothes, he was a disciple of Wu Minghall. Before the middle-aged man came close, the leading disciple of the Wu Minghall came up to him and saluted respectfully. "Martial Uncle Zhang, you've been here for a long time?" Martial Uncle Zhang was not less angry because of the leading disciple's respect. He walked up to him and still scolded, "Is it you? Did you ask your disciples to gallop on their horses? Do you know that it's a taboo to go fast in this dense forest? Only by going slowly can there be no danger." The leading disciple smiled bitterly and said, "Martial Uncle Zhang, please don't blame me. Please listen to my explanation. When I went down the mountain, Martial Uncle had told me clearly and I certainly kept it in mind. It's just different from what Martial Uncle said before. Not only were their horses and carriages stuck in the forest, but the road out of the forest was also longer than before. It seemed that we couldn't get out within 2 hours, so I hurriedly led my fellow disciples to gallop forward. You see, if we didn't move quickly, many disciples of the pill expanding hall behind us would have been stuck in the forest. Now there's even a carriage behind us that can't get out." As he spoke, he involuntarily glanced at the group of disciples of the Wu Minghall. You're right. Martial Uncle Zhang was trembling with anger. "With your bearing and self-restraint, how could you achieve?" "Alas, I don't even want to scold you. When you went down the mountain, didn't Martial Uncle Pang mention it? The road out of the dense forest can only be traveled slowly. Even if you look at it, you can't see the exit. When the time comes, the exit will naturally appear. Think about it, over the past thousands of years, how many people have died in this dense forest?" "But, Martial Uncle Zhang," the leading disciple of the Wu Minghall still argued, "isn't the situation different this time? The restriction formation of the dense forest was activated so early. I'm afraid something will go wrong." Martial Uncle Zhang snorted and raised his eyes to look at the nearby disciples who were also avoiding his gaze. He shook his head slightly and felt disdain in his heart. The elite disciples of Wu Minghall had already entered the Yulon Grand Canyon on the second day after the inner sect disciples had entered. The following batches of disciples were just trying their luck in the Yulon Grand Canyon and were not the true elites of Wu Minghall. He had to say what they thought because he was their martial uncle. But in fact, whether they listened to him or not, he didn't care. So, he asked, "How's the carriage?" "Only one carriage?" "A carriage? Did any disciples get stuck in it?" The leading disciple said respectfully, "Martial Uncle Zhang, the pill-sprouting hall lost 2 carriages. One was damaged in the woods and was dragged into the woods by the horses. The other one was stuck in the woods just now. The 2 disciples in the last carriage seemed to have escaped to the carriage in front. They should not have lost any disciples." "Huh?" Martial Uncle Zhang was a little surprised. Just now, he saw the changes in the dense forest from afar. He didn't know how many disciples would be lost in the future, but now there was no one. He naturally couldn't believe it. However, not far away, the disciples of the pill expanding hall were all standing solemnly, waiting for his orders. They didn't seem to be sad or angry, so it must be nothing serious. He ordered, "In that case, hurry up and pack up. It's getting late, go in early. When you go in, we should go back to the mountain." After that, he ignored them and turned to leave. After he left, the disciples of the Wu Minghall and the pill expanding hall formed their own teams. Under the leadership of the 2 leaders, they continued to move forward. Zhang Xiaohua's carriage got stuck in the forest. He naturally shared the carriage with the two disciples from before. Although the two disciples didn't see how Zhang Xiaohua saved Lu Chaoxian, but when they thought about how Zhang Xiaohua could not only escape by himself, but also bring another person out, how could they not know what this meant? How could they not hug his thigh? Moreover, if it weren't for Zhang Xiaohua's style, they would be sitting in the last carriage. Perhaps, the two of them would be stuck in it now. So, the two disciples sat in the front and drove the carriage, leaving the carriage full of jade boxes to Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian. As the carriage moved slowly again, Lu Chaoxian came to his senses and said gratefully, "Junior brother Ren, really, thank you for saving my life." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and shook his head, "Not to mention that we are all disciples of the Pill Expanding Hall, even if I forced you to go last, you don't have to thank me. This is all my fault. If I don't drag you out, then what am I?" Then, he pointed to the jade boxes in the carriage and asked, "By the way, Senior Brother Lu, our carriage has been stuck in the forest, and the jade boxes we used to store herbs are gone. How can we pick the herbs?" Lu Chaoxian smiled and said, "The fragrance cult has as many jade boxes as we want. Although we don't have ours, we can use the other disciples' jade boxes. With so many jade boxes, they may not be able to pick all the herbs. And when Junior Brother Ren really enters the valley, he will know the reason." Seeing that Lu Chaoxian was keeping them in suspense, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't ask any more questions. The carriage moved forward for a while and turned a corner. Two incomparably huge mountain ridges appeared in front of them, like two screens blocking everyone's view. The last afterglow of the setting sun was hidden behind the screens. Between the mountain ridges was a huge gap, which was the real entrance to the Grand Canyon. At this time, in front of the entrance, there were dozens of disciples dressed in tight clothes. Looking at their clothes, they should be the outer disciples of the Wuming Hall. Behind these outer disciples, there were more than 10 elders, including Martial Uncle Zhang. Seeing that the last group of people had arrived, these people looked a little unhappy. Presumably, Martial Uncle Zhang had already told them what had happened, which made them very angry. With their experience, they didn't know how many disciples they had sent into the Grand Canyon for the trial, but it was very rare for them to be in such a difficult situation and in such a dangerous situation. The outer disciples of the Dan Tower Hall who were escorting the Dan Tower Hall saw that the elders' faces were not good. They felt anxious and could only quietly move forward, not daring to breathe too loudly. Until they reached the front, they cupped their fists and saluted. Although the elders of the Wuming Hall didn't look happy, they still nodded and slightly saluted back. Martial Uncle Zhang and a few other younger elders raised their hands and shouted, "Be careful." Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua and the others arrived in front of the Grand Canyon. Looking at the incomparably huge Grand Canyon, Zhang Xiaohua whispered, "This Grand Canyon is too big. I thought it was the same as our Rejuvenation Valley." Hearing this, Lu Chaoxian also whispered, "Junior Brother Ren, don't worry. When you enter, you will be even more surprised." The Grand Yulon Canyon was very high, but it wasn't long. The entrance of the Grand Canyon was also huge. Not to mention a pair of carriages, even if 20 carriages were to travel side by side, it would still be spacious. After passing through the Grand Canyon, they were greeted by an endless grassland. Looking at the lush green grass, Zhang Xiaohua was indeed somewhat stunned. She asked, Is this still the Grand Yulon Canyon? Aren't we picking herbs in the Grand Yulon Canyon?" Lu Chaoxian, who was in the car, smiled and said, "That's what I said. Junior Brother Ren, you should have asked more before coming. Fortunately, I'm here. Otherwise, you would be in the dark." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I knew that Senior Brother Lu would be here, so I didn't want to ask more in advance." Lu Chaoxian slapped his forehead and said with a defeated expression, "Although it is called Yulon Evening Refinement, it doesn't necessarily take place in the Grand Yulon Canyon. This grassland is called the Yulon Prairie, so wouldn't it be called Yulon Evening Refinement?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "As the name suggests, I am too subjective. I only heard Yulon Evening Refinement and Yulon Canyon, so I combined the two together. I misunderstood. Then, she looked up at the almost endless grassland and said, "So, the place where we pick herbs is also on the other side of the grassland?" Lu Chaoxian pointed to a place in the west and said, "The places where inner and outer disciples train are different. Our Dan Sprouting Hall, Chinkun Hall, and Shuyu Hall all go to different places." According to the excavations of the Dan Sprouting Hall's seniors, in the last few hundred years, the place where we pick herbs is the strange birch forest, in the west. There are a lot of spiritual grasses there, and it is relatively safe. However, I heard that going to the strange birch forest is a bit troublesome, and it takes a few days. Troublesome? Zhang Xiaohua secretly nodded. If it is not troublesome, why would we need outer disciples to guard us? Then, Zhang Xiaohua looked back at the towering mountain ridge and asked, "This mountain ridge is very continuous. Why did we only come from the Grand Canyon, and through this mysterious forest? Can't we come from other places?" Lu Chaoxian looked at Zhang Xiaohua strangely and said puzzledly, "Junior brother Ren is really interesting. If you don't come from here, where else can you come from? If there were other places to go, wouldn't the seniors of the fragrance cult have found it long ago, and let the juniors risk their lives to come from the forest? Do we have to wait for the ban to be removed once every 5 years?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua could not help laughing. What Lu Chaoxian said was very right, and his logic was also very strict. Perhaps she was thinking too much. If there were other entrances, wouldn't the capable people of the fragrance cult have found it long ago? The caravan of the Pill Expanding Hall entered the Grand Canyon, and the sky was already dark. Under the guidance of the leading disciple, they came to the west of the mountain ridge. At this time, the disciples of the Pill Expanding Hall and the disciples of the Wuming Hall were divided into 2 groups. The leading disciple of the Pill Expanding Hall shouted, "Brothers, since we have entered the Grand Canyon, now we have passed the first test. This is the resting place of the disciples who have entered the Grand Canyon over the years, so it should be absolutely safe. Everyone find a place to rest, and we will continue tomorrow." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua looked up. Yes, there were many caves on the mountain ridge. Presumably, the disciples of the fragrance cult had already prepared them for the convenience of resting. Chapter 6:14. While the leading disciple was talking, the disciples of Wuming Hall were also led to another place to rest. This place was obviously higher than the caves of the disciples of Pillsprouting Hall. Seeing the outer disciples leave, Zhang Xiaohua jumped off the carriage and followed behind Lu Chaoxian. She couldn't help but laugh in her heart. This fragrant cult is really particular. The ordinary disciples of Pillsprouting Hall live in the caves at the bottom of the mountain while the disciples of Wuming Hall live higher up. What about the caves at the top? Could it be that the inner disciples live there? Peacock, Chin Chen, and the others live there? There were many caves at the bottom of the mountain, enough for the disciples of Pillsprouting Hall to live in. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't picky and followed Lu Chaoxian into a random cave. When she saw the layout of the cave, she immediately understood what Lu Chaoxian meant when he said, "You'll know when you get inside." In addition to the necessary beds, the walls of the cave were filled with jade boxes filled with herbs. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's surprise, Lu Chaoxian smiled. He pointed at the jade box and said, "See? Our seniors have already anticipated your difficulties. They have already prepared the jade box. You can take more tomorrow." "Yes, I know. Senior brother Lu, for the sake of the seniors' efforts, I will take some." "Okay, when you leave tomorrow, let them take it for you." "Well, I'll be living next to you. If you need anything, feel free to look for me." After saying that, Lu Chaoxian walked out. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Senior brother Lu doesn't live here?" Lu Chaoxian couldn't help but laugh. He turned around and said, "Junior brother Ren, when you live with me every day, you have to cultivate your internal energy. I don't even dare to snore, how can I sleep well? Look at the countless caves on the mountain, one can sleep in one and occupy one. Why should I squeeze with you?" After saying that, he laughed and walked out. Behind him, Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and smiled. Sitting on the stone bed, Zhang Xiaohua released her spiritual awareness. Sure enough, the caves next to her were the last few disciples of the convoy. It seemed that they were determined to unite around her. Sitting cross-legged, Zhang Xiaohua began to comprehend her rabbit talisman. Since she had seen the large-scale array formation outside the Yulon Grand Canyon, Zhang Xiaohua gradually had a premonition in her heart that if she wanted to freely enter and exit the fragrant religion, then she would have to raise her array formation cultivation to a new level. Time passed quickly. When Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes with satisfaction, the sky was already filled with stars. Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked out of the cave. At the bottom of the mountain, the disciples of the Dan Sprouting Hall had already raised numerous bonfires. Several disciples gathered together and whispered something. The little bonfires and the stars in the sky were a beautiful scenery. After looking for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua looked around. She made a hand seal and went straight to the top of the mountain. On the top of the mountain were caves. Zhang Xiaohua looked at them one by one. They were no different from the ones she lived in. Just as she was about to go somewhere else, she suddenly heard a whisper. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. This place was already very high, but she didn't see any disciples living here. Could this voice be? Just as she was thinking, the voice entered her ears. What are you doing? It was not easy for me to ask your martial uncle to give you the task of leading the team. It can be considered as giving you a qualification. When you came out, your martial uncle must have explained it to you. How can you be so insensible? You actually rushed out of the woods with your brothers. Fortunately, only 2 carriages were damaged. If someone was killed, let's see how you explain it to the Dan Sprouting Hall. You can't blame me for this. We, the Wuming Hall, are just guards. We only do our best. Could it be that the loss of the Dan Sprouting Hall is also blamed on us? Alas, if they entered the valley, no one would blame us if there were any losses. But you brought them into the valley and lost disciples. It doesn't make sense. Master, I know this, but it was really urgent at that time. The time was almost up, but I didn't see the exit. I was really anxious. As Master said, it was not easy for me to get this task. If these disciples were all lost, even for your face, it would not be good. Then, he said hesitantly, so, when Senior Brother Lu said to leave with the horses, I was also very hesitant. Senior Brother Lu? Which Senior Brother Lu? It's Senior Brother Lu Lihong. Oh. Him? The disciple who climbed all the way up from the Dan Sprouting Hall? Yes, it's him. Master, I saw that Deputy Hall Master Peng sent someone to look for him. He seemed to value him a little, so, Deputy Hall Master Peng values him a lot. How come I didn't know? He's just a medicine boy from the Dan Sprouting Hall. He's very lucky to be able to enter our outer sect. His aptitude is also ordinary. How could he be favored by the Hall Master? This is not something that I can know. It's just that I was a little out of my wits at that time. When I heard what he said, I felt that it made sense, so, alas, forget it. It's too late to say this now. I asked you to come here to tell you that you have to do your best in the trial and strive to get more points than others. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for you to qualify for the outer sect test. Your martial arts are only a little better than your senior brother Lu's. It's almost impossible for you to qualify for the outer sect test. Yes, I will definitely follow Master's instructions and hunt as many beasts as I can in the trial. Yes, it's good that you know. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that the trial has come early this time. However, for the sake of the qualifications for the outer sect test, all the disciples are fighting over it. What I can say to you, what I can do for you, I've already done it. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your concern, Master. With you, I'm a treasure. I'm not like that Lu Lihong, who's just a grass in the wind. Alright, don't talk nonsense. Among my disciples, you're the only one who's smart. If you can enter the inner sect, I hope you. Is there a need for master to say this? A master for a day is a father for life. Even if I'm an inner sect disciple, you're still my master. Alright, go back. Do your job well, that's better than anything else. Yes, master. You wait here for my good news. The two of them talked and gradually walked away. Zhang Xiaohua stood in the dark cave and was very thoughtful. It seemed that senior brother Lu Lihong's position in Wuming Hall was really not high. After a night of silence, the next morning, the entire Dan Expanding Hall's team officially set off for the Yulan Prairie under the escort of the outer sect disciples. Zhang Xiaohua's carriage was damaged in the dense forest, so the other two disciples gave their carriages to Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian. They also put some jade boxes in the cave on the carriage. There was no need for Zhang Xiaohua to do it herself. After entering the Yulan Grand Canyon, a beautiful scenery entered their eyes. The endless green grass directly connected the sky and the earth. A gentle breeze brought a fresh breath. It was the scene of a paradise. But except for Zhang Xiaohua, who didn't know the details of the prairie, a trace of panic slowly appeared on the faces of the others. This panic became more and more intense as the carriage went deeper. Maybe it's because I often hear about the dangers of the Yulan dusk refinement and have already planted a seed in my heart. Now that I'm walking in this picturesque place, I feel uneasy. Zhang Xiaohua thought so. However, looking at the outer sect disciples who were guarding around, they were also very vigilant. They held their swords in their hands and didn't dare to relax. Zhang Xiaohua was a little vigilant, but thinking about it, how strong could some wild beasts be, no matter how powerful they were? Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense. There wasn't the slightest abnormality in the surrounding dozens of feet. Wherever she looked, there was a tranquility. Gradually, she lost interest. The carriage was driven by Lu Chaoxian. Zhang Xiaohua sat in the carriage and meditated. After traveling for half a day, the carriage came to a high slope. The team didn't rest and turned to go north. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. She went behind Lu Chaoxian and asked, "Senior brother Lu, aren't we going west? This road is flat and we can walk in front. Why are we going north?" Lu Chaoxian raised his head and looked around. He whispered, "Junior brother Ren, don't speak loudly. As far as I know, the route to the strange birch forest has been explored by the seniors. Only by going this way can we avoid encountering more wild beasts." "Oh, so it's like this." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile, "There aren't any obvious signs on this grassland. Senior brother Lu, you can actually distinguish them clearly. You really are extraordinary. If it was me, I would have lost my way long ago." These words weren't wrong. Zhang Xiaohua had always been unable to distinguish between things. Previously, with the help of her divine sense and the method of using divine traction, she could still clearly feel her surroundings. Now that her divine sense was restricted, what she could see was blurry. If it weren't for the fact that over 100 carriages changed directions, she would have almost never discovered that they had gone in a different direction. At this moment, the leading disciple suddenly stood up from the carriage. He took out a small triangular black flag from his bosom and waved it 3 times. The entire team immediately stopped. Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth to ask again, but she saw Lu Chaoxian immediately turn around and put his finger to his mouth, indicating for Zhang Xiaohua to shut up. Zhang Xiaohua was very tactful and stopped talking. She only looked forward. After a while, she saw the leading disciple take out a small white triangular flag and wave it in the air. Then, the whole team slowly moved forward. At this moment, Lu Chaoxian turned around and asked, "Junior brother Ren, do you not know the meaning of the black and white flags?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded honestly. Sigh. Lu Chaoxian sighed. "Junior brother Ren, you're indeed bold because you're skilled. You came to Silent Orchid Dusk with a magnanimous heart and did not prepare anything." Then, knowing that Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't answer, he continued, "There are many ferocious beasts in the Yulan Grand Canyon. In order not to attract their attention, we quietly pass by. Most of the time, we can't speak loudly, so we use this flag to send messages to the carriage behind us. Chapter 6:15. To put it simply, the black flag means to pay attention, be quiet, and stop. The white flag means that you can move forward, but you should relax a little. Zhang Xiaohua nodded her head, and, I understand. This seems to be similar to Jianghu's escorts. By the way, are there also outer disciples in front of us? Lu Chaoxian smiled, that's right. If not, how could the leader of our Dan expanding hall know that there is danger in front? While they were talking, Lu Lihong, who was riding in front of them, seemed to have heard their conversation. He stopped his horse slightly and waited for Zhang Xiaohua to come closer. He whispered, Junior brother Ren, you must not speak. This is the territory of a group of wild pigs. If they are disturbed, it will be very troublesome. Wild pigs? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and asked softly, what kind of beast is that? Why haven't I heard of it? Lu Lihong frowned slightly and said, Junior brother Ren, please restrain your curiosity. After a while, when we are far away from them, I will answer you. After saying that, he looked around vigilantly and moved forward again. Seeing that Lu Lihong came over to warn her, Zhang Xiaohua did not ask any more questions. She shrank back and was about to continue practicing. Suddenly, the leader's flag in front of them was raised again. It shook 3 times and the carriages stopped. After a while, the black flag quickly shook again. At this time, the outer disciples who were guarding the carriages all jumped down from their horses and used their qing gong to walk outside. After 10 feet, they held their swords in front of them and looked around nervously. Seeing that Lu Chaoxian's face was a little pale, Zhang Xiaohua could no longer sit still in the carriage. He slowly walked behind Lu Chaoxian and stood on top of the carriage to look ahead. He saw that the carriages in front were also quietly parked there, as if waiting for something. After a while, the horse at the front became restless. Its hooves kept knocking on the grass, and it snorted from time to time. The disciple who was pulling the carriage quickly jumped down from the carriage and tried his best to calm it down. However, the horse seemed to have smelled something uneasy and refused to stop. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was also alert. She turned to look to the right and saw that about 10 feet in front of them, a vague black spot slowly appeared from the lush grass. It was gradually approaching the carriages. The outer sect disciples guarding the right front also saw this. Immediately, more than 10 people rushed forward with their swords in hand. When they were some distance away from the carriages, they quietly crouched down and hid in the bushes. After half a cup of tea's time, the black spot gradually became clearer. When Zhang Xiaohua took a closer look, she saw that it was a fat wild boar. It was just that its tusks were longer and its body was much bigger. This is the fermented boar? Zhang Xiaohua secretly laughed. Isn't it just a wild boar that's one size bigger? The fermented boar walked forward slowly, as if it did not notice the carriages in front of it. Not long after, it came to the front of the outer disciples who were lying in ambush. Although there was only one fermented boar, the 10 outer disciples did not immediately move forward and continued to lie in ambush. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled, she saw that behind the fermented boar, about 10 feet away, a white flag appeared and swayed slightly. Zhang Xiaohua understood that this was probably the outer disciples who were scouting ahead. Since it was a white flag, it meant that it was safe. At this time, the fermented boar that was walking lazily suddenly stopped and stretched out its nose to sniff the air. Then, it discovered the carriages in front of it. The fermented boar opened its mouth and roared fiercely, directly rushing towards the nearest carriage. The pill expanding hall disciple who was driving the carriage turned pale and his legs were trembling. He could only cast a pleading look at the outer disciples who were hiding in the grass. Those outer disciples did not panic. They waited for the fermented boar to enter the circle before revealing themselves from the grass. They held their swords in their hands and looked at the fermented boar with a smile. Their earlier nervousness was gone. The ferocious pig was charging towards the horse carriage when it suddenly saw so many people surrounding it. It seemed to be shocked and immediately stopped. Then, it roared again and charged towards the nearest disciple. Its shining fangs looked extraordinarily ferocious. Although his face was relaxed, but that disciple did not dare to be negligent. When he saw the fermented boar charging in front of him, he did not face it head-on but instead turned his body sideways to avoid the fermented boar's head. He stretched out his long sword and pierced towards the fermented boar's neck. Just as Zhang Xiaohua thought that the sword would definitely hit, the fermented boar stopped and twisted its fat body, biting towards the tip of the sword. Is this a wild boar? Zhang Xiaohua, who was watching the battle from afar, almost dropped her chin on the carriage. The fermented boar's agility, the ingenuity of its dodging and the angle of its bite was not inferior to a person who knew martial arts. When Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her eyes to take a closer look, the fermented boar was already fighting with the outer disciple. This fermented boar was one size bigger than an ordinary wild boar. It was almost as tall as the outer disciple's waist. When it was angered to the extreme, it raised its two hind legs and pounced forward. It was actually taller than the outer disciple. Although it did not know martial arts, but with its rough skin and thick flesh and agile body, it was almost on par with the outer disciple. AI, so that's how it is. No wonder when the Pill Repository Hall's disciples heard that they were coming to the Yulon Grand Canyon, they were afraid. Just this fermented boar alone was not enough to deal with several Pill Repository Hall's disciples. What if a group of fermented boars suddenly appeared? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood the danger of the Yulon Dusk refinement. She suddenly thought, it seems that this wild boar appears in a group. I wonder if the fermented boars also live together. However, thinking about the white flag of the scouting disciple, Zhang Xiaohua somewhat understood. This fermented boar should have secretly come out to eat wild food and separated itself from the group. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was distracted, there was a new change in the field. The outer disciple should be familiar with the fermented boar's characteristics. The long sword in his hand did not attack other places except for the fermented boar's mouth and eyes. Finally, after several attempts, the fermented boar's right eye was pierced. With a twist of the wrist, the fermented boar's eye was gouged out. Then, as the long sword was pulled out, the fermented boar's eye became a bloody hole. The fermented boar was blinded in one eye. It roared again and again, like a madman. It pounced on the disciple. At this time, the disciple was even more confident. He used his movement technique to constantly dodge, trying to find an opening to cut down the fermented boar. After a few more moves, the fermented boar was ferocious. The outer disciple could not find any obvious openings. The leading outer disciple looked around and was somewhat impatient. He waved his hand and shouted, "Junior brother, don't waste time. This fermented boar is yours. We will not fight with you. It's just that this is the fermented boar's territory. If it takes too long, there might be an accident. We brothers will help you. Let's hurry." After saying that, the 3 or 4 disciples on the left also raised their swords and attacked. Sure enough, not long after, a disciple took advantage of the chaos to stab the fermented boar's other eye. Then, the first disciple stabbed the fermented boar's chest. As he pulled out the long sword, the fermented boar wailed a few times and crawled on the ground. The disciple cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, senior brothers, for your help." One of the disciples laughed, "You don't have to thank us. If you want to thank someone, you should thank this fermented boar. It was charging at you. Otherwise, these 10 points would have been someone else's." The disciple smiled and did not say anything. He walked to the fermented boar's corpse and grabbed its tail. With a wave of his long sword, he cut off the tail. He turned around and walked to the side of the horse. He took a large leather bag from the horse's back and threw it inside. The other disciples who were watching the battle also returned to their horses. Everyone reorganized their formation and continued to move forward. After about half a day, the caravan changed direction again. This time, it was heading west. After a while, Lu Lihong walked to Zhang Xiaohua's carriage and said with a smile, "Junior brother Ren, have you seen such a ferocious beast?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "No, senior brother Lu. Previously, you said that the orchid dusk refinement was dangerous, but I didn't care. I only thought that it was just a ferocious beast. How could it be compared to a human? Now it seems that this fermented boar is so powerful. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by senior brother, but I reckon that I'm definitely not its opponent. At most, I can use Qing Gong to escape. If I face it head-on, I will definitely be bitten." Lu Lihong's eyes showed a trace of mockery. The fermented boar just now was just an appetizer. It was only a warm-up. If a group of fermented boars appeared, then it would be a real fight. However, you don't have to worry. Even if there is danger, it will be us, the outer disciples, who will charge at the front. Then, many thanks to senior brother Lu and the other outer disciples. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, "That's right, junior brother just wanted to ask why we didn't go straight to the west. Instead, we first turned north and then west. Now that I think about it, is it because we will encounter more ferocious beasts if we keep going west?" Lu Lihong nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. I heard from the senior brother in the hall that if we keep going west, it will be the territory of the wolves. Junior brother Ren also knows that the wolves are far more powerful than the fermented boars. If we provoke a group of fermented boars, maybe we will be injured a little and be able to safely bring you there. But if we provoke a group of fermented boars, then it won't be so simple. Why does senior brother Lu dare to speak so loudly at this time? I presume that there are no particularly dangerous beasts in this place, right?" Zhang Xiaohua asked again. "That's right. After the fermented boar's territory, we will be heading west for a day. It will be the territory of Piang and elk. Their temperament is docile. If we don't provoke them, they won't take the initiative to attack us. So, this day can be considered the most stable part of our journey." "But..." Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. "But what?" Lu Lihong sat upright on his horse and looked up at the setting sun in front of him. He said with a strange tone, "It's just that the safest places often hide great dangers. Although this territory belongs to the Piang and elk, there are often fierce beasts that come to hunt them. If we happen to run into them, it'll be extremely dangerous." "Then why do you say it's the safest?" "I thought it wouldn't be dangerous. Because our route passes through the middle of their territories, even if there are ferocious beasts that cross the border to hunt, they will only be at the border of their territories. Almost none of them will come to the central area, so it is the safest route." But Lu Lihong wanted to say something but hesitated. Chapter 616. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but ask, since the beasts are hunting at the border of their territory, then the center of the Pai Yang's territory is naturally safe. "Oh, senior brother Lu is right, I was careless." Zhang Xiaohua slapped her forehead and said, "You took it for granted. Just now, senior brother said that we can encounter beasts. Since these beasts can go deep into the center of their territory, their strength is naturally extraordinary. If we encounter them, it will be extremely dangerous." Lu Lihong nodded and said, "That's right. Don't look at the Pai Yang and elk's docile appearance. If you provoke them, they will attack in groups. Moreover, they are very large in number and occupy a large area. No matter how fierce a beast is, it will be difficult to escape from their encirclement. Therefore, the strength of a beast that has the courage to enter the center of the territory is unimaginable." Looking at Lu Lihong's lingering fear, Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Senior brother Lu, this should be your second time here, right? You seem to be quite knowledgeable." "Yes, junior brother Ren is right. When I first came here, I was still a disciple of the Pill Tower Hall. It was here, a little further ahead, that I encountered a hunting cheetah. As you know, cheetahs are famous for their ferocity on the prairie. That day, I was unlucky because 4 cheetahs appeared at the same time and were surrounded by hundreds of outer disciples. Although they managed to kill 2 of them, the other 2 still managed to escape. Among them, more than 10 outer disciples were seriously injured. One of them was injured by a cheetah not far from me. Thinking about his miserable state, I can't bear to look at it now. Then he shook his head and said, I feel that even if I encounter that cheetah now, I only have a 60% chance of killing it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Senior Brother Lu's luck has always been very good. This is the second time you are participating in the Orchid Evening Refinement. Think about it, there are so many disciples in the School of Fragrance, who can compare with Senior Brother Lu. Moreover, think about it, Senior Brother Lu, you encountered it last time. This time, you will have fewer chances of encountering it. With your luck, you can't possibly encounter it twice. Haha. Lu Lihong laughed. I hope so. He then rushed forward, not forgetting to remind them before he left, all of you should come out and get some fresh air. This period of time can be considered peaceful. It won't be too late to hide in the carriage when you encounter any danger. The caravan moved forward in the twilight. Sure enough, it was very stable. They didn't see any ferocious beasts, sheep, or elk. On this green grassland, only the winding caravan was the only scenery. When the sky gradually darkened, the caravan arrived at a low-lying area. On the flat grassland, there was actually a huge circle made of many stones. The stones were also very large, like the outer walls of a castle. The carriage entered the stone circle through a gap. The inside was not as exaggerated as she imagined. It was just empty and there were no buildings. Zhang Xiaohua did not need to ask others. This must be a resting place built by the disciples who entered the valley in the past for convenience. After entering the stone circle, the caravan of the pill-expanding hall gathered at the most central place, while the disciples of the Wuming Hall were scattered around the periphery, which was right next to the stone wall. Zhang Xiaohua's carriage also followed the crowd to the center and stopped. Lu Chaoxian jumped off the carriage, stretched his body, and smiled at Zhang Xiaohua. Junior Brother Ren, you can finally relax. I saw that you were asking all kinds of questions along the way. You didn't seem to have any pressure. Zhang Xiaohua knew how they felt. She shook her head and said, the ignorant are fearless. I didn't expect that I would come for the trial, so I didn't ask anything. So, I didn't feel nervous or pressured. That's great. You don't know how nervous I was along the way. When I saw that pig, I was afraid that it would escape the outer disciples' encirclement and come for me. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua patted her chest and said, Senior Brother Lu, don't be afraid. Don't you have me? Don't worry. Before Zhang Xiaohua finished her words, several people rushed over from behind and said, Junior Brother Ren, there's still us. Don't forget us. Zhang Xiaohua did not need to turn her head. She knew that it must be the 8 people who followed her. When these people came to the front, they did not talk nonsense. One of them climbed into Zhang Xiaohua's carriage and took out a bulging bag from inside. Then, he took out a pile of things from the bag. It turned out to be a tent for the night. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and wanted to help. That disciple quickly stopped her and said, Junior Brother Ren, you don't have to interfere with this kind of rough work. Let us do it. Zhang Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. In the past, wasn't he the one who did all the chores like setting up the tents? Just as she was about to say something, Lu Chaoxian smiled and said, Junior Brother Ren, you don't have to do it. Look at me, they didn't let me do it. You and I will just watch from the side. If there is any dangerous place in the future, you can lend a hand. Wouldn't it be much better than helping here? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and nodded. This was indeed reasonable. Although it was true that capable people should do more work, it was even more reasonable to make the best use of one's talent. Even if he was strong enough to set up these tents, compared to being able to kill the beasts and save their lives, they valued the latter more. When he looked up again, the 3 arhats not far away were also sitting in a carriage. They naturally enjoyed the service of others, serving them tea, water, food, and drinks. Compared to them, he was more close to the people. 6 of the 8 disciples were setting up the tents. The other 2 were smart. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua looking at other places, they immediately woke up and quickly took out water and food from the carriage. They walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Chaoxian attentively and handed the things over. They smiled and said, "2 leaders, we have fewer people and less food. Please don't mind. Eat a little first." Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. He had always been low-key, so he was a little unaccustomed to other people's attentiveness. He saw that Lu Chaoxian was also looking at him. It seemed that if he didn't take it, he wouldn't eat it either. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't refuse. He took the leather bag and said with a smile, "I don't eat much, so I'll just drink a little water. You guys eat first. We still have a month here, so we should save as much as we can." Hee, okay. Lu Chaoxian saw Zhang Xiaohua take the water bag and also took the food. While they were talking, the tents were already set up. But when he saw the tent, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. This tent seemed a little too big. Pointing at the tent, Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Senior brother Lu, why is our tent so big? It's too wasteful to sleep 2 people." At this time, the other 6 people also came over. One of them smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren, please don't blame us. We have overstepped a little. Without your consent, we connected the tents of the 10 of us together. We thought that since junior brother Ren's martial arts is superior, it would be best if he stayed with you. Only then can we sleep well. Do you have any objections?" Looking at the tent that had been set up long ago, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only wave his hand. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, I sleep like a log at night. You can ask senior brother Lu. It doesn't matter how many people there are." This. Lu Chaoxian also rubbed his hands. "I don't turn over when I sleep, so I don't know." Everyone wanted to faint. Wasn't the purpose of making a big bed to rely on the 2 heroes? Well, one was more dead than the other, so what was the use? After resting for a while, the whole camp gradually became more lively. The disciples had been in fear all along the way, fearing that a ferocious beast would jump out from somewhere. Now that they were behind the stone wall, they felt somewhat safe and comforted. Unconsciously, they recovered their usual liveliness. After sitting for a while, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the 3 arhats. He had only been at Tianmu Peak for a short time, so among the 300 people in the Pill Repository Hall, he seemed to have some friendship with the 3 arhats. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to move, he saw that the eyes of the 4th arhat, Si Huinan, were flickering. He actually looked elsewhere, not daring to look at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and stopped in his tracks. He muttered to himself, "Could it be that he has some misgivings? Maybe he's afraid that I'll go to his place to recruit people?" After observing carefully, he unconsciously understood. Although he was estranged from the 3 arhats, the 3 arhats should be very close to each other. At least, they acted very close on Tianmu Peak. But now, they were not sitting together. They were sitting in different places, surrounded by all kinds of disciples. They did not move around with each other. Thinking about what Lu Chaoxian said, that every disciple had the custom of showing some filial piety to their leader, Zhang Xiaohua instantly understood the reason. He thought to himself, there's no need to be like this. It's just a little conflict of interest, and they're already so estranged. In one's life, do they only pursue small benefits in front of them? Unconsciously, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have understood something. He smiled and said to the disciples, "I'm going to meditate in the tent. Don't disturb me." After he finished speaking, he did not wait for the others to answer. He quickly walked into the tent and found the furthest corner. He took out the praying mat and sat down. His 5 hearts faced the sky as he digested what he had just learned. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense, covering the surrounding space of about 10 feet. At this time, his divine sense, combined with what he had just comprehended, actually combined with Zhang Xiaohua's alertness and agility. A strange and weak connection was established between his mind and divine sense. Therefore, although Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could still only cover the original space, he could see and feel a lot more things. At least for now, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense to carefully savor the fear, sadness, joy, and some helplessness in this space. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart seemed to have resonated with the hearts of all the disciples in the Pill Tower Hall. He could savor their feelings through his divine sense, and Zhang Xiaohua's mind was also gradually sharpened and improved. Perhaps this was what it meant to cultivate the heart first. Chapter 617. Not knowing how much time had passed, Zhang Xiaohua's mind stirred. She used her divine sense to look at her tent. She saw that the 9 disciples were all sitting around the entrance of the tent, looking inside from time to time and whispering something. She then looked inside the stone wall. There were not many disciples still walking around. It was getting late. Zhang Xiaohua's mouth curved into a smile. She opened her eyes and shouted, "Senior brothers, it's cold outside. Let's go into the tent to rest." Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's call, the disciples showed joy and walked into the tent. Lu Chaoxian smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren has finally come out." "Come out?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. "Is it wrong?" Lu Chaoxian scratched his head and said, "I always heard that when you practice internal strength, you often have to go into seclusion. During this period, you are most afraid of being disturbed. If it's light, you will suffer from Qigong deviation. If it's serious, you will lose your life. Although we were very sleepy just now, we did not dare to disturb you." The people next to him also showed an envious expression. Yes, their junior brother practiced internal strength, which was not the same as ordinary fists and feet. Tuoden Hall had always encouraged the disciples to practice martial arts. There were also basic cultivation methods in the library. Even the cultivation methods of internal strength were elementary. Unfortunately, they had all missed the best time to practice. Even if the cultivation methods of peerless martial arts were placed in front of them, it was no different from a pile of waste paper. Therefore, now they had to bow their heads to this junior brother who was much younger than them and beg him to lend a hand in times of crisis. If they could also practice internal strength and become strong martial artists, how good would that be? Although Zhang Xiaohua was young, she knew clearly what they were thinking. Didn't she have the same idea when she was in the Misty Mountain Villa and the Lotus Escort Agency? Therefore, putting himself in their shoes, Zhang Xiaohua understood their feelings very well. He stood up and said, "Senior brother Lu, senior brothers, please don't be like this. This little brother only learned this martial art by chance. It's not a big deal. When I came in just now, I didn't pay much attention to what I said. This little brother only meant to say, 'Oh, just be a little quieter,' not." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's explanation, another disciple waved his hand and said, "Junior brother Ren, you don't have to explain. Your martial arts are strong and you can practice hard. Even when you are resting, you still want to practice. You are our role model. Moreover, the higher your martial arts, the safer we will be. We don't care at all." "Yes, junior brother Ren, this is already very good. You don't know this, but the other 3 arhats all have their own tents and don't let others in. We took the initiative to connect your tent with ours, but forgot that you still want to practice martial arts. This should be our fault." Seeing everyone apologizing to each other, Lu Chaoxian smiled and said, "All right, it's already late. Since we know that junior brother Ren doesn't mind these things, let's not mention it. However, since junior brother Ren wants to practice martial arts, we will sleep far away from him." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he also smiled and didn't stop them. It was indeed inconvenient for him to sleep at night, so it was normal for him to stay far away from them. When everyone entered the tent, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the entrance of the tent. Looking at the darkness, he felt that something was wrong. When he looked back and saw the small oil lamp that had just been lit, he couldn't help but frown and asked, Senior Brother Lu, it seems that when we are spending the night in the wild, we should have some bonfires, not only to keep warm but also to drive away the wild beasts. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's question, Lu Chaoxian shook his head and said, Junior Brother Ren said that is a common principle. In our Valley Orchid Dusk, it is not feasible. The wild beasts in the Valley Orchid Dusk are different from the ordinary wild beasts in Jianghu. They don't seem to be afraid of fire. And maybe there are some that are afraid of fire, but they are all quite docile wild beasts and can't pose a threat to us. In this Valley Orchid Dusk, if a bonfire is lit at night, it will attract the wild beasts. Therefore, when we are staying, we never light a bonfire. Ah. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised, there is such a reason. Then he said, you all rest first, I will go out and take a look. Lu Chaoxian hesitated for a moment, but still said, Junior Brother Ren, don't go too far. Just stay inside the stone wall. It is already night, if you go too far, I am afraid it will be dangerous. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and walked out. It was already dark outside, and there were only some lights in the tents. Even the sound of snoring could be heard. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and secretly laughed. When he walked to a secluded place, he made a hand seal and directly escaped from the camp. As the campsite was located in a depression, although there were tall and rough stone walls around, they were not obvious in the pitch-black grassland. The disciples of Wuming Hall set up various tents under the stone walls. On the stone walls, there were disciples constantly patrolling the gaps between the walls. Zhang Xiaohua escaped for a distance and returned to the ground. Lying on the ground, he looked up at the night sky full of stars. At this time, it was already late at night, but the wind in the grassland was getting stronger, blowing the grass to the east and swaying to the west. Zhang Xiaohua was lazily lying on the thick grass. His nose smelled the fragrance of the earth, but his thoughts had drifted far away. His original plan was to keep a low profile in Tianmu Peak and wait until he had a lot of free time to avoid the eyes and ears of Chen Fengxiao and the others. Then he would go to Shixin Peak to look for his second brother. But this inexplicable, orchid evening refinement brought him to this strange place. Moreover, he had to risk his life to return safely. Zhang Xiaohua casually picked up a blade of grass from the ground and bit it in his mouth. He had some calculations in his mind. This Valley Orchid Dusk was a test for the disciples of Dan Tower Hall. It was a test that they risked their lives for. It was not a place that any disciple could enter as they wished. He had just arrived at the fragrance cult. According to the usual rules, he would only have the opportunity to enter after 5 or 10 years. How could he suddenly be selected? The list of names to enter the valley was drawn up by Deputy Hall Master Su of Dan Tower Hall. It was also approved by Hall Master Purple Ginseng. Could it be? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the hint from Zhou Shuming, the great guardian deity of the Dan department. His heart moved. Perhaps it was Deputy Hall Master Su's idea? However, he thought again. It was not possible. Even if it was for those gold leaves, there was no need to spend so much money. Weren't those gold leaves also placed in front of Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu? Based on their experience, they did not take it by force. So Deputy Hall Master Su should not. After all, he was a hall master. He was second only to one person and above tens of thousands. How could he be so ruthless for mere gold leaves? But if it was not him, why would there be such a farce of being redeemed by meritorious service on the White Mountain Peak? Originally, he did not have any burdens, but he just had to find himself a mission to pick the 100-year ice soul grass. Sigh, he really did not understand. Forget it. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. They did not know the level of his martial arts, so he would play with them. Since it was a conspiracy, then the cat would definitely be out of the bag in the end. As the ancients said, any conspiracy is pale and powerless in the face of powerful martial arts. He did not believe that they could do anything to him. However, at this quiet moment, under the bright starry sky, was there any trace of Zhang Xiaohu on the nearby Shixin Peak? Further away, what was Rejuvenation Valley's little fish Nya doing? Was she cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra, or the 5 Elements Dian formation? Although he had only taught little fish Nya the first level of the mental cultivation method, it was not easy for her to successfully cultivate it with the Rejuvenation Valley's heaven and earth yuan qi. Further away, under the starry sky in the Guizhuang house, father, mother, elder brother and elder sister, and the 1-year-old Byron, how were they doing? Thinking of the chubby Byron, perhaps he was already walking by now. Sigh, another sigh. Zhang Xiaohua's mind unconsciously recalled the face of the girl with the red mole at the corner of her mouth hidden in the depths of her heart. Was she all right? Where was she? Those large eyes, snow-white skin, and the black hair tied at the top of her head casually draped behind her head. Little Meng's entire image seemed to be reflected in the distant night sky. Suddenly, this image turned into Nye Qinyu's somewhat sorrowful face. Her resentful gaze was like the starlight in the sky, penetrating Zhang Xiaohua's heart. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but frown. Could it be that there was actually a shadow of this girl in her heart? But thinking about it, it was also true. She had not seen little Meng for many years. She did not know where she was or what she looked like now. It was said that the world changed and people's hearts were unpredictable. She did not know what had changed in little Meng. Sigh, this fragrant religion would only have a chance to leave after 2 years. After a few more years, Hong Yan would have grown old. The main point was, where would she go to find her? And Nye Qianyu had been with her for the entire journey. Although it could not be said that they were intimate, how could young people not occasionally say some witty words? After such a long time, how could there not be any traces left in her heart? On the other side of the starry sky, in a place at the extreme east of the Yulon Prairie, there were mountains and trees. In a huge underground karst cave, 2 women in palace attire each held a torch in their hands. They were slowly walking along a curved waterway. The karst cave was very humid and also extremely spacious. There was only the sound of dripping water and the slight sound of flowing spring water. She heard the woman in front say, "Zixia, I've asked you for 2 days. When you were traveling in Jianghu, did you meet anyone cute? Didn't anyone hold your hand or do anything flirtatious?" "Ahem, senior sister Chen Chen, you must be joking. I've been an orphan since I was born and I don't know where my family is. I've long forgotten everything that happened before I was 12. Master was the first person I met and I followed him into the fragrance cult. How could I have met someone like Xian? Alas, your journey in Jianghu seems to have been in vain. You can't even compare to a little medicine boy from the Rejuvenation Valley." He only stretched out his hand and captured the young girl's heart. He even made the valley master of the Rejuvenation Valley risk his life to send him to our fragrant religion to further his studies. Maybe the fate of a good marriage is also unknown? That's true. By the way, I want to ask you, why do you always wear yellow clothes? You're called Zixia, so shouldn't you wear purple? Oh, and also, why is there only 1 hairpin on your head? Don't tell me you didn't have money that day and only bought one. Chapter 618. The hand of the woman in the palace dress trembled and she almost dropped the torch. Although Chen Chen did not turn around, she seemed to have eyes on her back and saw clearly. She chuckled and said, "Xia, if that's the case, you have to have a heart-to-heart with me. Maybe I can help you." "Well, at least I can help you. Tell me, who are you? I can be considered to have seen countless people, so I'm better than you, right?" Xia laughed and asked, "Senior Chen, if you want to help me, then it's not too late to clarify the meaning of seeing countless people first." What's wrong? Chen Chen was depressed and asked, "Isn't it just seeing many people? You don't know that when I went out this time, I met many people in the Jianghu. Isn't that seeing countless people?" "But, Senior Chen, where did you hear this seeing countless people from?" "This. Xia, if I tell you, you can't spread it out." "Of course. Senior Chen has been taking care of me all this time. You're almost comparable to Master. How can I reveal Senior Chen's secret? Well, that. When I left the valley, I secretly went to a drunken village house to listen to music. Drunken village house? What's that place? Xia did not understand. Chen Chen moved close to Xia's ear and whispered. Xia listened and frowned slightly. She spat and said, Senior Chen, what good words can there be? You. Then, she also whispered the meaning of seeing countless people in her ear. Alas, no one knew how many years it had been since someone came to this quiet cave. Even now, besides the two of them, who else could have heard it? And they both had to whisper in her ear. Ah! Chen Chen cried out in alarm and stamped her feet. Damn it, that woman with heavy makeup didn't explain it like that. She only said that she knew a lot of people. The next time I go out, I must smash that drunken village to vent my anger. Ouch! Chen Chen touched her slightly hot little face and began to recall when she had used this idiom that made people angry out of embarrassment. After a long time, Xia reminded her softly, Senior Marshal Sister, shouldn't we find a place to rest? It's almost midnight. I've come in so late today that I almost forgot. You're really troublesome. What kind of inner strength mantra are you cultivating? He actually needs to regulate his breathing every night? This, please forgive me, Senior Sister. It's a little privacy of mine. Hee hee. What privacy? Why don't you tell me what this pearl hair clip is all about? Xia rolled her eyes at Chen Chen and didn't say anything. After a while, Chen Chen felt bored and said, well, don't talk about it. Let's go. I'll take you to sleep. Then, he took Xia's hand and flew straight to the top of the cave without making any movements. The wind blew Xia's black hair and the torch in her hand. In the swaying flame, the blush on her snow-white face was reflected. It was the unparalleled red glow in the sky under the setting sun. Zhang Xiaohua, who had bitten the grass root, looked at the face under the starry sky that he couldn't tell whether it was Xiaomeng or Nie Xiaoyu's face. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed and mocked himself. Young people don't know anything about the world. In order to write new words, they say they are worried. Am I like that? He turned over and found that it was already late. When he was about to make an incantation to escape into the ground, he suddenly felt something and habitually released his divine sense. Unfortunately, there was no abnormal movement within 100 feet. However, he felt that there was something about 100 feet away from his divine sense, which made him feel uneasy. However, his divine sense couldn't reach it. Zhang Xiaohua slightly raised his head and looked in that direction. He saw that in the grass nearly 200 feet away, there were two things flashing red light. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and unconsciously remembered the records in the book. Were they wolves? However, didn't a wolf's eyes emit green light? Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He quietly escaped into the ground and slowly approached the red light. When he quietly appeared behind the red light, he was surprised to find that it was a ferocious beast that was much bigger than he imagined. It was crouching on the ground like a human and carefully observing the towering stone wall in the distance. Inside the stone wall, he could vaguely see the figures of people. They should be the disciples of Wu Minghao who were patrolling. Then, the giant wolf-like ferocious beast bent down and slowly retreated. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was even more shocked than before. How could this be a beast? Even a human might not be so clever. What kind of ferocious beasts were in this Yulon Grand Canyon? It would be possible to say that it was a spirit beast. The giant wolf retreated a few steps. Just as it was about to stand up and turn around, it suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. It immediately froze and slowly turned its huge head around. At this moment, a black cloud floated across the sky and blocked the bright moonlight. In the darkness, a tall and thin figure was standing beside the giant wolf. He tilted his head and looked at the wolf's every move with interest. Wasn't that Zhang Xiaohua who had escaped from the ground? When the giant wolf saw that there was only one person, its red eyes looked around and unconsciously opened its mouth. Then, it slowly turned around and faced Zhang Xiaohua. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was finally able to see the appearance of the giant wolf. The giant wolf's head was twice the size of a normal wolf's head. Its eyes were as big as a fist and flashed a weak red light in the night. Its mouth was also very big. When it opened and closed, its white sharp teeth were unceremoniously exposed. The giant wolf seemed to be observing Zhang Xiaohua. Even from its red eyes, Zhang Xiaohua could almost see the mockery in its eyes. One person and one wolf silently stared at each other for a while. Suddenly, the giant wolf leaped forward and silently pounced over. It wanted to push Zhang Xiaohua to the ground without alerting the people in the distance. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. This giant wolf really understood human nature. It even knew that she didn't want to make any noise. The giant wolf's movements were very fast. It was 3 times faster than a pig in the daytime. In this dark night, it was even harder to see clearly. Unfortunately, it was facing Zhang Xiaohua, an immortal chi practitioner. This person had already released her spiritual sense long ago, enveloping the surroundings. When she saw the giant wolf pouncing over, she did not panic at all. Just as the giant wolf's claws, which were the size of human hands, approached, her figure was like a breeze, dodging to the side without a trace of smoke or fire. The giant wolf missed, but its body was actually able to move in the air. It was even more powerful than the average Jianghu expert. With a slight movement of the giant wolf's body, the 2 claws behind it actually grabbed towards Zhang Xiaohua's abdomen from a strange angle. If it was an ordinary Jianghu expert, even if it was an outer disciple, they would have dodged the first attack in this dark night. They would definitely not expect such a move. There was an 80 to 90% chance that they would be injured by this sudden attack. Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense locked onto the giant wolf. She could clearly see the claws that followed. This time, she did not dodge. Instead, she reached into her bosom with lightning speed and extended her hand. With a wave of her hand, a lightning-like brilliance flashed past. The giant wolf's claws that were grabbing towards Zhang Xiaohua were immediately chopped off. However, the lightning was incomparably sharp. For a moment, the giant wolf did not feel any pain. It was only when the giant wolf's body landed on the ground with its 4 claws did it realize that something was wrong. At this moment, a piercing pain entered the giant wolf's heart. Looking at the not too far away, the tall and thin figure of Zhang Xiaohua and the short sword in his hand, clear water, it could not help but feel a wave of fear from the bottom of its heart. Was this still the same person that it had met in the past who did not have much strength to fight back and could only rely on numbers to win? Immediately, the giant wolf made a decision. It raised its head and opened its mouth to howl, as if it wanted to send out some kind of message. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to let it open its mouth. Her figure flashed, and another afterimage glided past. She directly closed in on the giant wolf. The short sword in her hand also directly pierced towards the giant wolf's open mouth. The giant wolf seemed to have long been prepared. Dragging its injured body, it tried its best to dodge to the side. Its head had long escaped the range of the short sword's attack. However, just as the giant wolf was about to open its mouth to howl again, suddenly, a burst of green light was emitted from the black short sword. A resplendent sword aura was released from the sword. It was almost 4 feet long, and directly pierced into the giant wolf's bloody mouth. It directly pierced into the giant wolf's weak throat. The sword aura flashed and disappeared. Immediately, the giant wolf seemed to have lost all the strength in its body. It stopped in the air, and its wide-open mouth could no longer make the slightest sound. With a soft, plop sound, the giant wolf's corpse fell on the ground in front of Zhang Xiaohua, raising a bit of dust. At this time, the black clouds that blocked the moon had just floated over, and the bright moonlight shrouded the whole earth. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. She quickly escaped into the ground, leaving only a green, giant wolf corpse on the grass. Black blood kept flowing out from its tightly closed mouth. When Zhang Xiaohua escaped to the ground, there was no light in the whole stone wall. Only the snoring of the crowd could be heard. Inside the stone wall, there were still some disciples of Wuming Hall who were constantly patrolling. They did not know what was happening outside the stone wall. It seemed that they did not know how dangerous a disaster they had escaped. Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the darkness, shook her head slightly, and walked slowly back to her huge tent. Within the tent, there was no need to talk about the others. Lu Chaoxian's snoring was incomparably loud. However, the others were also sleeping soundly. Alas, these people were also mentally and physically exhausted. Why would they care about a little noise? Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to check the surroundings. Then, she took out a few jade talismans from her bosom and quietly inserted them into the ground around the tent. Then, she made a hand seal and an invisible light curtain rose, protecting the tent tightly. After that, Zhang Xiaohua entered the tent and sat cross-legged in her corner. She took out 2 primordial stones and closed her eyes to cultivate. It was as if she had never left the tent. Chapter 619. The next day, Zhang Xiaohua was still the first to wake up. First, he removed the restriction around the tent. Then, he found a place to hide outside the stone wall. He practiced the fist of the Big Dipper and the flying sword technique for a while. Then, he returned to the tent. At this time, Lu Chaoxian and the other 8 disciples had also woken up. They were preparing to leave. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua coming back, everyone smiled and asked, "Junior brother Ren, did you go to practice?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and was about to help, but Lu Chaoxian and the others would not let her do it. They just smiled and said, "Junior brother, just wait for a moment. It's not your turn yet." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head with a wry smile. They were right. 8 people were enough to clean up. Alas, let nature take its course. The disciples of the Pill Tower Hall were quick, and even the disciples of the Wuming Hall were not easy to deal with. After a while, the camp within the stone wall was cleaned up. The leading disciple shouted and the whole team set off again. The carriages galloped out of the camp one by one. The disciples of the Wuming Hall guarded the carriages on both sides of the carriages and escorted them out of the stone wall. The team was heading towards the place where Zhang Xiaohua assassinated the giant wolf last night. The corpse of the giant wolf was lying in the grass, but the grass was so lush that it could not be seen immediately. When the team was about to pass through, Lu Lihong, who was guarding the team, inadvertently looked up and saw the giant wolf's head in the grass. Lu Lihong quivered and his hands and feet unconsciously trembled. Even his voice was trembling. He shouted loudly, "Blood wolf, it's the blood wolf." "Ah! Blood wolf?" The surrounding disciples were alarmed when they heard this. One by one, they drew their swords from their waists. It was as if a great enemy was approaching. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no movement. The disciples became impatient, but they still didn't dare to move. The leading disciple looked up and was somewhat suspicious. He rode his horse to Lu Lihong's side and asked in a low voice, "Junior brother Lu, where did you see the blood wolf?" Lu Lihong pointed at the grass in front of them and said in horror, "Senior brother Chen, look over there. Isn't that blood wolf in the grass? Its head is much bigger than a normal wolf's, but its eyes are closed, so I can't tell if they are red." At this time, a gust of wind blew by, and the grass fell to the ground, revealing the corpse of the blood wolf. Senior brother Chen, who was leading the group, was shocked and shouted, "Junior brothers, be careful, it's the blood wolf." For a moment, the disciples of Wuming Hall were on tenterhooks again. The breeze passed, and the grass covered the blood wolf's body again. There was no movement. Senior brother Chen frowned and said, "Why is there no movement from the blood wolf?" It was said that the blood wolf moved in a pack. How come there was only one here? And, I heard that when blood wolves see people, they either pounce on them or run away early. How can they just lie here like this? Lu Lihong's heart skipped a beat as he whispered, Senior Brother Chen, is Shui Lang already dead? Dead? How could it be? However, this also reminded Senior Brother Chen that there was such a possibility. Moreover, they couldn't just confront each other like this. One side had to make the first move. Therefore, Senior Brother Chen said with a smile, Junior Brother Lu, I know that you have been living a hard life, and you have to bow your head in our Wuming Hall. How about this? Since you found the blood wolf, you might as well do more. Go ahead and have a look. If the blood wolf is really dead, the credit will be yours. None of us will snatch it from you. You know that an ordinary wild wolf is worth 10 points, but this blood wolf is worth 30 points. Junior brother, you don't have to raise your hand to get 30 points easily. Well, if you don't want to, I will send someone else. Although you were the first to find it, you will have to share many points with others. This. Lu Lihong was also a little hesitant. According to the current situation, the blood wolf is very likely to be dead. I just have to look ahead and I can get 30 points. This is something I have always dreamed of. It is extremely difficult to get 30 points with my martial arts alone. However, the blood wolf is a very cunning beast. This may be one of its tricks. Perhaps it is trying to lure others into its trap. After thinking for a long time, Lu Lihong still couldn't resist the temptation of getting points for free. He jumped off the horse, held a long sword in his hand, and walked step by step into the grass. Although his legs were trembling, his footsteps were still firm. The dozens of disciples behind him were also sweating. They nervously looked at Lu Lihong's back as he gradually walked away. Although they had a large number of people, there was no suspense in killing the blood wolf. However, for these disciples, it seemed impossible to have no casualties. So, no one wanted to be killed by the blood wolf before the trial began. After a long time, they heard a cry of ecstasy from the grass, Brother Chen, quickly come here. This blood wolf is dead. Hearing this sentence, the disciples all had a ridiculous thought. Why didn't the person who went forward be us? Why did we let Lu Lihong, who we don't like, take advantage of us? When Brother Chen heard this, his heart also relaxed. Since it was dead, then it was easy to deal with. However, he still held his long sword and cautiously walked in front of the blood wolf. After carefully looking at it, he put away his long sword and said with a smile, Brother Lu is really lucky. Just as we entered the Spirit Orchid Prairie, we came across the corpse of a blood wolf. It seems that this blood wolf was killed just a few days ago. Then, Brother Chen squatted down and carefully observed the blood wolf's injuries. When he opened the blood wolf's mouth with difficulty and saw the injuries inside, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What kind of martial arts was this? To actually be able to stab the blood wolf's mouth and kill it with one stab. In this Spirit Orchid Prairie, during the Spirit Orchid Dusk refinement, besides the inner disciples of the Lingering Fragrance Peak, who else had such powerful martial arts? Well, the most important thing was that the blood wolf's tail was still there and had not been cut off. Only the inner disciples of the trial by fire would not care about the blood wolf's points. Brother Chen also said with a slightly jealous tone. He patted Lu Lihong's shoulder and said with a sigh, Brother Lu, everyone said that you were lucky. I didn't care and thought that it was just a rumor. Now, it seems that, it is true. You just got up, oh, you haven't even brushed your teeth yet, and you came across such a big meat pie falling from the sky. Let me see, are you knocked out? Lu Lihong's face was somewhat flushed. He couldn't restrain his excitement. He cupped his hands and said, Isn't this the result of Brother Chen's leadership? Brother Chen's progress and growth cannot be separated from Brother Chen's encouragement and guidance. This blood wolf's points should be for all of us. The last sentence was somewhat insincere. Brother Chen smiled and waved his hand, no need. There is a rule in our Wuming Hall's trial by fire. For a dead beast, it belongs to whoever finds it. This blood wolf was found by you and it was you who went up to investigate. If it doesn't belong to you, who else can it belong to? Others can only be envious of this merit. No one will snatch it from you. Huh, who told you to be lucky? Brother Chen once again emphasized the word lucky. Lu Lihong's mouth twitched a few times. He could only cup his hands and said, then, thank you Brother Chen and all the other brothers. I won't be polite. Under the admiring eyes of the disciples, Lu Lihong held his sword and went up. He picked up the blood wolf's tail and was about to cut it down. At this time, Brother Chen was extremely surprised and stopped him. Brother Lu, wait. Lu Lihong was surprised and blurted out, Brother Chen, what do you think? This question was somewhat inappropriate. It was as if Brother Chen was going to go back on his words. Brother Chen's face immediately became unhappy. Seeing this, Lu Lihong hurried to remedy the situation. Senior Brother Chen, is there something wrong? Brother Chen is inexperienced. Please give me some pointers. Experience? Speaking of experience, this is your second time entering the Yulon Grand Canyon. Your experience is richer than ours. Senior brother, you must be joking. The last time I came, I was hiding behind Cousin Wuming's back. I was just picking herbs and didn't know anything. This time, it's a real trial. We can't compare. Lu Lihong's attitude was modest. Brother Chen's face became gentle. He pointed at the blood wolf's tail and said, Brother Lu, did you forget? This blood wolf has a copper head, an iron tail, and a tofu waist. Ordinary swords can't even pierce its head. You see, even the inner disciples had to stab their swords into the blood wolf's mouth in order to kill it. The blood wolf's tail is even tougher. You want to use a sword to cut its tail? Do you think this is the pig we met yesterday? After hearing this, the nearby disciples all burst into laughter. This was indeed the truth. The blood wolf's tail was also a sharp weapon during an attack. Who knew how many disciples of the Wuming Hall had been injured by it? Lu Lihong used his sword to chop the blood wolf's tail, but the result was most likely that the sword would be damaged. Lu Lihong's face was flushed. He put away his sword and took out a small knife from his chest. He circulated his internal force and used the time it took to drink a cup of tea to cut off the wolf's thick, broom-like tail. Zhang Xiaohua stood on top of the carriage and quietly watched all of this. He waited for Lu Lihong to cut off the blood wolf's tail. Zhang Xiaohua was startled. How can this blood wolf's tail be so tough? If the iron tail was like this, the copper head would be even more sturdy. Fortunately, last night, I had directly pierced the blood wolf's mouth with my sword. If I had only used the jade water sword, I might not have been able to kill it in one strike. At that time, if the blood wolf had sent out a signal, it would have spread far and wide in this silent prairie. Perhaps it would have attracted a pack of blood wolves. A single blood wolf can make the disciples of Wuming Hall so nervous. What if the wolf pack comes? Just as they were thinking, they heard Senior Brother Chen say, this is the central area of the Pai Yang's territory. A single blood wolf would definitely not go too deep. Perhaps there are many blood wolves behind it. Junior brothers, quickly get on your horses. Chapter 620. Senior Brother Chen's expression was serious as he said, blood wolves have always been cunning. They won't go too deep into the central area. Since we found a blood wolf here, there must be a pack nearby. Junior brothers, time waits for no one. Let's quickly retreat. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and mounted his horse, heading straight to the front of the caravan. Seeing this, the disciples hurriedly mounted their horses and returned to their positions, waiting for the order to depart. Lu Lihong, who had benefited greatly, put the heavy wolf tail into the cloth bag on the horse's back. With an uncontrollable excitement, he returned to the side of Zhang Xiaohua's carriage. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the cloth bag containing the wolf tail and didn't say anything. She had killed it with her own hands. If she congratulated him now, it would seem hypocritical. Lu Chaoxian smiled and said, "Congratulations, senior brother Lu. It's a good thing to see such a good thing when you go out." Lu Lihong was speechless. It's not the new year. But he still smiled and said, "It's just luck." Zhang Xiaohua saw that it was inappropriate for her to not say anything. She said, "Actually, with senior brother Lu's martial arts, killing this blood wolf was as easy as blowing off dust. There was no difference between picking it up and killing it yourself. This guy really knows how to talk." He should have just congratulated Lu Lihong. Now that he had given him such a big compliment, Lu Lihong's face turned red. Lu Lihong awkwardly coughed and said, "This junior brother Ren thinks too highly of me. This blood wolf isn't the little white that you saw in Rejuvenation Valley." Senior brother Lu also knows Little White? Cough, cough. "Yes, when Little White was young, he bit my butt." Hee hee. Zhang Xiaohua covered her mouth and laughed. Little White's taste is really heavy. Before Lu Lihong could say anything, the flag in front of the carriage waved again and the carriage slowly moved. Lu Lihong didn't dare to delay and urged his horse to leave Zhang Xiaohua's carriage. He took a few steps forward and arrived at the position of the Wuming Hall's disciples. The caravan continued to move forward. Along the way, they didn't encounter any more blood wolves. However, this territory belonged to pi goats and elk. Groups of pi goats and elk would appear around the caravan and sometimes even block the way. Pi goats were similar to the goats of the Guizhuang house, but their bodies were 3 times bigger. The horns on their heads were also long and tight, like a dagger inserted in the head of a pi goats. The pi goats ran very fast, almost as fast as the horses of the Wuming Hall. They walked slowly in groups and leisurely ate the grass on the ground. However, when they were alarmed by the sound of the caravan, they immediately rushed away like fast horses and soon disappeared. However, due to the large number of pi goats, it was inevitable that there would be chaos when they ran. Once, they even rushed directly to the caravan of the Pill Expanding Hall. Although the pi goats were very weak, as Lu Lihong said, they were difficult to deal with in large numbers. Fortunately, the disciples of the Pill Expanding Hall were alert and rushed forward. The caravan behind them stopped and pulled a long gap. When the pi goats rushed past, the disciples of the Pill Expanding Hall wiped the sweat on their heads. One pi goats wasn't scary, but a group of pi goats could scare even blood wolves. The elks were somewhat similar to Zhang Xiaohua's David's deer, but they were also 1 size bigger. The horns on their heads were also more than twice the size of the pi goats. The elks were even more timid. When they heard the sound of the caravan from afar, they fled in all directions and did not allow anyone to get close to them. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the running elks and thought maliciously, "This time, I didn't bring Huan here. Maybe Huan can find her other half in this Yulon Grand Canyon." Hee hee, seducing a female beast back to Tianmu Peak, it can be said that my trip to the Yulon evening refinement was not in vain. How about I take one of the pi goats back to Huan and set up an arranged marriage for her? Just as she was thinking about how to do it, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of a problem. "Oh, Huan's gender is still unknown. If I take one of the same sex back, won't it cultivate a bad habit? Forget it, forget it. Marriage is destined by the heavens. This David's deer's marriage is also ordinary. It's better to let Huan find her own. Arranged marriages are really an old and bad habit." Not to mention Zhang Xiaohua's wild thoughts, the entire caravan continued to move forward steadily. There were no surprises or dangers on this day, and it was very boring. Yes, that was what Zhang Xiaohua thought. As the afterglow of the setting sun splashed across the sky like blood in front of the caravan, a dark shadow appeared on the distant grassland. After walking for a long time, they could clearly see that it was a lush forest. However, at this time, it was already dusk. The forest was like a monster on the ground, emitting an oppressive aura. Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the caravan. After a day of cultivation, she stood on the caravan and whispered, "Senior brother Lu, you must be tired. You've been driving the caravan for a long time. Let me drive the caravan for the rest of the journey. Lu Chaoxian smiled and said, Junior brother Ren also knows how to drive a caravan? Look at your skinny arms and legs. Can you control this fine horse? Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. Don't even talk about controlling it. I can even lift you and the horse up with this carriage. Thus, she smiled and said, Senior brother Lu must be joking. I don't have physical strength, but I still have inner strength. I don't believe that this horse won't accept it. Besides, I'm also from a village. I've done a lot of caravan driving. Don't underestimate me. Forget it, junior brother Ren. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known, I would have returned to the caravan and slacked off. You only said it now. Isn't it cheating? Lu Chaoxian saw that Zhang Xiaohua was smiling and didn't bother to be polite. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She pointed at the forest in the distance and said, We're still so far away from the forest. The sun has just set. Don't tell me that I'm late. Before his voice fell, a signal was sent from the front. It was to stop the caravan to rest. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, Senior brother Lu, we're not in front. Cough, cough. There's no stone wall like last night. Are we going to rest in the open space? Lu Chaoxian jumped off the carriage and pulled the horse to follow the caravan in front. He said to Zhang Xiaohua, who also jumped off the carriage, That's right. We'll be leaving the Orchid Prairie tomorrow. This section doesn't have a good campsite, so it's not easy to build a stone wall. Moreover, there's a lake in front of us. There are often rare beasts in the forest that come to the lake to drink at night. If we continue to go forward, I'm afraid we'll encounter some danger. We can only rest here tonight. Tomorrow morning, we'll pass through the Orchid Rainforest in one go. Orchid Rainforest? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, This name is very strange. Rainforest, what does it mean? It's said that in this forest, there will always be inexplicable rain. Even if the sky is clear outside, it will suddenly rain in the forest, drenching you like a drowned rat. It's really interesting. Zhang Xiaohua smiled, but she was thinking about something in her heart. Although the campsite was not protected by a stone wall, everything was no different from yesterday. All the disciples were busy. Lu Chaoxian handed the carriage to other disciples and returned to Zhang Xiaohua's side. He also stood with his hands behind his back. Just like Zhang Xiaohua, he looked at the blurry rainforest in the distance. The disciples of the Wuming Hall were still on the periphery. They also took down tents and other things from their horses. With the help of some disciples of the Pill Expanding Hall, they began to set up their tents. Outside, there were a few outer disciples with long swords in their hands. They were lazily spreading out in all directions. They should be the disciples on guard. Everything was in good order. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. She suddenly raised her head and looked at the grass in the south. Then her divine sense swept over like a waterfall. She did not find anything unusual. However, Zhang Xiaohua was still alert and carefully looked in that direction. Lu Chaoxian seemed to have also noticed Zhang Xiaohua's abnormality. He followed Zhang Xiaohua's gaze to the south. There was only tall grass, a gentle mountain breeze, and butterflies fluttering from time to time. There was nothing special. Moreover, an outer disciple was also heading in that direction, holding a long sword in one hand and eating in the other. Maybe I'm wrong? Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously frowned. She was about to withdraw her gaze. At this moment, a gust of wind blew past. The grass on the grassland in the south was blown down. Then, there was a mighty roar. The sound was as ear-piercing as the 9 heavens' thunder. Even Zhang Xiaohua was startled and trembled. Needless to say, Lu Chaoxian's legs went soft and he sat down on the ground. The moment he sat down, he saw a huge golden tiger with brilliant stripes dashing across the grass like lightning. Lu Chaoxian blurted out in shock, Thunder Tiger. The Thunder Tiger leaped out of the grass as if it was flying. Its huge body seemed to be able to fly in the air. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the outer disciple who was walking lazily a moment ago and was now dumbfounded by the thunder tiger. It opened its bloody mouth and bit the disciple's chest. At this moment, the disciple came to his senses. The long sword in his hand trembled and he wanted to stab out, but how could his sword be faster than the thunder tiger? Before he could raise his hand, his waist was bitten by the thunder tiger. This thunder tiger was more than twice the size of a normal tiger. Its canine teeth were even sharper. The thunder tiger bit half of the outer disciple's waist. Looking at the thunder tiger, it only needed to use a little bit of force to pierce the disciple's abdomen. In an instant, a large amount of blood gushed out. The thunder tiger bit the outer disciple's body and looked at the carriages. Then, it raised its head and turned to leave like a gust of wind. In just a few breaths, an outer disciple with excellent martial arts died in the tiger's mouth just like that. He ended up without a corpse left. At this moment, the Wuming Hall's leading disciple, senior brother Chen, who was tidying up the tent, hurriedly ran over and shouted, Thunder Tiger, quick, be alert, alert. Several disciples who were not far from the south had also been alerted by the stench of the thunder tiger. They had already drawn their swords and wanted to rescue them. However, just as they turned around, before they could even touch the hilts of their swords, the thunder tiger had already disappeared without a trace. Chapter 621. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua had also taken his hand out of his chest pocket, his expression extremely ugly. He wasn't going to stand by and do nothing. Although using the flying sword would be easily discovered, but this was still a life. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't going to sit by and do nothing. Moreover, everyone had been shocked by Lei Hu's imposing manner at that time. Even if he had secretly used the flying sword, no one would have been able to tell anything. But what Zhang Xiaohua hadn't expected was that Lei Hu's movements would be so swift. Just as he had put his hand into his chest pocket and was about to take out Chasing Dream, Lei Hu's sharp teeth had already pierced deeply into that unlucky disciple's abdomen. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Zhang Xiaohua knew that even if he used Chasing Dream now to chase Lei Hu away, it would be too late. Moreover, his divine sense had been suppressed to a radius of 10 feet. Seeing how Lei Hu came and went like the wind, if he just stood there and controlled Chasing Dream, he might not be able to succeed. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed deeply and turned to look at Lu Chaoxian, whose face had already turned pale. He had just stood up when he saw that disciple being snatched away by Lei Hu and was now slumped to the side. Lu Chaoxian stretched out his hand and pulled him up from the ground. Lu Chaoxian's limbs were already weak and he was badly frightened. Being easily pulled up by Zhang Xiaohua, he naturally didn't think of the details. He only muttered, "Am I stupid? I only thought that I would be able to meet Pai Yang. Even if my luck wasn't good, a few pigs would be enough. Who would have thought that Shui Lang would appear, and even Lei Hu would appear? Could it be that I really shouldn't have come? Sigh, I'm really stupid." Looking at the few disciples who were setting up their tents beside them, they also threw the things in their hands to the side in a daze. Their faces were all pale. It was as if Lei Hu's appearance had instantly destroyed the purpose of their training, causing them to lose their spirit, energy and spirit. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not know how powerful this Lei Hu was, but seeing how the outer sect disciple was taken away without being able to resist, and seeing the reaction of the Tianmu Peak disciples, she had a rough idea. She did not hold Lu Chaoxian back to ask for more details. Senior brother Chen of the Wuming Hall rushed over. The disciples of the Wuming Hall didn't have time to tidy up their tents. They all held their long swords and stood in a row on the south side as if they were about to face a great enemy. After waiting for a long time, they didn't see Lei Hu again. At this time, the sky was already dark. Senior brother Chen left half of the Wuming Hall disciples in groups of 5 and scattered around the campsite. The other disciples returned to the campsite to rest. Just when the disciples of the Wuming Hall were on guard, the disciples of the Dan Tower Hall forced themselves to be alert. They set up their tents and took the initiative to tidy up the tents of the Wuming Hall disciples. Only then did they return to their own tents and sat there, worrying about their own fate. Looking at the silent campsite, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and carefully sensed the inexplicable fear. She couldn't help but feel bewildered. After a while, feeling that their mood had somewhat calmed down, she asked softly, "Senior brother Lu, little brother has something to ask." Lu Chaoxian looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a trace of panic on his face, and said, "Junior brother Ren, do you want to ask about Lei Hu?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head, "That's right. Little brother is not specifically asking about Lei Hu. I just feel that before entering the valley, I heard from my former senior brother that it is very normal to encounter ferocious beasts in the Yulon Grand Canyon. It is also very normal for outer disciples to hunt ferocious beasts. Why did we encounter us entering the valley and become the target of hunting? Moreover, it should be very common to encounter these ferocious beasts, such as flying boar, blood wolf and Lei Hu. Even being attacked by them should be a very common thing. But we, including the outer disciples, should not have such a strong reaction. It seems that just seeing this Lei Hu is the end of the whole team. Little brother is very puzzled. Alas, as the old saying goes, the ignorant are fearless. Junior brother Ren, it's easy for you to talk. The Yulon evening refinement itself is a trial. This trial is for outer disciples and inner disciples. It has nothing to do with our Dan Tower Hall. What are we here for? We are here to honestly pick herbs. We are not here to hunt these ferocious beasts." Then, he looked at the darkness outside the tent blankly, and said, "The disciples of Wuming Hall are here to protect us to pick herbs. Until we reach that strange birch forest, they will then go on their own trial. Along the way, although there are some difficulties, but after all, this route was explored by our ancestors. The danger is the lowest. It is a very sad thing to encounter a blood wolf. Think about it." Then he lowered his voice. "The elites of the outer disciples have already entered the Grand Canyon. The ones who are escorting us are only second-rate disciples of Wuming Hall. What kind of ferocious beasts can they deal with?" Cough, Junior brother Ren, this is the secret of Wuming Hall. I only heard about it occasionally. You must not tell others." Zhang Xiaohua nodded gently, "I am not a chatterbox. Don't be afraid." Lu Chaoxian seemed to be ready to risk everything, and then he said, "In fact, the martial arts of these outer disciples are also very powerful. If the Thunder Tiger did not suddenly appear, the disciple who was bitten to death should have been able to resist a few moves. In this way, the disciples next to him can come forward to help. As long as they can hold the Thunder Tiger back, hundreds of disciples can kill the Thunder Tiger." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. It was true, but the Thunder Tiger is as fast as the wind. It is much faster than the blood wolf, piang and elk. It will be difficult for the disciples of Wuming Hall to surround it. Besides, although the Thunder Tiger is powerful, it does not live in a group. It has always been alone. It can go deep into this place, which means it is more ferocious than the general Thunder Tiger. Alas. Well, senior brother Lu, in this case, when you saw the blood wolf last time, I didn't see you lose yourself like this. Junior brother Ren doesn't know that the blood wolf last time was dead. Maybe it was killed long ago. The wolf pack was not there, but the Thunder Tiger is really alive. The Thunder Tiger has tasted the taste of blood, so it must follow. Think about it deeply. The outer disciple just now was caught off guard, but what if they are on guard in the future? Moreover, what if they avoid it? Then, who will the Thunder Tiger attack? Lu Chaoxian's teeth could not help but chatter. Zhang Xiaohua's face changed, but she did not frown. Looking at the 8 senior brothers next to her who were also pale, she said, "The disciples of Wuming Hall don't have to be like this, right? When it is a matter of life and death, everything is in vain. Even if we ask Junior Brother Ren for help, it is also under the condition that Junior Brother Ren can protect himself. If Junior Brother Ren can't protect his own life, how can he take care of us? What about the Thunder Tiger who can't be stopped but still wants to find blood? I think junior brother Ren should know the choice of Wu Minghao. This. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to guess anymore. He wanted to judge others by his own standards, but he was afraid that others were not as smart as him. In fact, Lu Chaoxian and others' concerns were true. Even if the disciples of Wu Minghao did not have such thoughts, the Thunder Tiger could not eat the disciples of Wu Minghao, so it would naturally choose the weaker disciples of Pill Expanding Hall. The Thunder Tiger's wisdom was not lower than that of the Blood Wolf, so he should understand this point. Alas, now the disciples of Wu Minghao have made preparations. Although they are worried about escorting us and will not rashly attack the Thunder Tiger, since the Thunder Tiger can't eat them, the next time it comes, it will definitely turn its mouth to the disciples of Pill Expanding Hall who have no martial strength. What should we do? Zhang Xiaohua was a little helpless. With his martial strength, it was not a big problem to protect 9 people quietly, but if it was to protect the whole team, it was impossible to do it without exposing himself. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Senior brother Lu, senior brothers, I have troubled you these days. I have not done anything. I am not talented, and my martial arts may not be as good as those of senior brothers of Wu Minghao. However, since we are together, you can rest assured that if the Thunder Tiger wants to hurt you, it has to knock me down first." Hearing this, everyone was happy, but then they became gloomy. They all cupped one hand in the other before their chest. "Thank you, junior brother Ren." Just from junior brother Ren's words, we have not been brothers in vain. But, alas, if you can keep your life, junior brother Ren, you'd better keep your life first. If you have the strength to spare, it will not be too late to protect us. Seeing that they did not believe him, Zhang Xiaohua did not say much, but asked again, "When will the Thunder Tiger come back to attack us next time?" Lu Chaoxian shook his head and said, "I don't know." A disciple next to him came up and said, "Junior brother Ren, I know a disciple of Wu Minghao. Once he drank too much, he told me about their encounter with the Thunder Tiger." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, "Senior brother, tell me about it." The disciple swallowed his saliva and said, "The reason why the Thunder Tiger is so frightening is that, on one hand, it comes and goes like the wind. It is almost impossible to stop it. On the other hand, it is greedy. After getting benefits once, it will come again." That disciple's team was chased by a Thunder Tiger for 3 days in a row. 3 outer disciples and 10 disciples of Pill Expansion Hall were eaten by it. Only then did they stop. "I don't know how many people we will lose this time." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. No wonder these people were so scared. Someone had to feed the tiger. Thus, he asked again, "Senior brother, when do you think Lei Hu will come again?" The disciple looked at the sky outside and said, "It's already late." That disciple just now was probably the Thunder Tiger's dinner. The next time he comes will probably be tomorrow morning. Sigh, even if the Thunder Tiger doesn't rest, does it still need to drink water at night? I heard that there is a big pool in front of us. Every night, many beasts would go there to drink. This Thunder Tiger is thirsty, right? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She stood up, looked at the sky outside, and whispered, "You guys rest early. I'll go ask the 3 arhats if they have any good ideas." You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.